Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin-TV audiobook channel. Chapter 721. Merida's Night 2 Back and Forth R18. Ayla was right. Merida smiled, reaching forward with her face toward Arad for a kiss. I can't understand how your mind works. Do I have a problem? Arad replied after the kiss, staring back at her eyes. No, you don't. She pushed against his chest to move back and stand. It'll probably take me months and years to understand you better. I honestly expected a kick or something. She shook her head. There is no need to overthink it. Just go with the flow. Focus on what you came for. She took a deep breath and sat down on her knees, reaching with her hands forward to unzip his pants. Arad looked at her but didn't move. Go ahead, he said, patting her head with a smile. Merida's finger trembled as she slowly unzipped Arad's pants, panting from what the others said. She knew she was in for something, but couldn't help but imagine it being that different from last time. What came out wasn't something she expected. Too large, too thick, and too heavy for what she remembered, easily mistaken for her forearm. No, it was larger. What's this? Does it grow each time he evolves? No. This won't fit anywhere. She started sweating. Are you okay? Arad looked at her face, noticing her nose and ears growing red as her breaths grew heavier. Yeah, everything is fine, she replied. Not, it isn't. She lifted her hands and grabbed his flesh, her fingers barely wrapping around the thing. Taking a deep breath, she extended her tongue out, giving a long lick from the base up. Merida started this trying to show off, but now it's a fight for survival. Who wrote that stupid book? There is nothing to do in this case, she cried internally, her eyes panning around. If I don't get it wet enough, it's not going to be funny. She opened her mouth as wide as she could, trying to take the tip in, but it was a bit too large, filling her while she pulled back and went back to licking as she took several deep breaths before trying again. Immediately gagging up, she pulled it out, panting. This isn't going to work. She looked at the confused Arad. She told him to let her take the lead, but now she's struggling. You know, you don't need to suck it, do you? Even he knew that. Until now, only Iris could manage that. It's not about that. She looked around. I wish I didn't need to, too, but it won't go in dry. If we were home, I would have already called Ray or Tina to bring us some oil. Do you have a mat? Something we can put down? She looked around. Sitting in the grass wasn't helping. With a single wave of his hand, Arad pulled a large carpet. Let me put this down. He laid it on the ground. Merida smiled, approaching him once more as he sat down, pulling his shirt up with one move. Sit down. Let me handle it. Doubtful. Arad decided to go along with her. She's finally loosening up a bit. He didn't want to say or do anything that might get her, scared as she was a few moments ago. She took her time, slowly undressing him, using whatever chances she got to think of a way to make the inevitable easier. A single solution loomed over her head, but she didn't want to believe it. Before they knew it, Arad had already stripped down, and she sat there, staring at him. She could take her clothes out, but that means he'll stick inside. That'll hurt a lot. She then looked at Arad, noticing that he was reading into her face. No, I have to calm down. I have him all for myself now. I can't miss this chance. What if it hurt? It'll be nothing compared to blade wounds. That's right. I'm more durable than to get stopped by this. Arad, can you help me strip? She asked. Arad smiled. Of course. He approached her. Zephyr had already shown him what to do for Ayla. He could just do the same thing. He pulled her toward him for a deep kiss, his hands slipping across her chest to slowly unbutton her thick fur coat. The moment he did that, he sucked it into his stomach, leaving her only wearing a thin layer of shirts. It was freezing cold, and she could feel the shiver running down her spine, seeking heat. She pushed herself closer to Arad's chest. His massive body radiated heat like an oven. Arad hugged her tighter without releasing the kiss, his hands gently lifting her shirts up, sucking them to his stomach before he could run them over her head. Feeling his tongue swimming in her mouth and his flesh poking on her stomach made her rethink what she thought, unexperienced, but aggressive. Who's the vexing who taught him this? She thought it was one of the girls, but in reality, it was a tiny drunken spirit called Zephyr. Heat slowly swelled inside her, and she could feel it rushing out of her eyes and ears, making her head spin each time she tried to breathe. As Arad took all of her upper clothes out, she was only left with her bra on her torso. He had expected something like the ones worn by Aella or Eris, but to his surprise, she wore a one elastic piece of cloth, similar to those of Mira. Their lips parted, and Arad stared at her red and tearing face. She didn't expect such a long kiss out of him. "You," he was about to say, "remind me of Mira," but quickly changed his mind. Zephyr had yelled at him for half an hour when he did it with Aella. She said to never mention the other girls when with one like this. "Look beautiful." He patched it up by the book of Zephyr. Merida gasped, her teeth cracking as she stared at him, stunned for a second, but that didn't last long as Arad quickly proceeded, licking her lips and slowly trailing down her neck. "Don't," she pushed on his head. She gasped, unable to avoid the shivers torturing her body. "I'm sweaty? The bath I took barely means anything now?" "Relax. It's nothing." Arad smiled, licking her collarbones and slowly going back up her neck. Whether he likes it or not, he's still a human-eating dragon. To him, her flesh tasted like delicious meat. With his lycanthropic and vampiric curses acting up, he could barely resist sticking his fangs into her neck. After giving her a second kiss, he trailed back down and stopped at her bosom, cupping them in his hands and sucking on her nipples. Gentle licks quickly turned into vigorous sucking and then into squeezing, akin to milking. "You're rough," she gasped, a blatant lie as she had never felt such a thing on her breasts, but she opened her eyes, looking at Arad to see him making a disappointed face. "Sorry." She gasped. "You aren't rough? You can?" She tried to speak up, but Arad stared her in the eyes. "Say, are you eating well? The others aren't starving you, right?" He was starting to hair agitated, and she sensed it. "I'm eating well. What are you talking about?" She could feel a cold sweat dripping across her back. "No milk? You're dry." He pointed at her nipples, out of this whole thing. He was most excited about that. "We humans don't produce milk unless we're pregnant." She replied, of course, nothing would come out. "Really?" Arad's brain quickly flashed. Until now, only Mira and Aella had milk. Arid didn't have any and said it was because she was a vampire and her body was too hot. Izdis also didn't have any milk, but he thought it was only her being dry a quirk. "Does this mean Aella is pregnant?" "I don't know about elves, but if a human woman's breasts start producing milk, she's likely pregnant. That's what I read," she replied. "And don't come telling me about their breasts now." Arad shook his head, hiding his excitement. "Sorry, I'll make up for it for you." "Well, I should be happy if we're expecting a second egg." She smiled. "Let's continue. Let's leave that talk for later." Arad pulled Mira toward him once more, this time licking her nipples without trying to milk them for every drop of white liquid. He then quickly shifted to licking under them as he slowly made his way to her belly. To him, it was like licking a piece of roasted meat, savory and delicious, hard not to bite into. "It tickles," she gasped, pushing on his head, but she couldn't move it. The harder she rested, the more Arad teased her stomach, licking her abs and belly button, forcing her to laugh as hard as she could. "Please, stop. It's starting to hurt." Arad stopped, and Mira could barely hold her giggles, tearing up as she looked at him. "Thay?" She noticed him taking a deep breath. "What are you?" He shoved his face into her stomach, blowing directly on her belly button, barbling it. Merida burst out laughing and tried her best to get Arad to stop, but he wasn't budging. Zephyr had taught him that touse it against Ella, but he didn't seem to get the memo. As Arad stopped, Merida could barely move, twitching from the tingles rushing through her body. Arad sat down and lifted her legs up, pulling her shoes off and storing them in his stomach before putting her legs back down. At that time, Merida almost seemed unresponsive, but she quickly jolted back to life as he started unbuckling her belt. "Wait," she gasped, touching his flesh with her feet. She looked down and realized that it was larger than her foot. "No, that won't fit in dry." Arid pulled her belt away and slowly pulled her leather pants down, licking her hips and thighs, going down to her knees and calves. As he pulled her pants all the way off, he didn't forget to kiss the tip of her foot, giving her feet a gentle lick. Zephyr said it's mandatory, but Arad seemed to forget the elf part. "Stop!" she cried, her whole body burning red meat. She twisted her hips, pushing on his chest with her legs and flipping herself around. She was trying to get away from his grasp, but instead found her head dangling in front of his flesh. It's not ideal, but better than nothing. She opened her mouth and started sucking the tip a Shalicter, and slowly used her own weight to force his flesh down her throat. It didn't take her long to make a mistake. Her hiss jolted as she almost came, and she wrapped her legs around Arad's neck, pushing his face into her. Arad took that as an invitation and wrapped his legs around her head, applying force and forcing his flesh into her throat. She gasped, wrapping her legs tighter around his neck, and applied even more force on her. As Arad's entire flesh got forced down her throat, she realized that she could take more than she had expected. The intricate mycelium network spreading across her body gave her a degree of flexibility. Merida's hip twitched as she came, splashing on Arad's face as he slowly relaxed his grip on her head. "Are you okay?" Arad put her down and she looked at him with a tearful face. "I'm fine," she smiled. "In fact, I'm better." She reached down to suck him even more. The new revelation and the excitement still surging in her body got her even more heated for more, and she started vigorously shoving his flesh down her throat, down to the base. It feels strangely pleasant. She couldn't get enough of the feeling of her throat stretching with each stroke. "I wonder how it'll feel inside." She let go of his flesh and laid on her back, lifting her legs up and spreading herself. "Look, Arad, it's still closed. It's my first time." She was panting, her legs twitching with each breath. "Can I ask something, Ibrid?" I'll be gentle," he replied. "No, I want the opposite." She started rubbing herself. "It's burning. Please don't hold back. I want you to shove it all at once, just as you pushed it into my throat." "I'm sure I can take it, please. I want that itch scratched." Arad didn't understand most of what she said, but he'd do what she wanted. Zephyr was clear about it. Do whatever she said except stopping. When they stop, they mean go harder. If they ask you to go harder, they mean to play with their breasts or kiss them, and if they say they like it, that means you have to keep at the same pace. Chapter 722, Merida's Night, IA. Reinforced Power, R18. Chapter 722, Merida's Night 3. Reinforced Power, R18. Arad grabbed Mira by the hips, pulling her toward him as he pushed inside. She gasped, feeling something stretch inside of her, standing at the edge of ripping apart but never giving up. It hurt like someone twisting my forearm. It shouldn't hurt like this. Merida could hear her heartbeats throbbing across her body, the veins in her arms and legs pulsing as waves of stinging pain surged across her torso up to her head. With each thrust, her mind calmed down, but her body kept screaming in pain. "It's not Arad's doing. Something is changing. My hymen didn't break. I can feel it stretching with each thrust." With each pulse of pain, Merida slowly noticed that she wasn't only hearing her heartbeats through her veins, but a whole other structure spreading across her body from head to toe. Arad's eyes flashed purple as he felt a massive force clenching down on his flesh like a cleaver. No, it felt more like being stuck in the jaw of a monster, trying to bite his flesh off. If not for his scales, this would have chopped it off. "This isn't right," Merida gasped, veins spreading to her eyes, and she stared at her hand, feeling the crimson rot. The demonic fungi reinforce her body from head to toe. Her tissues would stretch but never break. Arad could see it with his void eyes, the mycelium spreading through her whole body, infused into her muscles, organs, and bones down to the hymen. It acts like steel wires that hold the structure of her body together and compress back with unbelievable force to grant her superhuman strength and resilience. With each stroke, it absorbed Arad's magic and grew stronger. It wasn't that strange. Dragons' magic can affect the ground and nature around them. A red dragon living in a mountain would soon turn it into a volcano, and so would the living fungus in Merida adjust to Arad's magic. Arad lifted his fist, about to blast her with an erasing void blast, aiming to kill the monstrous fungus infesting her body. "Demon Lord, you're overstepping your—" But he quickly stopped. Thanks to his eyes and sharp sense of smell, he could tell the fungus growing in Merida's body wasn't a part of the Demon Lord, but one with her born from her own cells that fed on the Demon Lord's magic. This is a power that her body developed from getting soaked in demonic magic. She's slowly straying away from humanity, shifting toward either becoming a demon or something greater. Arad couldn't tell. He isn't that versed in either biology or demonology. "How do you feel?" Arad asked, staring at her down. "You aren't going to punch me, are you?" She stared back at him. "I was about to erase the fungus in your body, but it seems to be one with you," he replied. "How does it feel?" "Painful, but the pain isn't bothering me. It's sharp, but I can ignore it as easily as a mild itch," she replied, staring at her stomach. "It feels strange. The mycelium network inside your body is feeding off my magic to grow stronger. Probably the longer and closer you stay to me, the stronger it could become." He touched her stomach with his palm, "or it might be adapting to me to survive." "Do you know which one?" Merida shook her head. "But either way, it means I'm growing stronger the closer I am to you." She smiled. "That's good, isn't it?" "You're right," Arad nodded as he kept thrusting. "Just say it if you want me to stop." "No need to stop. Just keep going. It doesn't matter." She blinked. "Wait, does this mean I'll stay forever a virgin? Since my hymen isn't breaking with normal penetration, should we try something else?" "No, it has to break normally. Probably, I'm not sure." Arad replied, but she shook her head, thrust harder, faster. "Any more strength and I'll seriously crack your hips." Arad refused to comply with how tight and resilient her insides were. He was already finding it hard to thrust with a normal level of force. "It isn't enough. Make it larger." Merida gasped. "It doesn't work that way," Arad sighed. "It's already too big for the others. Take it or leave it." Merida crossed her arms as Arad kept thrusting into her. "I got it." She smiled. "How about you transform Arad?" Immediately pinched her nipples. "Forget it. I won't. It doesn't make sense. Awa, that hurt. You'll rip them apart." She moaned. Her skin is silky and smooth, but her flesh is dense and tough. Arad wasn't just pinching her nipples. He was actively trying to feel her body and understand how it works. "It won't." Arad looked at her, smiling. "It'll take more force than this to harm you." He is certain. It'll take him in the half-dragon mode and a serious power output to wound her without using a weapon. "I'm not talking about that." She lifted her foot and tried to kick him in the face. He dodged each swing. "They are sensitive. Treat them gently." Arad caught her foot. "Just tell me that. It's a bit hard to output 2 levels of power." He thrust all the way into her and patted her stomach. "Do you feel it? It's clenching back at me like the jaws of a crocodile. I have to maintain a similar output for it not to get snapped." "Then don't pinch. Hold them with your palm if you want." If she replied, grabbing his palm and opening them wide before she laid them over her breasts. "This is better." Arad bent over her and started fondling her breasts as he thrust faster and faster, as deeper as he could. She wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him closer for a hug. "You're getting stronger by the second." Arad kissed her. "It's amazing. You're already far above the S-rank monster that ruled this part of the forest." Merida cupped his face in her hands. "If I'm that strong, what that makes you?" She gently passed her fingers over his neck and arms. "I'm here pinned down. I don't even have the strength to struggle against your human form, let alone defend against your void. You can only kill the fungus, can't you? It's just that you're a bad matchup against me if we talked about anyone else. They'll have a hard time dealing with you. I'm certain you'll be able to use that fungus to control monsters like the ape did. A powerful fighter with demon power and resilience and an army of monsters. Who can stand against that? Mir? Mir, it's you, idiot. She kicked him again in the face, but he caught her foot this time. I'm your husband. He licked her foot. I'm not here to threaten your life. You can fight me if you want, but in reality, I'll be a part of your strength as you're a part of mine. Merida giggled. Well, I know that when I need it, I can rely on you to save my life. You already did against the demon lord. She pulled her foot away from his face. And don't lick it, I'm not Aella. Then don't get it close to my face. Arad stared at her eyes. How do you feel? He could sense several pulses coming from inside her. I'm about to... She looked at him, half dazed. Ah! Her body jolted as a clear liquid splashed out of her. Arad pinned her down, thrusting faster and faster. With each one, she jolted again, her toes curling back as she gasped for air. Don't stop. Keep going. Panting, she wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling his hips toward her. It didn't take Arad that long after to finish, filling her insides until it spilled out. He then gently pulled out, letting Merida rest on the ground for a bit. Say, Arad? She looked at him. Are okay? You aren't angry at me. We cleared that, right? Of course, Arad sat beside her. I still can't believe it. Everything changed so quickly. She sat up, extending a hand to him. Do you have a towel or anything? Yeah, here. He pulled a clean leather cloth and a bowl of water. I'll help you. He started cleaning her. I can do it myself. She tried to resist, but ended up giving up. I'll clean you then. Already did it. A burst of the void is all it needed, he replied, and she quickly noted that he had cleaned himself seconds after finishing. The two then quickly returned home, and Aella informed them of the silver dragon's attack. Arad praised Sebes for beating the dragon, and Gojo made sure Arad understood that the silver dragon was still out there and might attack again with another clone. If Eris or Merida were the ones here, this would have gone differently. Aella looked down with a sad face. You're a ranged fighter that relies on a bow. It wasn't your fault. Arad patted her head, and I bet the dragon wouldn't have even bothered showing up if he knew someone could stop him. I would have punched him in the face, Merida growled. She and Eris could do well in close-quarter combat, and they might have been able to distract the dragon away from Mira. Aella does a better job when it's attacking people from range or area of effect blast spells. After Sebes and Gojo left, Aella poured dinner for Arad and Merida as he explained to her that she might be pregnant and that something was off about Merida's body. After discussing it with Merlin and Lydia, it was decided that Aella needed an inspection from an elvish healer for a clear result, and that Merida would have a problem getting pregnant with how unstable her body is due to the rapid growth. As Arad was out cutting wood for Mira, the girls discussed the matters between them and made a crucial decision. Merida was the only one of them who could take on Arad without getting sore, so she'd be with him every day unless one of the other girls wanted a session. This would maximize her chances of getting pregnant while keeping the rest comfortable. Soon after, Eris carried the burial of the royal family and the civilians, seeing the winter for a cold, sad end. Arad's catacomb has more corpses than the people living on his land. Arad can't save everyone. His power doesn't matter if they aren't strong enough to protect themselves until he arrives. Merida sighed, staring forward at the university stage and then down at the cursed ring in her hand. Doma had made the rings to hide everyone's strength, scent, and magic from the countless wizards roaming around. If she tried to go all out, all the wizards would sense the S-rank monster that she is, and the same applies to everyone. The source of this content is Ear. Chapters 723, The First Day of School. Chapter 723, The First Day of School. This'll be a good year, the director smiled, staring through her window at the lined students. To think that Prince Tempo would choose our school. His presence has led many nobles to sign up their children in the hope of building connections. Triple the amount this year. Her eyes panned across the students, finally stopping at a strange sight. A massive muscular man standing tall above all other students, playing with a doll in bright daylight. "Who's this big baby?" she mumbled, but the image of Alcott quickly crossed her head. "He looks like that bastard. Even that massive build." She lifted her hand, making a hole with her fingers and looking toward Arad. "Who are you?" As she focused, Arad turned his head and glared back at her. She jumped, instantly, releasing her spell with sweat rushing down her spine. "Did he notice me?" "This place is protected by a barrier. How?" She looked through the window, seeing Arad waving his hand to her. "He noticed me. What kind of senses does he have?" She then quietly stared from the corner of the window, looking behind Arad, only to see Gojo staring her dead in the eyes and smiling. She quickly hid inside. "What's up with those two? How can they look straight through my barrier?" In the lines of students, a girl looked at Arad's shoulder as he toured over everyone else. She gasped, noticing that the suit Arad wore barely fit over his wide back. With each breath, the stitches on it looked as if they could start crying at any moment. "But," she mumbled with a disappointed face, seeing him hold a tiny doll in his arm like a cat. "Why bring a doll here? No. Why is a grown man like him still playing with dolls? Keep it in your dorm." She poked her friend. "Keep quiet. You don't know him," the other girl replied. "Look at those arms. I bet he can strangle a bear if he wants. A gentle giant could be cute. Speaking of giants, do you think he has some of their blood? He's so huge. Probably no pure human can grow like that." "Those bitches," Aisha growled. "I'll go punch them." "Shh, calm down. Let them be," Arad whispered as he held her in place. "Focus. I need you for the written exam." "Cheater, I don't intend on wasting my time learning history or poetry. I want to focus on other subjects." Arad shifted his eyes, staring at her. "I'm not stopping." "Cheater anyway," she sighed. "But I guess dragons work like this. Your kind only cares about the results, nothing else." "Is he talking with his doll?" The girl from earlier gasped, noticing Arad looking at Aisha. "Really? Creepy. But he might be a golem mage. They train on dolls," her friend replied. "You're defending him too much. Are you in love?" "Choke me, Daddy." "Shut up." She punched her. "You'll die such a thin neck." A voice came from behind the two girls. As they turned, they felt their knees grow weaker. Those two sapphire blue eyes stared at them with a pristine glimmer, a hair so white it almost reflected the sunlight. Gojo extended his hand toward her face, pointing at her eyes with 2 fingers. "I sense a spark of magic inside you. It'll be a shame for you to die before it blooms. A waste of such beauty." Gojo's void eyes are far more developed than those of Arad. He could see the faintest details of someone's magic. A spark of Cubus magic burns in the girl's blood. It's faint. Most likely she's a carrier and one of her descendants could awaken the power, but it isn't out of the question for her to awaken it. Tap. Another hand landed on Gojo's wrist, and the two girls fell on their butts. "Come on, are you bullying them? The school year didn't even start." Jack stared at Gojo with a smile. "They smelled nice. Couldn't help myself," Gojo replied with a smile. "Another white-haired handsome," the two girls gasped. "But this one has gray eyes." Jack turned toward them, bending downward and extending his hands for them. "Ladies," gently grabbing their palms. He helped them stand. "Please accept my deepest apologies if this idiot bothered you." He bent forward and gently kissed their hands. "Please excuse us." The two girls bolted away, burning red. "You're one slimy bastard." Gojo looked at Jack Bill. "La." Jack opened his mouth, extending his tongue forward, revealing 2 gold rings. "I can tell by taste. Those are fake rings." He took the rings out of his mouth and stared at them, disappointed. "Gold doesn't have a taste, so if it did, that means it's fake," Gojo added. "And they are too light," Jack scratched his head. "I thought those 2 girls would have something valuable, but they might be of a lower-ranked noble family. I'll go return those." "Wait, how did you do it?" Gojo asked. The kiss, they get distracted, and now I only have to get a touch on them and slip those rings into their pocket. They find them later and get confused a bit, but it's something humans quickly forget. Jack replied before rushing to catch the girls. "Aaron!" A loud voice boomed across the students, and they started moving out of the way. A young man with flame-like red hair and orange hair walked toward Arad and Gojo, emitting enough magic to scare all the students away. All the students started sweating from the heat released by the young man standing less than 6 feet tall. He was around 5'10" or 178 meters. No one could miss it. He could kill everyone, and they knew it. This wasn't the magic released by someone normal. He even held a sword at his waist brazenly, even though it was against the university's rules. "Tone the magic down. You're scaring them," Gojo said as Tempo approached them. "Sorry, I was excited to see you two." He laughed loudly, his magic fading away. "Good morning, Jogo, Aaron," he bowed. All the students gasped. They knew who Tempo was. In fact, his presence was the talk of the year. The first prince of the volcanic titans is coming to study in a humanoid university. He proudly announced that his goal was to smoothen diplomatic relationships between the titans and humanoids. Who could those two be for the prince of such a powerful race to bow to them? Unlike him, those two barely emitted any magic of note. The white-haired one was a bit above average, and the large one was pathetic at best. "Don't bow to us," Arad looked at Tempo. "That'll cause us trouble, and you're already too short. Why did you even pick this body?" "I'm causing trouble, sorry," he bowed again. "Don't bow. Look behind you. Everyone is confused," Gojo pointed out. "Explain yourself." "H. Those are Aaron and Jogo, sons of an old friend of a Titan I knew," he shouted. "I respect those who respect the Titans. If you dared use them to get on me, I'll cut you down on the spot." His magic spiked again, as he declared that those two couldn't be used against him. "Calm the magic down," Gojo sighed. "And before I forgot," Tempo shouted, turning toward Arad. "Aaron, you asked why I chose this body?" "Of course I asked the wizard to get me a body that's the average human of the local area. He seemed to have one. What is it even?" Arad poked Tempo's forehead, gently pushing his head back. "A flesh golem, some even call it blood clones. It takes years to make one, but they are useful. We'll study about them in one of the classes, even in a human body." Tempo's voice was still loud. He then started looking around. "Where are the other two, the criminals?" "Don't call them criminals." Arad looked at Tempo from the side while patting Aisha. "Jack is over there," Gojo pointed. "He lacks mana, hard to detect." Tempo aggressively nodded. "And Abel should be behind the school with a girl he picked up," Arad pointed. Tempo turned his head toward the school, scanning for Abel's location. "He has 3, not 1. I should congratulate him later." Tempo nodded. "Yeah, now that you mentioned it. 2 seem to have popped out since last I sensed him." "The devil." Arad blinked. "Don't congratulate him. Is that how humans work?" "Marriage is a misconception." Tempo pulled out a notebook and started documenting the case. "No, they aren't," Gojo growled. "And don't put Abel in the same basket," Arad added. Tempo blinked, staring back at the school with a second scan for Abel. This time he could feel nothing. It's likely that Abel noticed and is actively hiding his and the girl's magic. "You're right," Tempo shouted as he started laughing. He just remembered that Abel is a devil and not a human. Don't they know how to stay silent? Aela stared at Arad and the boys, brettered, and "I doubt it," Merida added. "It's Tempo's fault, I assure you." Mira sighed. "And we've told him to not approach us in public like this." Senna scratched her head. "The plans need to change, Lady Senna." Celica looked at her. "What part of the plan is changing?" "Don't know yet." Senna shook her head. "But those are useful." Ayla stared at the second ring in her hand. "We can relax as long as we have those. Magic sealing rings. As long as they wore them, they would look like normal people with a weak mana output while also being able to draw their whole power instantly." She looked toward Arad, seeing the students laughing and talking around Arad, oblivious to the monster standing between them. They all would shit themselves if Arad unleashed his power. The presence of a monster of his caliber would send everyone into a frenzy of terror and panic. "The tests are about to start," Eris said, cracking her neck. "New novel chapters are published on Reeb's Purm Chapter 724. The entrance tests, a Chapter 724, the entrance tests." A massive burst of fire exploded on the stage, and a tall woman with a massive wizard hat emerged from the flames, smacking the ground with her staff. "Freshmen, welcome to your first year," she said, glaring at them with glowing eyes, "and without wasting any time, let's start the first written test. Don't worry, it's simple." She waved her staff, and the ground beneath the students started shaking. "What's going on? So much magic. What kind of spell is this?" The ground cracked, lifting every student separately, and forming into a chair and a table, raising them several meters in the air. Thick barriers separated them. A paper, a crystal ball, and a pen appeared on the table in front of them. Arad blinked, looking at what was ahead of him. "The chair is too small," he said, barely fitting inside. "Bear with it for a second. I'm first creating a massive batch of similar objects to accommodate most of the students. Then I'll change what needs to be changed." A voice came from the crystal ball as it flashed lightly, sending a wave of faint magic. Half a minute later, Arad's seat and table grew larger. "This should be comfortable for you." "It is, thank you." "It's quite an amazing spell," he replied, looking around. "Let's start your test." The voice coming from the crystal changed into something that looked as if it was pre-recorded. "The test is simple and easy first, a writing test. Write what you hear after the beep from the crystal into the paper using that pen. Try to keep up with the reading." Arad nodded as he picked up the pen, taking a deep breath and remembering how Aela and Doma taught him to write and read. 7 seas were flooding above the land, driving the ground drummers into the mountains. With only rain and storms, kingdoms drowned and washed from life, leaving only the bones of civilization. Stop. Arad's pen's ink dried up. "Time's up. How much did you write?" The paper disappeared, 91/100. "Good job." Arad stared at the crystal, noticing its functions. This was an automated test. Ever since the recorded voice started, he was left alone. Whoever was that teacher at the start, she isn't looking anymore. Second part, math. The voice came again from the crystal ball, and a new paper appeared ahead of Arad filled with questions. It then started flashing white and slowly fading. Tap the crystal when it flashes green to gain extra time. Arad looked at the crystal and the paper. So while solving this, I need to keep an eye on the crystal to gain more time. Ding. The crystal suddenly flashed before he could tap it. It's fast, especially while limited. Reacting to it by sight alone is both slow and distracting. He turned toward the paper and started solving it with Doma in his head, all while keeping his senses peeled on the crystal's mana. The crystal's mana shifted slightly, and Arad immediately tapped it when it flashed. So this is the trick, timing it with magic senses. Half an hour later, the written test ended, and the paper disappeared. 120, what a talent. After several more tests that covered the basic knowledge needed, the crystal orb announced the end of the first examination. The barriers disappeared like ash in the wind as the stone pillars slowly lowered the students back to the ground. This concludes the written test. 95% of the students have passed. Congratulations. A massive glass-like barrier appeared in the air, displaying the results of students at once. Arad stared at the board with a curious gaze. Barrier magic, but they changed the density to write on it. That's a possibility, I see. He would have forgotten to look for his overall result if Doma didn't poke him. Aaron Kyomu, 93 tenths, ranked 1933, set as expected. Even though I had a lot of help, I couldn't fix my bad handwriting. I've only been working on it for 2 weeks. How about the others? He searched the whole board in seconds. Jack Bertha, 100, ranked 11333. I expected him to rank high, but not like this. He has more knowledge than I expected, or a better way of cheating. Jogo Kiyomu, 94.7100. Ranked 181333, Knowing brother, it's probably because he refused to answer questions that don't interest him. Tempo of Volania 12 times. Ranked 11247, 1333. Why? How? Because he's a titan. Don't tell me he knew nothing about human language or anything related. Abel Alina, 69.100. Ranked 452, 1323. Note, please report to the director's office after the tests for misconduct. Since the spell activated from beneath the students, I bet it picked him and the girls he was with. Aella Deanira, 96.5-100. Ranked 5-1333. She did spend more time studying than me, and she did study at home when she was young. Impressive, Nira Bellathor, 91.65-100. Ranked 4-1333. Nira is smart. Probably more than most of us. Eris Kiswe, 97.100. Ranked 4-1333. She has the best handwriting out of us, and she did spend several decades reading books. Merida Cuchilla, 72.700. Ranked 367-1333. She was worried about the written test. It's been years since she last did anything other than writing and basic math. Senna Lisworth, 5000 ranked. Ranked 6666-1333. That can't be right. I swear she did it on purpose. Celica Broshi, 45.6100. Ranked 745-1333. Senna's assistant. I honestly expected more, but she might have pulled something like Senna. Sarah Alina, 88-100. Ranked 69-1333. She's certainly far smarter than her brother. Lydia Austin, 7300 ranked. 366-1333. I honestly expected less. Did Jack teach her? The second examination would start soon. The teacher walked onto the stage, clapping her hands as her eyes looked over the students. I've already spotted several talents. Clap. With 2 claps, the stage behind her slowly disappeared. The second test is a combat test. She started walking, and with each step, the ground beneath her feet turned into dirt, growing grass and flowers. I'll be teaching you several subjects this year. One of them is monster fighting, a necessity for everyone who values their lives. She slowly turned, pointing at the students. We're moving to the monster pit on the other side of the university. Follow me. The training ground behind the university is a massive coliseum, the remnant of an old dungeon that was forced to the surface by mages hired from the Mages Tower. The fighting arena inside was already separated into 10 separate sections for simultaneous testing. 10 at a time, you'll go inside and fight monsters. A single student against a single monster. Your goal is to survive for a minute. Don't worry, even though you might get injured, we can stop the fight and treat fatal injuries within a second. The teacher looked at the students with a smirk. It'll be painful, so show your best. Any questions? As she looked around, she saw Arad lifting his hand. You're Aaron Kiomu, if I remember correctly. She smiled. Who can forget you? You're the biggest student I've ever seen. Reminds me of that bastard Alcott. It's not a question. Arad stared at her dead in the eyes. That better not happen. That's all I have to say. Hearing his words, she could feel a shiver run down her spine. Chapter 725, Monster Fighting Test. Chapter 725, Monster Fighting Test I. It'll happen a lot. Those who can't fight monsters better learn. She smiled, staring back at him. Each year, tens of students end up at deathbed, but none has died or received lasting injuries. Don't say I didn't warn you, Arad said with a passive face, lowering his hand. Gojo approached him and whispered, You don't want to fight? I'm afraid Mira would get hurt. She's even pregnant. I understand that she needs to fight, but not get injured, Arad replied. I'm sure they received the notice about her and Ayla being pregnant. They won't put them in a dangerous fight. Calm down, with the students sitting in their seats. The fights started. Random students were chosen to fight random monsters ranging from slimes to tigers and horned wolves. This was supposed to simulate the randomness of monster attacks in the wild while still keeping it under control. The first one to be sent to a fight was Gojo, and his opponent was a medium blue slime. The poor creature had stats in the single digits and could barely roll into the arena. Upon seeing Gojo, the slime instantly knew what he was facing and started trying to run away. "You look soft." Gojo hopped after the slime with a smile. "I'll catch you," and chased it for a minute. "You must subjugate it," the teacher said. Gojo was already giving the smile names. Puff? Puddle? No, Blue Ball sounds nice. He turned toward her. "Catching monsters should be harder than killing them. You did the same to bring them here. You got a point." She smiled. "You can get back to your seat, throw the slime back in its cage, and we can use it again." Gojo walked to his seat with the slime, ignoring the teacher. She decided to let him have it. A mere slime, what could go wrong? Jack faced a large brown bear. He took it easily with a wire trap and a few bolts to the chest. The fight only lasted a minute. Lydia faced a dire lion. She stood in her place, wedging her sword into the ground in front of her and challenging the monster to charge. "Come." The lion hesitated to attack her for 5 minutes, cautiously approaching her. As he got within 3 meters, he finally gathered the courage to attack and lunged at her. Lydia ducked beneath the leap and swung an uppercut at the lion's chest, knocking him out cold with a single hit. The students looked at her, terrified. Paladins, they are powerful. Ella was next. As she walked into the arena, she saw a massive snake emerge from the monster cage, slithering toward her at high speed, a black viper, to send such a monster against students. She pulled her bow, firing an arrow at the monster's head. The snake dodged and lunged at her with a bite. She took a step back and fired another arrow, piercing the snake's head from the inside of his mouth. "This monster's poison is deadly." She stared at the teacher. "You know that?" The teacher pulled a small potion. "We have several tens of antidotes for it. No one would die from a bite." Since they were all holding back, Eris walked into the arena only carrying a steel spear. "What is it for me?" She looked at the monster's cage with a smile. Mo, a large 3-horned bull, rushed toward her as fast as he could. "I'm lucky." She pointed a finger at him, firing a firebolt. The small explosion blocked the monster's vision as he charged forward. Eris planted her spear in the ground and pointed forward, and the monster ended up stabbing his throat, dying from blood loss. After that came Celica's turn. She walked into the arena, wrapping her wrists in bandages. "So what is it for me?" She stared at the cage, her eyes glowing red. "No weapon at all. Is she a monk?" The students started mumbling when a giant 2-headed bulldog emerged out of the cage, and everyone went silent. "A lesser Cerberus? Where did they get that thing?" they cried. Celica stared at the monster, smelling a familiar scent on it. She looked back at the students, seeing Senna waving at her with a smile. "You really love messing with me?" Clenching her fist, she walked toward the monster. "Come, I'll relieve you as fast as I could." The teacher called the other teachers. "Did we catch that thing?" "I don't remember it." "The monsters were supposed to be random. We too don't remember that thing." The lesser Cerberus rushed forward, lunging at Celica with a bite. She jumped to the side and lifted her arm, blocking the coming claw strike. B-rank monster. The claws barely scratched her tough skin. You need a sharp blade, not those dull claws of yours. Looking at it, I'm sure Senna made it from a wolf-type monster. It'll never reach its true strength without eating and recovering, which means it's severely weak and starving now. Celica turned around and started running around the arena and forced the monster to chase her around. After about a quarter hour, the Cerberus fell down, unable to move from exhaustion, panting his life away. Celica approached him with a smile, sweating buckets from running everywhere. "Humans are persistent hunters. I can sweat and recover stamina, and I had a decent meal. You can't beat me here." Crack! She broke the monster's neck, killing it. The next student to fight was Mira. She walked to the arena, wearing a set of chainmail and holding her massive, modified sledgehammer with the lighting magic stone backpack strapped to her back. "What's that, an artificer?" The students start mumbling. It didn't take them long to notice the leather bag on her side, a storage bag. What is she hiding in there? The monster cage opened and a massive tiger walked out, drolling as it roared, sending shivers through everyone who watched. A dire tiger? That's a B-rank monster. Mira took a deep breath, holding her hammer forward and focusing on the tiger's head. A big cat. She started sweating. Can I hit it? Those things are agile. Wash. She quickly lowered her hammer to the side and a nail shot from the head toward the tiger with a gun-like burst. The tiger dodged the nail with a jolt, lunging to the side and running toward Mira. Mira rushed toward the tiger, keeping the hammer low. Bang, bang! She fired 2 more nails mid-running, and the tiger dodged by jumping into the air, opening his jaw as he dropped for her head. Mira shifted her stance in the blink of an eye, holding her hammer with one hand while extending her other hand upward. Who do you think my husband is? Her eyes flashed with a faint purple light. Reduce weight, a 0-tier spell that slightly reduces the weight of objects for a temporary time. It's a gravity-type utility spell. For a massive creature like the tiger, having its weight reduced even a mid-jump has allowed it to leap further, missing Mira by a meter. She turned around, and a burst of fire exploded from the back of her hammer to accelerate it further as she swung where the tiger should land. Bang! Mira hit the tiger's back leg with the sledgehammer, nailing it to the ground with a lightning discharge from the magic stones on her back. Even I can fight, she growled. Chapter 726, Monster Fighting Test Ooh. Like father, like son. Chapter 726, Monster Fighting Test 2. Like father, like son. She got him. Aela shouted as the tiger roared. Careful Arad shouted at Mira as the tiger swung his tail at her. She lifted her hammer and blocked the strike with the shaft. The impact sent her rolling as the tiger pulled his leg from the ground, regenerating in the blink of an eye. Mira lifted her head, glancing forward, and saw the tiger charging at her with a bone-chilling roar. That hurt, she growled, lifting her hammer and extending her hand forward. Fire bolt kabam. A flash of fire rushed toward the tiger's face, but it charged through unfazed. So it won't work? How about this? She jumped to the side, reduce weight, hitting the tiger with the spell, causing it to slide further as it tried to turn after her. Since the change wasn't constant, the tiger couldn't adjust its move accordingly. An intelligent humanoid would have already figured it out, but a monster wouldn't. The tiger stumbled, trying to get its balance back, but Mira rushed toward him with a hammer swing. Take another. The tiger extended its claws, standing on its hind legs, and dodged Mira's swing, and then with a roar, it swung a paw at her. Healers, the teacher shouted, swinging her hand as she flew into the arena. Considering Mira's speed and durability, the paw strike would drop her down, and the tiger would start mauling her. She pulled a wand, pointing forward. Till this point she moved as she has done each year, but something seemed off. A sense of dread washed over her as her eyes opened wide, seeing Arad standing between Mira and the tiger. Clang! The tiger's claws smacked into Arad's forearm and shattered. How did he get there? The tiger immediately followed with a bite, trying to bite Arad's arm off, but he couldn't, stuck on it like a kitten doing its best. Aaron, Mira gasped, sorry, but you might have gotten hurt. You can't regenerate like the others. He waved his hand, throwing the tiger away. Wait, did he just shake the tiger away like it's nothing? The students gasped, and even the teacher stopped mid-flight. No, is his arm even hurt? The students started mumbling in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Arad stared at the tiger, a vicious predator. Your low stance is annoying. His muscles started expanding, and the vest of his suit ripped open from the back. His pants could barely contain the muscles on his legs as he glared at the tiger. Wait, he isn't about. The students gasped, and the teacher growled. That idiot Bam Arad and the tiger charged at each other. One swung its paws and the other his fists, a brawl between two monsters. Like two big cats brawling, the two smacked and rolled everywhere, raising a massive cloud of dust filled with roars, sending terror across the whole Colosseum. Crack. A second cage appeared in the corner, and the teacher gasped, Damn it, Toro! Stop the shift spell! We can't, he shouted back, and the cage opened, releasing a massive four-horned red bear into the arena. The shift spell was designed to automatically summon a cage containing a monster into the arena when a new student enters, and now that Arad came in, it brought a monster for him to fight. Two at the same time? The students gasped. Arad's eyes looked back, seeing the bear approaching Mirabam. Arad kicked the tiger away and rushed toward Mira. "Sit still and don't move," he shouted. Mira sat in place and held her sledgehammer close. "Arad, use the hammer." "It'll get in the way," he replied as he stood over her, cracking his neck. Mira looked up as she sat right before his legs. "You sure?" "Yeah." He looked at the ceiling ring in his hand. "It limits him to be near a human's power, but such limitation won't be able to stop him." He grabbed his vest with two hands and ripped it to shreds. "This is better." The students cried, seeing Arad strip his upper half like it was nothing. Some of the girls even hid their faces, crawling down. "I'll fall," Aisha growled as she was sitting on his shoulder this whole time. He grabbed and put her with Mira, cracking his knuckles as he looked at the two monsters, prowling toward him and Mira. Arad extended a hand toward the monsters. "Come, I dare you lay a hand on my wife." "His wife? He's married," the students and teachers gasped. Was he talking about her earlier? The teacher remembered Arad's threat. The two monsters charged forward, and the bear swung its massive paw at Arad, while the tiger tried to hit Mira without moving an inch. Arad blocked the bear's attack with his arm and pinned the tiger's head to the ground with his foot. The monsters pulled back to attack again, but Arad swiftly struck their claws down. "He's dancing over her." The students gasped, seeing Mira almost getting stumped by Arad's legs each second, but barely not getting hit. Even with how fast and how sudden and violent his moves looked, he always moved around Mira, making sure to block and deflect the monster's attacks while protecting her. This absurd physical might, the teacher gasped, recognizing those moves. Clap, crack. Arad slapped the tiger and punched the bear, sending them rolling to the edge of the arena. "I must be imagining things," she gasped. The bear roared, his chest expanding as flame gushed out from his jaw. The tiger managed to stand with lightning crackling from its body. Those two were powerful monsters, and physical assault wasn't their only trick, so that's why my hammer didn't paralyze him. Mira gasped. The tiger was resistant to lightning. Arad took a deep breath. "Don't move and close your ears," he said. And Mira immediately closed her eyes. He took a stance, his arms behind his head as if he carried a sword, and the teacher could feel her spine shudder. "Shoot it, I dare you," Alcott said with a smile, standing ahead of her, holding a blade in his hand. "The healers would fix you, brat." She pointed her wand at him, unleashing a massive fireball. Washed by the red light of the fire, Alcott lifted his sword behind his head. The teacher blinked, seeing Alcott in Arad's form. "Don't tell me action surge, dragon's fire slasher." Arad growled, with Alcott's adamantine sword appearing in his palms as the bear breathed a massive blast of fire toward him and Mira. In the blink of an eye, Arad swung the sword down, parting the flames in one strike. "Alcott's moves," she growled, the wind blast from Arad's swing pushing her back. Crack! The ground beneath Arad's feet shattered as he lunged forward, his blade burning red from the flames. "Roar!" the tiger roared, cutting Arad's way and swinging a lightning claw at him. The monster was as fast as lightning, but Arad already expected him. Clap. The sword sliced straight through the tiger's neck like a hot knife through butter, burning the wound to prevent regeneration and killing the beast. Crack. Arad switched his stance mid-swing, and the ground beneath his foot cracked from the sheer weight of his body accelerating. This was an action surge, not any move. Arad lunged toward the raging bear, dodged a claw swing, and sliced the monster's arm with one move. The bear growled, swinging his second claw as he charged another breath in his lungs, causing his chest to flash bright red. "Can't regenerate?" Clang. Arad dodged the bear's claw and slicked him across the chest, cutting the lungs open and causing the monster to explode in a massive burst of fire that reached the upper stages. As the bear's body exploded, his arm flew across the arena, spinning directly toward Mira. She ducked down, covering her head. Clap. Arad fell down, stomping the claw to the ground. Was it a last attempt? No matter how many of you gather, you won't reach her. Mira lifted her head, looking at Arad's back. Aaron, she could still remember to use his fake name. Thank you for saving me, but they might fail me now. She stood and Arad turned toward her, confused. Wait, really? Yeah, I doubt interfering in others' matches is allowed. They might even fail you with me. She looked up as the teacher slowly landed behind Arad. She's right, you shouldn't have jumped in, the teacher said, slowly approaching Arad. I see. Arad turned toward her, his eyes glowing purple as he lifted his arm. Gravity magic in the blink of an eye, he pulled her toward him and lifted her by the neck. You snails were already jumping in. How do you call yourself a teacher if I reached her before you? The teacher struggled, unable to breathe. Student Aaron, please calm down. Another teacher flew down. We only received the notice. He pulled out a letter. Arad let the teacher go, and she fell down, panting for air. The other teacher approached and showed her the letter. It explains how Mira is pregnant, and that she should exempted from any dangerous activity such as fighting monsters. The woman's husband was Aaron, the man standing ahead of them with an angry face. Wait, why did I get this earlier? The teacher growled. The messenger got stuck on the road. It just arrived. The other one apologized. Hearing them argue about it, Arad sighed, staring down at them, shirtless with veins bulging on his body. Next time you put her in harm's way, I'll eat you whole. He glared down at the teacher. Clack! Mira smashed Arad's on the back of his head. Aaron, calm down. She pulled him by the arm. Leave her alone for now. Let's talk somewhere else. She didn't want him to accidentally reveal his true identity. Threatening to eat someone, only dragons utter such a line. The teacher remained in place, shivering. She misunderstood Arad's threat, and she could barely hold her body from shaking. I won't put her in danger, she mumbled. Fear slowly seeped into her bones as she imagined her fate if Mira was to get hurt. Chapter 727, An Alligator and the Naked Teacher. Chapter 727, An Alligator and the Naked Teacher. Come with me. Mira dragged Arad past the teachers and to the gate leading to the stairs. Don't start any more troubles. We want a quiet school life so you can study, don't we? You're right, Arad sighed as they entered the waiting rooms. She reached into her bag and pulled a towel as she sat on the bench. Close the door. I'm sure the students would flood here soon, she pointed. Arad closed the door and locked it. It didn't take 5 seconds for people to start knocking on it. Aaron, Kiyomu, you in there? A strange voice they didn't know shouted. Kiyomu, Aaron, Mira. The door started rattling as if it was about to be kicked down. Where did they come from? I'll go kick them out. Arad stood with a growl. Sit tight. Mira wiped the sweat off her face. They are students interested in us after seeing your display down there. She smiled. The water here is nice. We can't stay here forever. Someone needs to come out to them. Arad looked at her. Trust you aren't alone. She smiled. He said this would happen. Run away. Jack shouted in the hallway, waving his hands at the student as a 4-meter-long alligator rushed toward them. Hey! The students gasped, rushing away as the alligator growled after them. How in the hell did a gator get inside? One of the students cried. I thought the swamps were far away, a girl cried, looking back only to see the gator still chasing them. Being far doesn't matter. Those bastards would show in our house bath, another cried. They're an infestation, another cried. A blonde girl appeared at the end of the hallway, opening a door and shouting at the students, Here! It'll take you back to the stairs! She shouted with a worried face. The terrified students ran through the door like scared sheep, pushing each other to fall inside. As they looked around, they found themselves in a stinky, massive room filled with monster wastes. What's this place? The blonde girl stared at them with an evil smile as she slowly closed the door. Monster waste room, she locked the door after them. Jack laughed as patted the alligator's head. Nice move. A silver gust of smoke covered the blonde girl's body as she grew larger. I know, it was Abel. Humans are stupid. All it takes is a nice woman to pull them over. Arad opened the door and looked out. Jack, Abel, and this is... She looked at the alligator. The alligator's body shifted back into a brown-haired girl. Named Milla. Abel brought me to help. She's a beast druid. I met her this morning. Abel approached with a smile. She's a woman. Jack stared at the girl. Sorry for patting your head. That idiot only told me you'll listen. Don't mind it. She shook her head. We didn't have time. She smiled, approaching Abel. Should we go? Yeah, I'm sure one of those idiots would have a spell to unlock the door. It's better if they don't find us. Abel tapped Arad's shoulder and ran away with the girl. Get moving. Jack ran after them. Arad looked back at Mira. You knew about this. Lydia talked about the possibility of me getting hurt in the fight and how to rush to heal me. She stared at Arad. Jack said that you'll burn the whole school before I get hurt, so they came up with this. Leave it to a rogue. Arad lifted Mira. Let's go. He ran with her across the hallways, jumping out of the window and latched onto the frame with one hand. On my back, Mira climbed from his chest and wrapped her arms around his neck as she slowly moved to his back, getting a piggyback ride. She looked up, seeing the wall rising several tens of meters high. Can you climb that? She gasped. Worry not, with both of his arms now free, he extended his right hand and grabbed into the bricks with his nails, climbing like a spider. Mira turned her head and stared at the horizon, seeing the span of the area around the university. With almost no mountains in sight, she could see far into the distance and spotted the large river of St. Croix with the swamplands surrounding it to the west, to the south, and neighboring the swam, a massive city started with sheds and farms. The large village of Croc Hut, they were known for fish, bandits, and alligators. To the east, she could see the golden beaches of Croc Hut with people moving in and out of them. The southern part of the beach had a massive port where fishing boats landed, and the sailors usually held illegal alligator pit fights. She couldn't see the north as it was blocked by the Colosseum's wall that Arad was climbing. We're living here for a year at least. Yeah, for now it's home. Arad replied, I could still fly any of you back to Alina in an hour, and Brother could do it faster. We aren't that far away. Normally this would be a 2-month trip. She giggled. I guess we're lucky to have you. Arad reached the top of the Colosseum and landed back on the upper stairs looking down at the arena. Most of the students were still in their seats watching the current fights, and none of them bothered to look back. Wear something? Mira poked Arad's chest. You can't walk around shirtless here. You'll attract eyes with a smile. He pulled a black t-shirt from his stomach and wore it. Mira stared at him. I doubt such a tight shirt would help, but at least better than nothing. She then looked around. Let's go there, she pointed at a door. What's in there? Arad asked. His void eyes couldn't sense any magic coming from there. It should be a normal empty room. Mira tapped her chest. I want to take this off. She still wore her heavy chainmail armor and had weapons on her. It's heavy and I'm sweating. Arad nodded. I have your clothes and some water. We could use a room. He walked with her toward the door, reached for the handle and tried to open the door. It was locked with a 2-tier lock spell, but it immediately shattered upon touching Arad's violent magic, and he opened it feeling a faint sting on his palm. As he walked inside, he saw the teacher from earlier bent naked over a large bowl of water, washing her underwear. Me of all people, she growled, but then slowly turned around as she sensed the breeze on her butt. Arad stood there at the door, staring at the crack with a passive face. Hello, he said, you. The teacher turned as fast as she could, pointing her palm at him. Stones of the Ever. She started chanting, and a spinning stone started forming ahead of her. Arad extended his hand forward and crushed the stone in his palm before the spell could finish construction. The teacher gasped, and before she could scream, Arad already jumped behind her and held her in place with her mouth closed. Mira closed the door and barred it with a barrel before turning to the struggling naked teacher in Arad's arms. Mira lifted her hammer and pointed at the ground, shooting a nail through the stone. Look, she approached the teacher and pointed to the smoking hammer head to her forehead. This was a mistake. We didn't know you were here, so we just walked in. Make a fuss, and I'll blow your head up. The teacher's body started glowing blue, and magic surged from her body. She wasn't going down without a fight, and had decided to blow Arad's guts out of his back. That tickles. Stop it, Arad giggled, unfazed by the beam of compressed magic she discharged at his stomach. To him, it was like a gentle water spray. Listen here. Mira tapped the teacher's stomach with the shaft of her sledgehammer. Was that a spell? I guess you wanted to pierce his stomach. Shall I cut yours here and now? No. It's better to let him blow your back with a kick. She pointed the hammer head back at her. You know he could have already killed you if he wanted. Calm down, this was a mistake, and no one wants it to blow out. Seeing that her magic didn't even faze Arad, the teacher concluded one thing. This man had more magic and physical might than her, enough for him to tank her 6th-tier spell with ease. She nodded to Mira, agreeing to remain silent. You better not scream. Mira looked at Arad with a nod. Release her. Arad slowly opened his arms, letting the teacher go. She fell on her hand, panting for air. Mira stared at her for a second that pulled her by the ear. Don't point your naked butt at him. Let me breathe, and you're the ones who got here. The door was locked, she growled. It wasn't, Mira replied, and then looked at Arad. It wasn't locked. You two liars. The teacher growled and pointed her hand at the door. Detect magic. Get your naked butt out of his face. Mira pushed her aside, and walked to the corner of the room where the teacher kept her robe, brought it, and threw it back on her. The spell wasn't broken, the teacher gasped. It melted. She turned toward Arad. Melted? Like a candle. Breaking a spell is akin to snapping a candle in half with your hands. What happened here is that extreme heat melted it. In this case, it's magic. The teacher looked back at the door and then at Arad without bothering to wear the robe. Mages are like candles. They emit heat and light as mana out of their bodies. If my spell melted when you touched it, that means you're a vastly hotter candle than I am. She approached him, crawling on all fours. I see you cast a spell. Come with me. Mira grabbed the teacher from the legs and pulled her away. Wear something, you naked teacher? Well, Arad stared at her. This would require a trade. This chapter is updated by free web novel. Come, Chapter 728. The Meaning of Names. Chapter 728, The Meaning of Names. This would require a trade. Arad smiled, extending his hand to the teacher. A trade. She stared at him, then down at her naked body. She quickly remembered Alcott. My body? No, I want a lab for alchemy. I heard you'll need a teacher to supervise if you're to have one. Arad extended his hand to her. I also want access to libraries. You don't want my body? Hell no, I'm married. Arad pointed at Mira, and she swung her hammer down, almost shattering the teacher's leg. I'll kill you before that. Heh? She looked at Mira with a terrified face. Okay, a lab won't be hard, but I only have access to level 2. What's access to level 2? Arad asked. Access to the university's facilities is limited from level 7 to 0, a total of 8 clearances. She reached into her robe and pulled a silver card. This is just a card. The access is blocked by my magic trace of the person. Only the director has access to level 0. Students can get up to access level 3 if they reach the 5th year. So each year of study level you once, if you didn't fail, as new students you'll have access to level 7, she replied. I see, Arad nodded. I'll check those later. Can I see your magic now? The teacher looked at Arad's eyes. Can you trust her? Mira asked. We should be able to. Arad smiled. She's as twisted up here as he was about to say Merlin, but quickly remembered that it could be traced back to him. Look at her. Mira stared at the teacher for a few seconds. All care washes off her head when magic is involved. She giggled. She was indeed like Merlin. I wonder if all mages are this crazy. You know another mage? The teacher looked at them. Forget about it. It doesn't matter. Arad shook his head. He's only trusting the teacher as he couldn't sense any deception or ill will from reading her thoughts. Arad extended his hand for her, and she took it, closing her eyes to focus on his magic. I can't sense anything, she mumbled, opening her eyes only to find herself sitting in pure darkness, unable to breathe or move. Her skin boiled as she started falling, with countless dots of magic floating around her body, burning into nothing and resurging out of the void. "Where I am!" she screamed without breathing. The voice of her mind reverberated across the darkness. A bright light flashed into the distance and she turned toward it. She flew like a moth guided by the light. Did he trick me? Is this some kind of spell I need to get out? The moment she reached the light, it changed color. The teacher flew away from the light, watching in horror as the violent magic that emerged collided ahead of her, exploding into a tiny cell. Those cells rapidly expanded, multiplying until they became a flood of blood and eyes, covering the sky's endless darkness with glowing red eyes. "What's going on here?" she cried, looking for an escape route, but couldn't find anything. The eyes merged together until a massive shadow flew out of nothing, dragging countless stars alongside its body. She gasped, barrier. She tried to cast a spell, but it never activated. The creature instead turned toward her, flying at a blinding speed. She closed her eyes and covered her head, awaiting the impact that never arrived after a few seconds. She opened her eyes to look forward, only to see Arad standing in front of her, with endless darkness covering his body, his burning purple eyes glaring at her with not a single drop of emotion in them. "Wake up," he said, and she opened her eyes sitting in front of him and Mira while shaking. "Are you okay?" Mira asked. "The origin of creation, the primal void that everything was born from. You can use mana recycling, can't you?" She stared at him. "Your body naturally absorbed the mana of my lock spell and spat it out, destroying it. And it's not something that you learned from nothing. You can use it intuitively without thinking. It's already ingrained into your magic, the will of the void to consume and birth new forms of magic." "What are you babbling about?" Mira sighed. "Hold up. How did she figure out the void part? Is she that perceptive to magic, and how did she even know about the void in the first place?" "He's a fighter, but his blood must hold great magic. It's probably like wild magic sorcerers, but something stronger. He'll make a great wizard if he dedicates his magic to discovering the mysteries of mana and the ethereal realm." She stared at Arad with sparkling eyes. "Your power would only grow larger the deeper you dive into your void. That endless and limitless nothingness could consume everything." Arad and Mira stared at each other. "She doesn't know I'm a dragon," he felt relieved. "Don't let anyone touch your magic." Mira glared at him. "I have an interest in magic, but alchemy comes first," Arad replied. "Since I can create matter with my void, I should know how those new elements interact with each other. I feel like a great power awaits a limitless potential." "Alchemy? That'll take a lot of time and resources. You better seek magic. It's a stronger power and has more potential." The teacher gasped. "Wear that robe first," Arad sighed. "I'll learn alchemy first, and I'll check magic if I have time. I'll study at my own pace." He stood, cracking his neck. "Arad, give me the large towel," Mira called, and he pulled the towel out of his stomach, pretending it was pulled from a bag. Mira caught the towel and headed behind some large barrels. "I'll change here, you watch the door." "Don't worry." Arad walked to the door and sat with his back on it, blocking it. The teacher blinked. The mana coming from the outside dropped significantly. She stood and started wearing her robe while looking around. "This is a bit strange." "Probably a mage if fighting in the arena and sucking mana," Arad replied, pointing toward the teacher's half-washed underwear. "What were you doing here anyway? Better change the subject. I didn't spend the last 2 weeks idling. I did unlock some elements, and I did manage to fine-tune my expansion control. Using the empty space between the wooden wall layers, I laid my expansion there as a bubble by mimicking barrier magic techniques." "That." The teacher gasped with a red face. "It's nothing." She rushed to hide them. "You pissed yourself in the arena when I confronted you. You can't hide that from a dragon's nose." Arad stared at her. "Ah!" The mana levels returned to normal. "The fight must have ended." The teacher smiled, trying to change the subject to something besides her undies. Of course I'm the one increasing it to mimic the outside. Is this the best a wizard teacher can get?" He looked at her, a bit disappointed. Merling would have guessed immediately that something is up. This one here is strong enough to sense that something is wrong, but unable to analyze and detect its nature. "What's your name?" "I've never asked." Arad stared at her. "Lucia Brightwing, a wizard that specializes in summoning magic," she said with a proud smile, puffing her chest. "Lucia, a name that means light. I thought you'd be able to use light magic with such a name Brightwing as well," he added. "Names are given to children when they are born. That doesn't relate to what I can do." She sighed. "Why do people do this? It usually hits the truth. Like you, Aaron, a mountain of strength. It suits your huge body." She smiled. "Kyomu. I remember reading about it in a book about the Eastern countries. Void, crack, untruth, unpreparedness, inaccurate, it seems. You are right. Names don't mean anything." Arad lifted his head, looking at the teacher with a sharp glare. "What are you saying?" "It's not accurate to be, but accurate in your case. You even remind me of a certain bastard. That fool's Alcott." She sighed. "You two not only look alike, but move in the same way as well." "Are you his son or something?" Arad blinked, his face never shifting, but his mind started panicking. "I've only trained with Alcott. Why do people keep linking me to him? I mean, I cut the flame the way he taught me, but was it that obvious?" "I've met him once in the past, and we trained a bit on an adventurer, but I don't know much about him," Arad replied with a stern face. "Met the S-rank dragon slayer by coincidence." "I don't buy it." She shook her head. "With how many women that man sleeps with, you might be his son, even if you don't know it." "That's far-fetched." Arad shook his head, standing as Mira finished changing, and walked out from behind the barrels. "We're going, take care, and get my lab ready." Arad looked at the teacher as he canceled the expansion, engulfing the room. The teacher blinked. A shift in mana. "What's going on?" She looked around. "You probably need to rest a bit," Arad said, as Mira stood beside him. Mira looked around and quickly realized that Arad must have used his domain. That was a risky move. She hit Arad's side with her elbow. "Let's go, we need to talk." Arad and Mira walked out of the room and headed back toward the seats. "Why did you do that? Locking the door should have been enough. Don't worry that Lucia can't comprehend my expansion nor my magic." Arad looked at the Colosseum. "I don't know about Tempo's power, so I'll consider him stronger than me just to be careful." Arad glared at the students fighting in the arena. "Brother is stronger than me, but I might be able to hold my own with Domus curses and the spawns. But I'll consider him stronger. That means I'm the third strongest in this university. We're here to study, not fight," she mumbled. "What I mean is that as long as you're in my 40 kilometers range of magic control, only those two have hope of harming you or the girls. Lucia isn't nowhere near as powerful to sense my magic or run away if she learned something. Her thoughts would rat her out." Arad's eyes flashed purple. "Gojo won't harm us, and Tempo is a man of honor, right? If they won't hurt us, they who could." She looked at him. "What I mean is, try to always be in contact with my magic or in my range. Don't step into barriers if I'm not watching, and call me if you feel anything. I'll teleport to your side in the blink of an eye. What if I'm in the girls' dorm, the girls' bath? That's where bullying happens a lot." She smiled. "Or so I heard. The others are with you. I doubt anyone could bully Aella, Eris, or Merida." He smiled. "But if it happens, I'll teleport using Virgo. If not, I'll send Doma with a clone." He smiled. "It'll be funny seeing a curse witch terrorizing some bullies and turning them into frogs." New novel haptas are published on freewebnovel.com, Chapter 729, I'm Merida, the Blade of Whitehold. Chapter 729, I am Merida, the Blade of Whitehold. Arad and Mira returned to their seats under the sharp stares of the other students, wondering where those who went looking for them ended. Arad sat beside Gojo and looked at the arena. "Merida is next," Gojo said, looking at him with a smile. "What do you think? The monster is strong, but she's stronger." Gojo pointed at the shaking cage as a large drake crawled out. Touch flesh and hard bones, scales as hard as iron, and strength rivaling those of buffalo. Gojo then pointed at Merida. But what's her matter? That's a giant demonic monster, no offense. I know, Arad replied, as Merida looked at the drake charging at her. Besides Mira, I don't fear for the rest. The drake stopped, his eyes dilating as he stared at Merida reaching for her sword. Every cell in his body screamed in terror. Even though she looked to almost have no magic and was weaker than a bush, the monster's instincts roared. That woman was dangerous. Thud. Merida lifted her foot, taking a step toward the drake. The drake backed away, grunting like a terrified dog. What? You're not coming at me? She reached for her long sword, or this is some kind of trick. There was no trick, unlike humans who can easily get fooled by the ring Merida wore, as it was designed to deceive them. Monsters weren't affected that much, and slowly the veil of Merida's strength was unveiled to the drake. His nose, ears, eyes, scales, anything he uses to sense screamed, feeling the change in Merida's body. From a human, he could imagine Merida's power shot up in the blink of an eye upon touching her sword. What seemed like a weak little field rat has now leveled up tens of levels in the blink of an eye, transforming into a dungeon boss in front of the drake's face. I am Merida, Blade of Whitehold. Prepare to die. Glaring at the monster, Merida's eyes glow with a faint green eldritch flare. Demonic essence boiling from the fungus spreading through her body glanced at the outer world, seeking life. Senna blinked as she sat watching, staring at Merida. I don't have her in my catalog. A new species? No, a unique monster, she smiled. Inalina Caden sat in the forest, drinking tea as he watched Kali play with the monsters. He stopped, staring at the sky. A new arrogance, born from demonic essence. How funny. She also carries a blade. At least she's starting like you. Kali stared at him. You were a madman seeing everyone else as dogs, and still is. She smiled. Madness is inevitable. What makes the great ones is whether they can surpass it or not, he replied. I wonder what her madness is. Anyone that isn't close to her, Kali said with a grin, staring at Caden, is an unneeded fodder. The drake roared, stomping and growling like an enraged alligator, smacking the ground with his tail. Lesser dragons. There are two monsters put in that category. Drakes look like muscular and large lizards, close to being a strange mix between an alligator and a Komodo dragon. The second one is wyverns. They mostly look like dragons, but are much smaller and only have two hind legs and a pair of wings akin to birds. Merida wasn't a fool, nor was she stupid. Anything with the dragon in their name shouldn't be underestimated, as even humans don't grant that name lightly. The drake's blood boiled now that he was facing imminent death. Overpowered before the fight even starts, its survival is threatened more than ever. He roared, the muscles around his body contorted as he lunged forward at a blinding speed. He's fast. I've never seen a drake run that fast. One of the students gasped. That shouldn't be a surprise. Such powerful creatures rarely face a situation like this, let alone in front of students. They aren't strong enough to scare the beast. He's rampaging. A teacher said to think the Blade of Whitehold is strong enough to force such a reaction. She's something else. Rampaging. The students gasped. Most monsters and sometimes even humans reach it, a stupid amount of strength and speed attained by a rush of adrenaline thanks to fear or severe injuries. The teacher stared at the students. The monster knows he can't run. He'll fight to the death to survive. They're usually B-rank monsters, but in this state I'd say this one is lower A rank, mid if he has any elemental powers. You don't know? The students gasped. I don't. It was tranquilized by the poison that our alchemist made. A dart was all it took. The teacher stared at the fight. We'll interfere if this goes badly. You say that with a straight face? A girl growled. She was one of the two that faced Arad and the boys outside. I heard she came with him. Are you sure you want to piss him off again? She pointed at Arad sitting in the back with her thumb. This is the test. No one cares if he got angry or not. Worst case, he'll attack one of us, then we tie him up. Only expulsion awaits then. The teacher snorted. A student is a student? The students stared at each other. That isn't convincing since he's faster than you all. And everyone saw him overpower 2 A-rank monsters like they were nothing. Look, the Drake is charging. A student screamed. Everyone stared at the arena, seeing Merida dodge the Drake's bite. What agile moves? That's the Blade of Whitehold. With a swift move, Merida swung her sword at the Drake's neck. Bam! With a powerful stomp, the Drake swung his head back and dodged her swing, diving immediately for a bite. Merida jumped over the monster's head with ease, landing several meters behind him, and pulled her sword back, taking a stance. She then rushed forward with a stab aimed at the beast's heart. The Drake once again took a step back to dodge, backing himself to the wall. Merida smiled. The stab was never her goal. Tapping the tip of the sword to the ground, she used her long blade as a pole to jump into the sky, reaching a height of over 7 meters. Spinning mid-air, she fell toward the Drake with a drop attack. He didn't have anywhere to run. The arena's corner wasn't wide enough for such a creature to turn and run. Merida screamed as she swung down and chopped the Drake's tail right behind his hind legs, splattering blood, directly support the authors on web novel, and fat everywhere. She got it. A student screamed. No, he got her, the teacher replied. The Drake's severed tail started flailing around violently beside Merida, forcing her to block several stray swings. His tail is alive, a student cried. Is that thing a massive lizard or something? He'll run away with the tail, distracting Merida, a girl screamed. No, he isn't a fool, the teacher growled. As Merida blocked the Drake's tail swings, the monster himself rushed through the splashing blood with a bite. He knows a human won't fall for its tail, so instead of running, it's going to attack. The teacher lifted his hand, signaling for the teachers to get ready to hop and save Merida. One of the girls watching turned back and looked at Arad's face. He didn't intend to move. Merida still wasn't in danger. Merida's eyes glanced around. The tail and walls of the arena were preventing her escape, and the Drake was rushing at her with a bite. He cornered her the same way she cornered him, an impressive feat for a monster. She smiled, as expected of a draconic monster. The Drake's muscles spazzed for a fraction of a second, its heart skipping a beat. At that moment, Merida swung her sword, cutting it open from the jaw to the stomach with a single swing. But you're still a lizard. She stared at the Drake's corpse as it fell down, twitching, and the teacher stopped mid-flight. What happened? One of them gasped. Probably bleed too much, I cut its tail. He didn't discard it. Merida replied to the question with a straight lie. She looked at the monster. It's already disappeared? How convenient. She walked away. As Merida walked into the changing room, she found Arad sitting there waiting for her. You came to congratulate me? I was lucky there. He smiled. Lucky? It was your crimson rot, Arad looked at her. Your attacks carry the poison created by your fungus, and it messed with the Drake's nerves that allowed you to counter. I saw it from the stairs, and I bet Brother and Tempo did as well, probably even Eris. A bright red spark. Merida giggled as she approached Arad and sat on his lap. This why I can't get enough of you. She licked his cheek. Say, did I fight well? Arad blinked with a thinking face, slightly worried about Merida. Yeah, you've held back nicely. He patted her head. Last time we fought in training, the crimson rot bloomed into a magnificent red spore. Shh. She closed his mouth with one finger. We don't talk about that. It looked ugly. I prefer it if I don't need to use it, even in a serious fight. I don't think it's ugly, though. Arad shook his head. Well, since I fought nicely, can I get a reward? Something you have that... Her hand slowly trailed down Arad's chest, but he quickly grabbed it. Not today. We've been at it for weeks, and we said that tonight our dorm rooms. Come on. You can lock this room for a moment, can't you? She hugged his neck. I can lock the room, but we won't do it. Wait until your turn, Arad stood and put her back on the bench, giving her a towel. Give it some time. I promise it'll probably feel better after some waiting. He smiled. Merida took the towel from his hand. Promise and probably don't belong in the same sentence, she said with a pout. This chapter is updated by free web novel Com Chapter 730, A Heart of Flames. His Chapter 730, A Heart of Flames. Hoo! It's his turn. Arad and Merida heard the students scream upstairs as Tempo's aura appeared in the arena. The volcanic prince is taking the stage, and everyone awaits to see even a slither of his power. What is that Titan about, and does his power match his fame? Let's go. I want to see the fight as well. You're right. Merida jumped off his lap and looked back. I'll wait, but don't keep me waiting for long. The two walked upstairs and returned to their seats. Tempo stood alone in the arena, looking at the massive cage with wide-open eyes and a smile. This is hard. How could I make it out of this? He sighed, looking worried as a massive chimera walked out of the cage and then burst laughing at himself. I didn't expect the first hurdle to come so soon. The chimera was a typical species that consisted of the body and head of a lion, the back hooves of a goat, and the front talons of an eagle. Its tail was a massive black snake, and it had 2 extra pairs of heads, one for the goat and the other for the eagle. I handpicked this one for him. A teacher giggled. We gotta see what the Titan's prince is all about. Tempo sat on the ground cross-legged with his sword sheathed. He stared forward at the monster. I'm not fighting it. Heg! Hee. All the students cried, unable to believe what they heard. Is he that weak? Did he get scared? What's going on? This might be a prank. Get up, fraud prince! All of them started booking him. Some even threw what they had in hand at him. Come on, do something. He isn't that weak, is he? Mira looked at Arad. For a Titan, even without magic, his raw strength should be enough for him to blast that chimera with a flick of his fingers. Arad replied, staring at Tempo. He has another reason in mind. You'll get disqualified, a teacher shouted from the upper seats. You came here to build political relationships, but keep in mind that we don't mind kicking you back. I don't mind. Tempo replied, that only means I was too naive to think someone as young as myself could have the wisdom to manage this. It's my lack of experience and knowledge. I don't understand a word of what you say, the teacher sighed. But you fail, sorry, but it ends here for you. This spells the end of the selection exams. Everyone who won their match, including Aaron and Mira, should head to their assigned dorms and get ready for tomorrow. Those who didn't kill their monster, gather your stuff to head back home. The students looked at each other confused. Wait, this isn't happening, is it? How could they fail the volcanic prince? They won't come to invade us, would they? You, a teacher growled. That's going over the line. We can't just fail him. We should talk to him again and understand why he didn't fight the chimera. The students slowly started to move out, but Arad and the boys remained sitting, staring at Tempo. Speak, Arad called in a calm voice, glaring at Tempo with glowing purple eyes. Why don't you fight? Tempo slowly turned his head toward Arad with a smile. You're a hypocrite, do you know? He yelled with a straight face. I ask why you refuse to fight that chimera. Arad smiled. They are the same, Tempo replied, and the students slowed down to listen to the talk. What are they talking about? A teacher asked. I don't care. Let's hurry and restrain that chimera. We don't want it rampaging around. They started flying down. Who? Arad asked. Tempo turned and pointed to the chimera sitting calmly in front of him, and then pointed at the students. I came here as a convoy of peace, so I don't kill. Humans, animals, and monsters are all the same to us, Titans, as insulting as this might seem. But to us, they are weak lives worth preserving. He looked at the chimera with a smile. As long as he doesn't attack me or anyone else, I shall not lift a finger at him, he said with a straight face, eyes wide open as he sat in front of the chimera. You sure? Arad stared at him. I bet he killed countless people, animals, and monsters before, and I'm sure you watched us all kill each other. Why not stop us? Why not punish him? Monsters kill to feed, and your kind fighting monsters is none of my business. I didn't come here to lecture you on your own culture. I do not dictate other people's morals, but I dictate my own. Gojo giggled. We're hypocrites, as you said. He looked at Arad, whispering, even though we speak with animals, monsters, and humanoids alike, we sway toward humans and abuse the rest. The teachers reached the chimera, staring at it in confusion, as this was the first time they saw such a monster sitting calmly in place. It has recognized Tempo as someone it can't beat, and decided to never engage him. A weak, fragile animal suddenly found himself facing a massive predator. Its natural response was, if I don't move, he might just leave me alone. Sitting down, heads and limbs to the ground, try to look as small and unworthy of being a meal as much as possible. The teacher landed around the chimera, and one of them looked at Tempo. It's a shame. Indeed it is, Tempo replied as they chained the chimera. Is it safe now? One of the teachers asked with sweat dripping across her head. I can take it down. Yeah, good work. The other teachers looked at her with a smile. She was the one responsible for protecting the students watching the matches with a massive barrier that encased the whole arena. She kept it intact for hours now, and it was starting to get painful. She sighed, and the barrier around the arena flashed and disappeared with a crack. Finally, I can relax, she sighed. Tempo turned toward Arad. Sorry, but I'll be taking my leave now. He stood and started walking away, giving his back to the teachers who dragged the chimera into its cage. Crack! The chains shattered as the chimera flexed its muscles, violently swinging its snake tail and smacking 3 of the teachers away. It broke free. One of the teachers growled. I thought those chains sealed off its magic. They scrambled to cast spells and pin it down as Tempo walked away. So you managed to free yourself. Good on you, roar, the chimera roared, lunging into the sky as 2 eagle wings burst out of its back. Don't tell me, it can fly. The teachers pointed their staff at it, firing several spells, but everything just bounced off the monster's thick hide, having just grown wings due to pressure and fear. The chimera still couldn't fly and fell between the students in the seats. The students who were listening to Arad and Tempo's talk were now terrified, running away as fast as they could. This isn't a monster any of them could face. Run, don't try fighting it. The chimera looked around, seeing several students fall as they ran above the stairs. It swung its claw at them, roaring in rage. Clink with his thumb. Tempo unsheathed his blade. Kill those teachers if you want. They are the ones chaining you down. The students did you no wrong, and I can feel it. You are swinging out of rage and malice. A flash of crimson light illuminated the arena as a spark of heat flew above the teachers at a blinding speed. Tempo landed between the chimera's claw and the student, fully unsheathing his sword in an upward slash. Slash. The sword burned bright red with scarlet flames, cutting the chimera's forearm in half and searing the wound, preventing it from bleeding. The students gasped, seeing Tempo's back between them and the chimera. You won't harm anyone while I'm here, Tempo said with a smile, lifting his sword up. The chimera roared, jumping back with its body expanding alongside its magic. Veins bulged on Tempo's forearms as his eyes burned with a blazing flame, and his sword started smoking as it burned white from the sheer heat. Scarlet flames burst from the blade as it extended in length. The chimera charged forward, ready to bite Tempo and blast him alongside the students with a strange magic. All the candles in the arena burned in a blazing flame as the sky turned red. Tempo lunged forward, swinging his sword down in a powerful slash. Burning bones with a blinding speed, Tempo blasted through the chimera, engulfed in a red flash, cutting it in half from head to groin. He landed in front of Arad, staring at him in the eyes. You were about to take it down, but it is my duty as the one who let it live. The chimera's bones burst into flame, disintegrating it into ash that instantly burned again in a blazing flame as Tempo sheathed his sword. Arad smiled, sitting with one leg on the other as he looked at Tempo's face. So this is a Titan. Nice update from Free Webnovel.com, Chapter 731. At the dorm, the teachers stared at the chimera as it disintegrated, and one of them sighed. Tempo, it might be too late, but you pass. Welcome to the University of the Arts, really? I thought you said I failed. Tempo stared at them with a smile. A change of heart? No, you killed the chimera, so you pass. Another teacher stared at him. This whole test was made to see if you can survive the monster classes. There are multiple courses like that, where you'll be sent to the forest to observe or study monsters' behavior, search for material, or test dangerous spells. We don't want the students to die alone in the wilderness. I see Arad stared at them. Mira and Aella didn't test. A teacher stared at him. Make sure you protect them. We'll be sending you with them all the time, so get ready for extra lessons and classes. Don't worry about that. Arad waved his hand. I can handle it. We'll see about that. Beating one powerful monster is one thing, but exhaustion accumulated over time will take even the strongest warriors down. He looked at Arad and Tempo. Go to the dorms and rest well. Tomorrow will be your first class. How should we know where to go tomorrow? We're over 800 students. Will it be the first test, tracing magic to find our classes? Tempo stared at the teachers with sparkling eyes, but they shook their heads. No, the lists would get hung in the dorms tonight. You'll be informed then. The teacher replied as he turned toward the others. We'll go inspect the chains and find out why did it break. Such a dangerous failure can't be allowed to happen again. That spelled the end of the selection tests, and all the students moved to the dorms located inside the university's premises. The men's and women's dorms were separated by a massive wall, each looking like a small city block with several large buildings, a large open plaza, a market and open green land for sport, and a walled training ground. The residential area took over a third of the university's land, making it seem like a small city cut in half. Arad stood in front of the men's dormitory entrance, looking around, as did all the other students. There are so many buildings, how could we find ours? He mumbled. The buildings are numbered, Gojo said, looking at a faraway building. That one has my name on the list. You can see that? A student gasped beside him. Arad poked Gojo. Don't do anything strange, Gojo smiled. No, it's written there. He pointed to a wall full of papers. Those are lists, but instead of using our names, they use our registration order. I doubt they changed it since the university got built, so they give us rooms in order. Arad smiled. That means, sadly, I'm alone, but you aren't. He smiled. Gojo and Tempo were alone as they registered at different times, while Arad and the rest were one after the other as they registered at the same time. 2 in each room, Arad smiled. Good thing we're together. Reminds me of the old days. Jack giggled. I hope this year will be fun. There were a total of 12 buildings in the men's living area, and the women's area had the same number of buildings. Gojo got a room in building number 1 and Tempo in building number 3. Arad, Jack, and Abel landed in the building 7. Our room is number 37, and Abel is next to us in room 38. Arad looked around, but I have to say it's nicer than I thought. The room was large, almost 5 meters in length and 4 in width, with 2 beds, cabinets, and large desks. The dorms were built so the morning sun always shone through the windows, with 1 restroom between each 2 rooms and a large shared kitchen between each 5 rooms. Shall we get to sleep? I'd much rather if tomorrow came quickly. It's been a while since I slept away from Lydia. Jack dropped on the bed with a loud thud, staring at the window with a large smile on his face. You two used to fight all the time. Arad sat on his bed, closed his eyes, and tried to sense the magic surrounding the building. That bastard is quick, he growled the moment he sensed a girl in Abel's room. You're a devil, not an incubus. We still fight daily. A righteous paladin can never get along with a petty thief like me. He sighed. But you two complement each other well in fights. Lydia is the main damage dealer and you're her support. Arad opened his eyes. Suicidal maniac, she charges without thinking. It's why we always fight. Jack growled. She doesn't have powerful regeneration like Eris. Arad looked at Jack. Can't she make something out of holy magic to help? Holy magic starts and ends with faith, the blind trust in your God. The deeper the connection and trust, the stronger power you can pull. Jack pulled a lock-picking kit from his pocket. Just as I trust my tools, she trusts Amaterasu, and the goddess never failed her. He smiled, pulling a lockpick from the toolkit. If I drop this, it'll hit the ground. He looked at Arad. Lydia explained it like this to me. If it serves a good purpose, and you trust a god enough, it'll never hit the ground. She asked me to drop it and then dived in to catch it. No matter the odds, trust and jump in. That's why she's scary, Arad replied. She won't care if I was the one facing her. She'll swing her sword without hesitation. But maintaining such output requires a strong body and an iron will to plow through the pain and damage. She's a tank, a warrior, and a divine blaster. Jack giggled. But she has a trump card. I already knew about it. The spark she got from hell after Alani's fight. She didn't tell me, so you better keep quiet, Arad looked at him. I thought she was keeping it a secret between you and her. She indeed is, Jack smiled, tossing his tools back in their bag. She said it's unbefitting of a paladin to have such a vile power. Stop telling me about it. She doesn't want to. Arad stood. I'll go out to explore the nearby city and forest. You rest. Don't need to tell me, boss. It's been a while since you called me that. We're still a party. Have a fun time. Jack lay on the bed as Arad flew out the window. On the other side of the dorm, Gojo stared at the ceiling. So brother is out exploring. He then looked at the slime in his hand. So what should I do with you? You aren't throwing that thing out? The other student with him in the room growled. You can't keep monsters inside. It's a slime. Calm down. A cat is more dangerous, Gojo replied with a smile. And isn't it cute? He shook the jiggly blue blob. That's it. I'm leaving. He stood, growling, as he headed toward the door and picked up his bags. Where will you go? The streets, Gojo replied with a passive face. The last student in the dorm is alone and wants someone with him. I'd rather stay there than live with a monster here. He walked out, smacking the door closed. Gojo sighed, looking at the slime. What a rude human, scared of you. Even though I'm here, this slime is small and weak. All of his stats are in the single digits. Name, race, ooze, HP, 6 MP, 7, SP3, Strength, 1, Agility, 1, Constitution, 1, Magic, 1, Intelligence, 1, Wisdom, 1, Skills, Digest, Acid, Splash, Resistances, Slashing from non-magic weapons, Piercing from non-magic weapons, Weakness, Bludgeoning damage, Impressive. The spell actually works, I guess. All that time spent playing with Appraisal Crystal was worth it. I couldn't help but giggle. I've been working on a spell to replace the Appraisal Crystal, but every time I tried to apprise someone, it failed. It might be limited to extremely weak creatures or has another limit that I don't know of. More experiments needed. I guess this what school is for, learning and experimenting? Gojo smiled. Or at least I hope so. The slime wiggled in place. You think so as well? This creature actually responds? It might not be able to speak, but the fact it understands my words like most monsters is impressive. At that moment, something came to mind. I've almost forgotten about him since I left him to dry. It's bad to waste food. Say, little one. I put the slime down, staring at its glistening surface. I wonder what would happen if I fed it to you. The slime rolled around in confusion, but I immediately stood up. I locked the door and stood in the middle of the room, carrying the slime in my hand. Let's go. Dimension Gate, a black hole opened in the air, leading into the infinite void of the abyss. Hello, you still standing there? Demogorgon's body remained motionless. His soul still hadn't recovered from the beating I gave him months ago. I looked at the slime with glowing blue eyes. I'll chew him for you, I wonder. Would eating a demon lord make you one as well? The slime wiggled in my hand, anxious about the future. This content is taken from Friobn Ovel, Chapter 732, Gojo Slime Arad Swamp Strakina. Extending my hand forward, I could feel the demon lord's soul shaking inside his motionless body. He still hasn't recovered from the last beating I gave him. As we void dragon can eat souls to cultivate our age, we can directly strike it down, but that requires a lot of skill and would waste the age we could get. Void stomach darkness rushed out of my hands and consumed Demogorgon, pulling his failing existence into my stomach to get digested. I can digest him. Nice. I got old enough. I smiled, pushing the thought of me getting closer to my death into the back of my head. Speedrunning life is quite stressful. Don't worry, little one. I'll separate the soul from the body and slowly feed him to you so you can adjust and grow. This is the first time I'm trying to raise a familiar. The slime wiggled in Gojo's hands, unable to resist or run away. It felt like a kid forced to eat vegetables. I lifted the slime, staring at its wiggling blue surface while thinking of the best way to feed it. I could just throw him into my stomach and feed him there, but that'll be quite scary for him. I should probably give him a bit here. Putting one finger into the slime's surface, I released a bit of Demogorgon's magic. The slime naturally sucked the mana and absorbed it into its body. An ooze's body is made of countless tiny cells that function like a colony and move in a blob. This was like raining grilled meat and food into a human city, or rain in a dried and thirsty field. The slime's body flashed green, then its bright blue color shifted into a darker tone. The magic in its body rapidly increased, but it quickly fell asleep and stopped eating. It takes time for it to digest the mana, even if Gojo did digest it first. I'll give you a name, Demogorgon, a demon, and a slime. Got it. You're called Obelisk, the black hole of the abyss's darkness. HP 11, MP 9, SP 8, Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Magic 2, Intelligence 2, Wisdom 2, Skills, Digest Acid Splash, Demon Lord Spark, the Shard of all evil resistances, slashing from non-magic weapons, piercing from non-magic weapons. Weakness, bludgeoning damage Estel. I couldn't help but laugh. I was right. Demogorgon had a shard. I read about them in ancient text, but it's my first time seeing one in person, and it's shard of all evil nonetheless. I heard the Beast Queen Hati has the eternal shard, and that dragon goddess Tiamat has the shard of purgatory, but I didn't know they left one here in the abyss. There are two sources of divine-like powers, portfolios and shards. Portfolios are made from the beliefs of people, like how humans worship the sun, and that gave birth to the sun's portfolio that Amaterasu has. To keep a portfolio, you must maintain a steady amount of believers who pray to you, and from their prayer you gain power. With enough people and ceremonies, a creature can gain more power from a portfolio than from a shard, but since keeping believers and answering their prayers can be annoying, a shard is far better for those who want quick and discreet power. For an example, portfolio 1 believer gives a small amount of power, let's say 0.001. With 1 million believers, you get a power of 1,000. You start low and have to build your status or steal another god's hard work. Shards, a shard gives you powers based on its nature. They are the embodiment of the world's nature as opposed to the portfolios, which are concepts. 1 shard would be around 750 and can't be grown without meddling with the world's nature. Rest, little one. Gojo smiled. This will further his search for the origin of powers. Is it magic? The system? Portfolios or the shards? Makin Krok's hot city, Arad flew above the clouds masked by the darkness of the night, surveying the lands for monsters and points of interest. This city is strange, Arad thought. I can't help but wonder, with it being almost twice as large as Alina, why is such a disparity present? The rich, nicely built eastern half contrasts the poor slums of the west half. As if a wall separated the two, it was clear from one look. Large buildings and green gardens are on the east, and smaller houses are on the west. One had a large beach, a massive tourist attraction, while the other bordered the alligator-filled swim buzzing with massive mosquitoes. Strangely enough, not many monsters were spotted on the west side, and Arad could clearly see why. A large swam of alligators ganging on a horned wolf, ripping it apart. They are massive. The smallest of the alligators was over 3 meters long, and there were over 50 of them in one spot. I don't know what would be worse, an alligator infestation or a flood of monsters. Probably the first, as people seem to have gotten used to those massive lizards. Arad landed in the middle of the swarm and shifted into his humanoid form. The alligators turned toward him, growling, "Hoy, hoy there! Hold up! I'm not here to harm anyone." He waved his hands, speaking with them. A dragon, the oldest of the alligators, crawled toward Arad. He was over 150 years old. Another black one, my children directly support the authors on web novel, would rip your kind apart, he growled. I said, I mean no harm. Arad found a stone and sat down surrounded by the alligator's mob. You said another black one? Was there another dragon here? Prepare to die, the alligators charged at Arad, biting him from the legs and side. But even with all of that force, he didn't even budge, feeling like small kittens attacking him. Those alligators are scared. I should get them to calm down. With a single pull, I snatched the elder by the upper jaw and dragged him up to my lap, patting his back like a dog. Calm down, Grandpa. I'm not here to harm you or your children. Who's this black dragon you've been talking about? Let me go. Insolent dragon, the alligator grandpa growled. You're but one fat lizard. Put me down. Nah, you're staying here. Since I'll be living here for a while, I need to get to the bottom of this. I can't feel any magic in the air, so I doubt this place is in the territory of a dragon, but just in case, I'm studying at the school over there. That massive stone building, Arad pointed at the university. As you know, we dragons rarely get along. Can you tell me about the dragon around here? Do that, and I'll even protect you from him while I'm here. The dragon would then kill us later, but the elder grunted, and the young alligators moved away from Arad. This whole swamp is its territory. We've only seen it once when it came all here 40 years ago, but since then we've been only dealing with the monsters running from its lair. The alligator grandpa sighed. You keep calling him it. I don't know. It's gender. You dragons all look the same in your dragon form. Don't start trouble with it and get us mixed in. We've got enough dealing with monsters. He sighed, exhausted. Arad slowly lowered the elder alligator to the ground. I can't sense a dragon's magic around, assuming he's a dragon. He probably pulled his magic away when he sensed me or my brother. Why would a dragon hide? 'Cause he's weaker than us and doesn't want to get in a territorial fight. Arad stood and looked around. You stay here. I'll try to greet him. It'll be better to clear any misunderstanding from the start. Arad shifted into his half-dragon form and flew deeper into the swamp. After a minute, he stopped and landed beside a tree, bending down and smelling the dirt. I can smell it. His eyes flashed purple. Faint, but new trails. A black dracana is hiding deep into the swamp, probably in an underground lair. He smiled, but why hide? A dragon posting in her territory, and two powerful void dragons nonetheless. She's either not interested in mating, or too old for it. But if she's too old, she'd be more confident in her strength and leave her aura out. Doma explained. I know. Arad shifted into his draconic form and stood in the middle of the swamp. I know you can hear me, Dracina. Fear not, for neither I nor brother seeks mates for now. His eyes flashed with a bright purple light as his magic spiked. I suspect you're either too young or too weak to protect your land. I don't know about my brother, but feel free to call me for help if you need it. You'll find me at the University of the Arts, and if you can't take a humanoid shape, merely speak the alligators and I'll come flying down. Expanding his wings across the swamp, he slowly started levitating with gravity magic, without a single flap. I knew this place had to be owned by someone, and I never intended to settle here for free. I'll take care of any invading monster. Hope to speak to you at least once before I leave. He flew away. Peace be upon you as long as you hold it upon me, Black Dracina. A titan had to teach me that. No need for aggression. He disappeared above the clouds, and his magic soon faded from the forest. Monster. And I wanted to hibernate through your stay here. A voice echoed through the swamp, updated from Free Web Novel. Chapter 733, Golden Balls. Chapter 733, Golden Balls. Isn't this? Arad turned his head, looking directly at Gojo's room in the distance. A space distortion. Did he open a gate or something? He teleported directly into the room, finding Gojo just walking out of the abyss with Obelisk. Arad? Gojo stared at him. I felt a space distortion, so I came. You felt it? I'm sure I blocked this room. Gojo scratched his head. I doubt even other dragons could sense it. I did, since it's affected the void. Arad sat on Gojo's bed. You went somewhere? To the abyss. Where did you fight that mushroom demon lord? Gojo replied with a smile. I did leave some preserved food there. Traveling to other dimensions just like that, Arad sighed. I doubt I can do it. You'll be able to when you become an adult, Gojo replied as he put Obelisk on the ground and then sat beside Arad. The outer dimensions are dangerous to even adult void dragons. You can see this world as an incubation zone for our kind. It's a gentle and safe place for us to grow. It's not that didn't have the ability to travel at a young age, it was beaten out of us through the generations. Natural selection, void dragons who left the dimension at a young age ended up getting killed, so they never produced offspring, leaving only those who couldn't travel. As Gojo explained, Arad remembered the day he felt the Elvish Queen disappear and tried to cross that barrier she had in the throne room, so that was a remnant of that ability. Arad growled, I get it, but how do you travel? I'm using naturally spawning rifts in time-space, but I still can't force them to open. Gojo smiled. I can force them to stay open for a while, though, but it consumes a lot of energy, and I mean a lot, like bleeding a man 2 liters of blood a day. I doubt I could do it now, then. So what were you doing there? Feeding Obelisk? Gojo waved his hand and pulled Obelisk to him with gravity magic. What do you think? You named him? Yeah. I don't know about that name. I would have called him Bolu or Slimo. He poked Obelisk. Your naming sense is just as bad as me. Gojo giggled. At least I named him on an already named something. And what's that? Obelisk, the rift at the bottom of the abyss. Some old scripts even say it links our world with a whole other existence with multiple dimension, their own gods and lives. Gojo lifted his palm and pulled a scroll. I wrote this based on a tablet I found deep in the ice mountains of the Arctic. It was allegedly written by a demon that escaped into this world after making it out of the abyss. And he wasn't any demon, but one that came from that other world and died several thousand years in the past. Gojo pulled a second scroll, and then a third one. He had a whole library written and documented for his magic research. As you might expect, the common knowledge about magic and the world itself is flawed. No one understands what is the truth of magic and mana, only speculations and theories written by scholars and taught through the generations. He smiled. Arad nodded. And you believe that truth hides in lies. You want to study and learn each false notion of magic so you can interpret the truth. Bingo, that's why you're my brother. Magic can't slip out of your hands. We're magic dragons. We're supposed to be drawn to it. You're both right and wrong. Gojo looked at Arad. Who named us magic dragons? It's humanoid. They might have a long history, but they didn't live long enough to name us. Gojo lifted a finger up, conjuring a ball of compressed mana. The answer either lies with the goddess of magic, or with a being only spoken of in legends, the over-god that the gods worship. The over-god, I've heard that term before, the being keeps gods in line and the one that assigns them. Vars had to get his approval to ascend. Arad nodded. Yeah, I doubt he'll answer any questions, so my best shot for answers is the goddess of magic. From what I've found, she's the easiest of the gods to get speaking, of course, as long as you make an advancement in magic. Gojo clenched his fist, crushing the ball of mana. She's also neutral, and doesn't care about good or evil. Only magic interests her, and I'm willing to give her a nice poke and see what I could get. He smiled. Putting your eyes on a goddess, don't drag us into a deadly fight. Arad giggled. I know. Drolling over a goddess is a good way for disaster. I know that well. What did happen? Arad could see the look on Gojo's face twist. You angered a god? Yeah. Gojo looked away. I don't want to talk about it. Speak. Arad glared at him. What have you done? I found that the goddess of love, Cubus, and fertility Gracie had potentially served the overgod as an assistant and was one of his wives, so I tried to contact her. Gojo sighed with a sad face. That didn't end well, did it? She took my testicles and encased them in enchanted gold and sent them flying through the world. Currently, I'm impotent, with no sexual drive until I find them. But I at least got a boost to my magic, and the boost would get stronger when I find what I lost. He waved his hand and pulled a paper. He currently has a 20% buff to magic and mana, and with each found testicle, he'll gain an additional 40% buff. That would leave him with the blessing of a 100% boost to magic, doubling his output. That's bad. For now, at least. Arad scratched his head. I know. It'll be a net positive in the end, but it doesn't feel right. We mortals have no chance of struggling against the divines. Vars really achieved something great. Gojo looked down with a sad face. But this must have a catch. The balls could be as small as a marble that fit in someone's hand, and they grant them 40% of my power. Or should I explain it better? It's the 40% power-up that I would get from collecting them. If Gojo's base power is 100, the conflict with the goddess gave him an extra 20, which is 20%, and each of his lost testicles holds 40%, and that power is always relative to his current strength, which means the ball's power grow each time he levels or evolve. 40% of your power, that seems a lot. It's almost as strong as you are. And that only one. Gojo sighed. This is the kind of problem me and Vars were dealing with all the time, he growled. First it was that accursed dungeon, then the clown cult, the Black Spider, and then Vars becoming a god, and now I have to deal with this. You've been through a lot, said Arad as he leaned on the wall. But he immediately remembered his share. Jack riding a burning dragon, the village of dragon worshippers, fighting Zephyr for the first time, and going all the way to hell and facing the abominations. Both of us gone through a lot. Gojo smiled. As long as no one finds them before me, it'll end well. Why? You're still at 120% thanks to the initial blessing. 40% of my power is still a lot, and it manifests depending on the person. He smiled. So we'll have a hard time dealing with them. I'll get Jack and Abel to help. We'll figure something out when they show up. He then looked out the window. Did you know about the Dracaina in the swamp? Her? Yeah, I felt her magic when I flew here in the winter to register. I did hide my magic to not scare her, but I suspect she already felt it. Gojo looked straight through the window at the swamp. Her magic was clear at the time. I could tell that she was an adult black dragon with exceptionally powerful acid magic. Seeing that she's hiding now, I think she wants to avoid us as much as she can. You think she has an ongoing plan that she rather we don't interfere with? That's it. Gojo lifted a finger. I'm not one to label dragons based on their type, but black dragons are consistently evil, as green dragons are consistently weird, and reds are violent. He looked at Arad. I doubt she has good intentions, so keep that in mind. I hope this year will pass without troubles. The next day quickly came by, and Arad was sitting in class, awaiting the first lesson to start. A history course about the basics of the system. That's a power he neglected a lot, being a monster, but understanding it could make it easier for him to help the girls grow. Hey, you, Bulky! A girl growled at his side. He looked at her, noticing the thick arms and legs, the two wiggling ears above her head, and the long, thin tail. The mystic purple glow her eyes got alluded to one thing, and the thought immediately crossed Arad's head. She bent over and sniffed his head. You smell weird? She growled. What are you? A cat beast woman, and this magic flowing through her body. Arad turned around and sniffed her back. She gasped and jumped back, weirded out. You smell weird as well? He smiled, his eyes glowing purple as hers. This content is taken from Freeweb Nuv. Leaf Chapter 734, The Battle Mighty Huntress. Did you just sniff me? She growled. What's this cat talking about? She sniffed me first. Isn't this a greeting to their kind? Ah, I know. I saw them sniff each other's noses before. No, I should avoid that. Ayala might kill me. I could sniff you from the door, but I was trying to be polite and return the sniff, like a proper cat. I just told her how I felt. I've seen half-dragons like Eris. They usually act close to real dragons, so her being half-cat, she should act like a cat. That's harassment, you weirdo. She growled, hissing as her eyes slowly bent backward and her tail spiked. What's this crazy cat talking about? I didn't even mention the strange smell she had, said the one sniffing a married man. I couldn't help but stand and glare down at her. My draconic blood resonated and boiled, so I'm certain my eyes had a deep purple glow to them. Strangely enough, she barely reached my chest. How tall was she? 1.7 meters. Probably around that. I can sniff you. You can't sniff me. She growled, her claws extending from her fingers. Who? I'm starting to like her. Double standards are stable for arrogance. I sat back, even with how much I'd love to get into a fight with her. I'm sure I can't do that here in the school. We'll destroy everything, and this whole year might end up canceled. Most importantly, Ayala is scary when she's angry. She smiled, staring at me with that twisted, smug face. What coward with that size and you back down? I chose my fights. I don't want to cause a scene. So, back to your seat, I pointed with my thumb at the empty seat behind me. Ha! She grunted at me. I could hear fangs show up as her ears turned back and her tail shot up as if she got electrocuted. You're just a coward. Now, this cat is a problem. Speaking with her won't get me anywhere. Should I just smack her across the class? No. I don't want to be the one to start the fight. So I can tell Ayala that she attacked me first. She is at the edge of exploding. I need her to hit me first. I need to first limit my strength and speed to a level where I can't damage the class even with a missed attack, and then I need to keep the durability of my scales at their best so I can tank her first hit. How do I get her to attack first? I can sniff her again, but that would be obvious that I'm looking for a fight. How about a comment, something that is true but will get her to snap? Yeah. You smelled like a lizard from the door, I want to confirm. Like a cat swinging its paw, she swung 2 lightning-fast jabs at Arad's face, smacking him right in the left eye. Thanks to Arad's inhuman reflexes and his nictitating membrane. The attacks did no damage at all despite the sharp claws. Arad's eyes opened and moved at a terrifying speed, staring at the tips of the girl's claw, noticing they were cracked. Their sharp end was damaged upon impacting Arad's hard scales and eyelids. It must have felt like smacking a rock with your nails. It's been only a fraction of a second since she attacked, but she's already lifting her left fist, ready for a second assault. She's fast, but nowhere near me. Her attacks are also too weak to scratch my scales. From how weak the signal is, I suspect she didn't awaken the blood yet. Could she be carrying one of my brother's balls? No. That doesn't make sense for such a thing to show too quickly. Arad's eyes shifted to his right, staring at the girl's left claw racing toward his face. I've been bitten a lot by carelessness, so I'll assume she awakened her blood and held one of my brother's balls, but she's trying to hide it. That's the safest assumption to go with, and thus I'll act accordingly. Whoosh! The girl's claw flew through the empty air. Arad had already disappeared from his seat before she could realize it. Her mind raced upon realizing he had disappeared. If he had such a speed that he could leave her field of vision before she notices, that mean wherever he is now, she isn't fast enough to dodge his attack. There was only one logical spot for Arad to be in, and out of instinct she acted. She turned around in a fraction of a second, protecting her face with her arms in a boxer's guard. Arad must be behind her. She can't take a direct punch to the back of the head or she'll get blind. That'll spell death. She clenched her teeth, ready to take the hit, but it never arrived. Instead, a cold, wet sensation dripped from her across her back. She blinked, confused. Arad stood there, holding a jug of cold water, pouring it slowly on her head. Chill out, I said, with a passive face. Cats hate water. I've seen that countless times. This'll be a good way to annoy her without actually harming her, and I don't want to get in trouble in the coming seconds for starting a fight. Click. The class's door opened and the teacher walked in, seeing the students staring at Arad pouring water on the girl's head as she took a boxer's guard. "What's going on?" he gasped. "She's nervous. I'm helping her chill out with cold water," I replied, having noticed the faint strips on the girl's skin. I bet humans can't see them, but my powerful draconic eyes can with ease. To her, this is a humiliating insult, but to the teacher, it's a stupid thing that could be explained. "Heh?" The girl gasped, dropping her guard. "Aran, are you stupid?" "Ahem, excuse my language," the teacher was about to snap, but he quickly changed his tone. "Tigers love to swim and relax in water, but that doesn't mean that pouring water on one would calm them down." I pretended to be surprised. "What? I totally thought it would work. Sorry, I've never met someone like her before." "Yes, this girl isn't a black cat. She's a black tiger. And most importantly, I sense the blood of a void dragon in her veins. She's a void draconic bloodline sorceress. You ask, how do I know that? Well, if she was a true void dracina, we would have repelled each other. Brother's spell only includes me and him, so she's not a true dracina. That only left us with two options. She could be holding one of my brother's balls, but that was far-fetched and unlikely, and I would have noticed if the magic inside her belonged to him. She has an inactive void bloodline that results in her purple eyes, but to be careful, I need to keep all the possibilities in mind and act accordingly. "You bastard," she growled, swinging her claw at my face without hesitation. A brave move, but too slow. I simply bent backward, dodging her swing. "Matilda Yeager, watch your tongue. We're in class, unless you want to get suspended on the first day, and our nonetheless." The teacher growled at her. She immediately turned back. "What? He's the one who started it." Hearing her words, I wanted to get a bit petty. I looked at the other students. She approached me first. They all nodded, and she started shouting first. Yeah, they looked at her face, turning red and sad with worried stares, and she attacked me first. She did, they couldn't get more stressed. Not only I didn't hit her back, I'm only trying to help her calm down. I didn't even lift my voice once, did I? "Shut up," she hissed at me. "Listen, you're only making your case worse." I waved my hand and then looked at the teacher. "Please ignore this. We're just getting to know each other." Troubles were bound to happen when gathering people from all around the world. The teacher nodded. "Since it's a problem between you and her, I'll ignore it if you two allow us to start the class." I looked at her with a smug smile. "Please calm down. Sorry for pouring water on your head. Here, I have a spell that can help dry you out." I extended a finger at her head and cast a wind spell that I saw Alla use. A 0 tier that makes a weak stream of wind like a light breeze, and it was called Breeze. But as petty as I wanted to be, I'm changing the B to F, cooling the spell with magic to make it have the effect of a spell I learned from Izdis and have the outside appearance of Breeze. The spell I actually cased was the 0 tier spell, Freeze, that creates a frigid cold wind. "Moo!" she cried, and I was a bit surprised. That sounded like a cow. "Both of you to your seats." The teacher yelled at us, "Visit freeweb and novel.com for the best novel reading experience." Chapter 735, To Arad, Everything is a Weapon. Chapter 735, To Arad, Everything is a Weapon. The class quietly started as Arad took his seat and Matilda sat behind him. After introducing himself as Alamori Balaton, the teacher skipped the students' introduction in favor of starting the first class, stating that they would have enough to get to know each other in the next class. On the board, he drew a box, and inside it wrote, "System. The main blessing that the gods gave us is the system. Through its mystical power, we can gain more power by defeating monsters. A way to reward the hard workers protecting humanoids from monsters," he explained, and turned toward the student. "Does anyone know the origin of the system here?" A girl in the back lifted her hand. "I've heard it's a blessing not from the gods, but from a powerful god that rules over them." "An over-god? You're a cleric, I see." The teacher smiled. You're close, but not on the point. He wrote Overgod on the board in its box above the system, and then drew an empty box between the two and linked everything. There is still something in the middle. Can you guess what it is? An angel? A student replied, and the teacher pointed at him. Correct, but it's good manner not to speak without permission in class. He then quickly turned toward the board and filled the empty box. Archangel, the system is created and managed by the Overgod's first archon, the Archangel Aria, also known as the collective consciousness in some writings. He then looked at the students, seeing some of them confused. What's the matter? You said created by her? Wasn't it created by this Overgod? A student asked. The teacher shook his head. The whole system, all the levels, skills, and ingrained magic and abilities, they are all parts of Archangel Aria's power. Wait, Arad lifted his hand. I'm sure I said something about speaking without permission, but keep on. It doesn't matter now. The teacher nodded. Are you saying that the system is a borrowed power like that of warlocks, and that even if all those who attained the system had leveled to the max level 1000 LV, banded together to fight her, they would lose? Arad asked. Several gods stated in their scripture that Aria is second only to the Overgod, and Amaterasu, the most prominent goddess in their reaction, said that Aria and the Overgod's relation is like Adam and Eve, and that her fighting power could equal his. The teacher explained as best as the knowledge granted by the gods told Arad, looked at the ceiling. So the system's power is limited by her? No. She's the owner of all power granted through the system. That means the system will always lead a road that's controlled by her and the Overgod. I couldn't help but think that even with how great an achievement it is to reach the maximum level, it's still normal. Everyone has access to the system, and everyone can level up if they are willing and talented enough. What about the system's magic requirements? The teacher kept explaining. That's the basic origin of the system. I'm sure a lot of you are thinking about the class's relation with magic and abilities, but we have to take that slowly. He smiled, pulling a stack of papers from his back and distributing it to everyone with a simple spell. As Arad read the papers, his eyes scanned through every word. It mostly recited what the teacher said, with citations for scholars' books and scriptures of the gods that had the information on them, nothing but a recap of the past minutes. It's going to get boring quickly if all teachers do this. Why would I need this to learn something that he already said? He looked at the teacher. Is this all it? A student in the back asked, We need more details. Most of the books mentioned here are too expensive to get. I slowly turned back, staring past the angry tiger girl at that student with a disappointed face. Why would he need to buy books? That teacher just explained it. You don't need to worry about that. You aren't going to get tested on this. It's basic knowledge, the teacher replied with a smile. Why are you looking at me? Turn back, Matilda growled at Arad, pointing forward. Not wanting to deal with her again, Arad turned back with a tired face, staring at the board and waiting for the teacher to keep going. Now this is annoying, Arad sighed. Matilda took her shoes off and started poking his lower back with her claws. But with her claws being unable to hurt him, she ended up only damaging his clothes like a house cat with unclipped claws. The system is a blessing that allows us humanoid to challenge the world's most powerful megafauna. Dragons, giants, titans, devils, dinosaurs, chimera, and all the monsters you can think of. The teacher lifted a finger up, igniting a small flame above his fingertip. Leveling up is simple enough. Kill monsters until you level up with your current class. Those who have money can hire mercenaries to help hunt for them in a party, but that's extremely inefficient. Thus, the best way is to put on the effort to train and defeat monsters. He looked across the class. As most people start from the bottom, your first lesson would be zero-tier magic. It's simple spells that cost no mana and are effective against weak monsters like goblins and mutated small beasts. He started walking toward the door to the firing range. I'll be teaching you some basic elemental spells that would help you in future courses, especially those that require you to clear missions. Standing outside in the firing range, Arad looked around to see it was a massive, empty, dry patch of land twice the size of the arena with several targets at the other side. Zero-tier spells don't consume mana. That's a wrong statement. The teacher looked at the students. They consume mana. It's just that they only need the one in the air. But that doesn't mean you can't cast them in manaless areas, unless we'd learn how to use our mana for them. Manaless areas? If you're getting into such a place, you'd better be able to cast 9-tier spells. What do you want of 0-tier spell to do there? He smiled. Matilda burst laughing. Are you stupid? The teacher is right. 0-tier spells won't help you there, or is that all you can cast? Arad turned toward her. A spell that doesn't consume mana could always be helpful. Since those spells consume the air's mana, that means if I start one and then cancel the cast, the mana would return to the air. That might seem useless, but if I'm stuck in a mana-less area with, let's say, Aella, I can start 0-tier spells with my own mana and then cancel them to fill the air with mana for her to regenerate her own. This could also help me to overcharge an area with mana without needing special equipment. Arad wasn't the one to guess that Doma was adding details and re-explaining what the teacher said in Arad's head and giving him tips on how to abuse it. Some high-level spells and refined versions of them still need the mana density in the air to be high enough for them to be cast, so repeatedly casting 0-tier spells and canceling them was a way for experienced wizards to change the mana density to their advantage. An example would be the 9th-tier spell, Meteor Fall. The first spell you're going to learn is this. The teacher cut Matilda's laughter as he opened his palm, conjuring a small orb of bright light. The spell is called Light. It'll help you study at night. Some of the students immediately cast the spell, including Matilda, while some stayed there, looking at the teacher confused. Those who don't know the spell, it works by simply spinning the mana in the air in circles and agitating it to create light. Arad conjured the small orb of light above his finger and stared at it. Would this be helpful? He wondered, as he already had a great dark vision. You didn't cast it until the teacher told us how. By any chance, did you not know how to cast a basic spell? Or are you so rich that you never needed it? Matilda laughed at him, but Arad wasn't listening to her at all. Yeah, this would be a great weapon. Arad smiled, and the teacher stared at him confused. What kind of weapon? Arad turned to Matilda with a smile, waving her hand for her to come close. Come here, look. He called her like a cat. I'm not a cat. She growled, approaching nonetheless. What is it? A normal light spell. Flashbang, in a split second, the light above Arad's finger burst into a brilliant flash, blinding Matilda as she fell back, covering her eyes and growing. Giardwa, my eyes! Why did you do that to me, you claws earlier? Arad replied, looking at the teacher with a smile. Thanks. This will be a great weapon at night. The teacher stared at him, sweating as he remembered how he took down the bear and tiger in the entrance exam. This one isn't like the other students. His way of thinking is fundamentally different. They want to learn, survive, and live a great life. Arad is seeking weapons through knowledge. Aran was your name. You're a great one. The teacher smiled. You remind me of a certain student. Alcott was his name. The first thing he said when we gave him a pen to write with was that it looks like a good weapon to stab someone with. He approached Arad. I'm looking forward to seeing how you fare. It's a rare talent that you hold. Aye, nobody going to say anything for me. Matilda growled at them. This chapter is updat, eed by free webnov ol com chapter 736, a spark of conflict. It's payback. Arad walked away from Matilda and approached the teacher. I can cast a spell by seeing you do it, but I doubt that's the case for everyone else. He looked back. Can we get a written explanation, like the ones found in books? He pulled a book about beginner magic under his jacket. The teacher blinked. Where does he keep pulling things out? I don't know where he shoved that water jug he had earlier. Yeah, I'm just trying to see where everyone stands before I start teaching you magic. It'll help me adjust to every student's skill level. The teacher smiled. You're high up on the chart. Matilda stared at Arad's back, noticing that the lower part of his jacket was fixed. It didn't have any cuts from her claws, which was strange. She never saw him change his jacket. The teacher clapped his hands. Everyone, let's test other basic spells. Arad kept breaking each spell the teacher showed them. Spark, a spell that is used by everyone to start a fire for cooking. Arad ended up turning it a shocking grasp, as instead of it being a small electric spark, akin to that of a lighter, he turned it into a powerful electric current sparking between his fingers. Breeze, the spell that was used for dusting furniture using a small gust of air. He made it as strong as a leaf blower with the ability to make the air either hot or cold, and turned it into a magic akin to gust of wind. Mold, a spell used by craftsmen to make molds in pottery. Arad instead used it to create a hard blade of dirt that was sharp enough to rival true swords, effectively matching the conjure weapons spell. With each spell, Matilda kept getting frustrated more and more. Each time it was clear that Arad was above everyone else in the class in terms of raw talent for magic, albeit that his talent was more directed toward the art of killing. Even the most innocent of convenience spells turn into a deadly weapon in his hands, like giving a child a fork, only for him to start stabbing things with it. Just as they were about to finish the training, the ground beneath their feet shook as a loud explosion boomed on the other side of the school. "What's going on?" one of the students cried. "I sensed magic," Matilda growled. "That was a spell. I'll go check it out." The teacher pulled his staff and flew away. "Let's go look." Matilda turned around to the student, only to see Arad, the only one uninterested, sitting back and playing with his doll. "Hoy, Aaron, put that doll away and let's go. Where did you have it hidden anyway?" she growled. Arad turned toward her. "No need to worry about it. That was my brother," he said with glowing eyes. "Listen." Gojo stared at his teacher. The woman was shaking in her boots as the firing range had a massive burned line that pierced even their enchanted walls. "I registered in the magic class to study the essence of magic, not play with lower-tier spells." Gojo glared at her. "So, if you like, can we change the subject to at least 7-tier magic? I'd love to play with 9-tier spells, but I doubt this place could survive." He smiled. Arad had chosen to study alchemy, and Gojo picked pure magic, but to both classes, low-tier magic was a necessary thing to learn. You're either a wizard or an alchemist who uses the spells to heat alchemical ingredients, separate or cool them, or even turn mundane water into magic water for brewing. The teacher stared at Gojo's glowing eyes as Arad's teacher landed behind them. "What's going on?" he asked, looking at the destruction. "Student Jogo, what's going on here?" he asked. Gojo turned toward him. "Nothing. I just want to try higher spells. You'll do that later. It's the first day, and we're still trying to accurately assess where each of the students stands in terms of skills." "Fine, I'll wait." Gojo sat in the back. "Call me when you have something worth learning. I've paid handsomely for claimed courses in high magic. I hope you won't disappoint." The two teachers stared at each other, and then Arad's teacher flew back. Gojo's words seemed strange, especially since no one of them knew they were dealing with a dragon. All dragons are obsessed with their wealth and hoard, and it usually requires a professional to make deals with them for one reason. The last thing anyone wants is for a dragon to feel like they were scammed. That could only spell disaster. If I felt this year wasn't worth it, I'll just take my money from them. Tenfolds for wasting my time. Gojo wasn't going to let them off the hook. The morning classes ended a bit before noon as the students and teachers headed to the school's massive canteen for lunch. The moment Arad walked inside, he could see Ayla waving her hand for him as the entire group had gathered at one massive table, eating their share. "I'll come after I get mine," he replied, but Eris looked at him. "We already picked a triple for you." She pointed at the empty spot beside her. "They've gotten him enough food for 3 people and left 2 empty seats at the side. Since his shoulders are so wide, it'll be uncomfortable to leave him with only 1 seat. Thanks." He sat beside them to eat. "How was your first class here?" Gojo looked at Arad with a smile. "Boring until we all heard you blast the firing range. What were you thinking about?" He stared at him. Ayla looked at the 2 brothers arguing, and Mira waved her hand to her. "They should be fine. Could you help with something later?" Ayla blinked. "Don't tell me." "Homework on the first day." Mira sighed with a sad face. I want to work the wood. She deflated like a balloon. I can help you as well, Lydia smiled. We did get some homework, but I did finish it in class. You're a monster. Eris stared at her. I could have only thought of how I would cremate that teacher when she gave us this. She pulled a 3-page work out of her pocket. We better work together. Merida sighed, looking at Arad. You guys didn't get anything. I didn't, Arad replied, and Gojo nodded. He too didn't get any work. I did get some homework. Jack opened his bag and pulled a stack of papers, quickly shoving it back inside. Not this one. Ah, this. Lydia stared at him for a second and then snatched his bag. What did you hide inside? Give it back. I'll need it later. He tried to take his bag back, but with her strength, she easily pushed him away. Looking inside, he had a stack of paper, all solutions to various tests and homework, potential exams, and more. Where did you get his? She glared at him. Borrowed it. Jack looked away. Aaron, you're there! A voice roared across the canteen, and Arad sighed, looking at the other side and seeing Matilda walking toward them. What do you want? He asked as she stood at the table side, staring at him. I came about what happened this morning. Matilda started talking, but soon felt it was hard to breathe. Her chest grew tighter and tighter as she started panting. Care to introduce yourself? Little cat, Ayala glared at her, with glowing green eyes and a twisted smile. Ayala is choking her by controlling the air around us and preventing her from breathing. Arad could sense the magic in the air, but Matilda couldn't. Who are you? Matilda growled. My wife, Arad replied at her side. First wife, Ella added. She's second, pointing at Mira, third at Eris, and fourth at Merida. Already 4. Matilda gasped with a worried face. Wasn't it only her? She pointed at Mira. That's none of your business. Arad looked at her as he chewed a chicken's thigh. Whole bones and all the lab for alchemy has been changed. We're going to the 7th lab instead of the 4th. Matilda stared at him. So, you came to tell me that? Arad looked at Ayla and she stopped using her magic. For a while, I thought you were here to start trouble, Ayla said with a smile. Nice to meet you, Matilda. There you were. Another girl wearing a wizard's robe walked in with a smile on her face. That's Aaron. Yo-ho. Here's Selena. She waved her hand at him. You didn't come this morning? Arad looked at her for a second. Yeah, I sadly had some problems. Slash! Merida jumped from her seat, cutting the girl's head in the blink of an eye with a knife. Matilda gasped as blood splashed her and everyone around. Nice try. Merida turned toward the falling corpse. Everyone cried, surprised at Merida's action, except Gojo, who sat there looking as if he expected that. Visit Freeweb No Vel. For the best novel reading experience, Chapter 737, The Lonely Wizard. Chapter 737, The Lonely Wizard, she noticed before me, and cut her without hesitation. What a fearsome woman. Carrying any bullshit plan with her around is stupid. She's the type to cut first and then think later. Gojo smiled as the student started running to the edges of the canteen, terrified by the murder. Calm down, he said, waving his hand. That isn't a real body. It's a fungal-controlled flesh golem. As he said that, the body started disintegrating as the blood splattered everywhere started evaporating into white smoke. As the teachers ran in, they saw the corpse and immediately noticed it. A flesh golem? How? Some of them gasped. Aran Gojo looked at Arad with a smile. You've never seen one before. They are interesting. They create a body using monster bones and flesh, then infuse it with a type of fungus that responds to magic, and then remotely control it from a distance like a doll. Gojo stood and looked at the corpse. Their strength is limited by the type of monster parts used to make them. Their magic is capped by the fungus's transmission rate, and their look is created through the art of the craft. He wiped the girl's face with his hand, pulling parts of her skin and showing the stitches beneath. They are as close to a zombie as you can without being a necromancer, a marvel of alchemy and magic craft. What are you talking about? Matilda screamed, her eyes darting between the disintegrating corpse and Gojo. Arad stood. "Brother, this is fantastic." His eyes shifted toward Merida. "Thanks for saving us." Merida looked away with a blush. "I doubt she had the strength to harm any of us. I didn't do anything." Merida stared at the corpse. Whoever made this. They used monster parts, as Gojo stated, in a more accepted way than what I do. She could remember how her fungus can infect people and turn them into demonic spawns that she controls. In the same way, the crimson rot infected the area around Riverside when the demonic infection started. She could do the same. A mushromancer. I use humans instead of flesh golems, but as it's a technique close to what I do, I noticed it immediately. So, what would we do? Jack looked at the corpse. "This will clean itself when it disappears, but where is the caster?" "Don't worry, Aaron, you're taking care of it?" Arad shook his head. "Brother Jogo, I'm not taking care of it. She's taking the job." He smiled. "What did happen?" A girl cried, scrambling around a messy desk in the dark as she pulled several crystal balls. "I lost the signal. What was the last image?" She kept trying until she managed to see it. A horrifying smile by Merida, a fraction of a second before she cleaved her head. "Ah, scary. What's with this crazy woman? Did she destroy my precious body? I would have died if that was me. I was right to never go out." Clack. The handle of her room's door moved, and she gasped, looking back, and closed her mouth. Clack, 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 clack. Stopped, and an eerie silence filled the room. Did they go? What was that? Crack, a finger burst through the keyhole, and the door was forced open as a pink and purple-haired woman walked in. Her pink eyes glowed in the darkness as she smiled at the girl inside. "Eh!" the girl cried, crawling away, scared and hiding under a pile of clothes. "So you're here, little wizard," Doma said with a twisted smile. "You didn't think we won't find you, did you, Flap?" The girl threw the clothes away and pointed her right index and middle finger at Doma while holding a scroll in her left hand. Light beam. Light beam Doma pulled Arad's adamantine sword out of nowhere, slashing beams of light in half and deflecting them with the polished side of the blade. "Impossible!" The girl screamed as the deflected beams cut the walls and the scroll in her hand burned after being used. Reacting to light magic clench? Doma grabbed the girl from her back, clenching a fist on her robe. "I didn't react to light. I reacted to your moves and magic flow." Zahn, the scenery in front of the girl, shifted, and she fell face first in the canteen before Arad and everyone else. She controlled the golem from 36 kilometers away to the north in her house's attic. "I already disable all of her weapons, including scrolls and staves," Doma said in Arad's head. "She is harmless, besides the magic she can use on her own." "So you're the real Selena?" Arad looked at her. Selena lifted her head, staring around and seeing a bunch of people around her. She screamed, crawling away to the corner of the canteen and curled into a ball, hiding beneath her large hat. "What's her problem?" "She seems to be afraid of us." "No, she's afraid of people in general. That is why she had a golem attend in her place." "How we're supposed to deal with that?" Arad sighed, but he saw Matilda trying to calm Selena down, and her efforts were working. Arad turned toward Merida. "I doubt it being a golem is enough of a reason to attack her." "She tried using magic, so I killed her before she could harm anyone," she replied. "That was an appraisal spell, though." Gojo looked at Arad with a smile. She sensed the faint change in the fungus's magic before the spell could even initiate. You can think of the golem as a separate entity from the mage. For it to cast magic, it needs the formula to be sent and loaded into the fungal network first. Merida sensed the mushrooms downloading a spell from Selena before the magic could even initiate, so she cut her. That is how she managed to be ahead of everyone else. Appraisal magic, is that a spell? It isn't. Gojo shook his face. It can only be used with rare crystals collected from dungeon cores. I bet that Golem had one infused into its body. By that time, neither the corpse nor blood were left. Every last drop had disappeared. Arad turned toward Matilda and Selina. "How is she doing? Aron, stay back. She's afraid of you, lots." Matilda pointed at him. "Calm down." Senna appeared behind Matilda and patted Selina's head. "Aron might look big and scary, but he doesn't bite." Selina stared at Senna's face, getting a weird feeling. Each time she saw other people, her skin would crawl, and she couldn't help but feel terrified. Yet this one seemed strange. Her words sounded gentle, caring, and loving. "Don't cry, don't fear, the world isn't out to harm you." "I won't let them." She hugged her. "Guh, she's at it again," Celica growled. "That dirty illusion magic, and a powerful one at that." Sina, being the perfect life form, is an expert at mimicking other creatures' biological functions. Since the goal was to make Selina feel safe, Senna's goal became clear. She first looked at what type of creature Selina was down to the genetics functions, copied and reversed it back, and ended as close as possible to her mother's genetics. She then copied everything from tone, scent, feel, and way of speech. She could have used that to transform her shape and voice, but since that would be too freaky for a human to achieve, she opted to cover that part with illusion magic, a good way to cover her powers. Celica stared at Sina, the perfect living being. She uses that power to pacify animals and monsters, but she never told me it can work on humans. She gets more terrifying the more I see what her power can achieve. Selina seemed to be calming down, so everyone returned to their seats, and Lydia brought some extra chairs. Albeit they managed to convince Selina to sit and eat, she preferred to sit on the edge beside Matilda, whom she trusted. Teacher Lucia rushed across the hallways as she heard Aaron and his group might be getting into some trouble. But the moment she ran into the canteen, she saw them all sitting around one table, eating and bickering about their first morning in the school. The only sign of trouble is the confused students on the other tables. "Aaron, Mira!" Lucia rushed toward them, and Selina gasped, hiding behind Matilda. "Did something happen?" "Just a misunderstanding. We've already solved it." Arad pointed at two other teachers who arrived before her. They were here. Lucia headed to talk to the other teachers while Arad turned his attention to Selina. "How does that golem thing work? You're with me in class, so you're aiming for alchemy, right?" Selina gasped. "Who's the pink-haired one?" She replied with a question while hiding behind Matilda. Arad tried to come up with an identity on the spot, but he didn't think of anything. Doma couldn't shut up in his mind, shouting one thing. "Older sister?" "Hey?" Everyone stared at him. "Yeah," Gojo laughed. "She's a scary one, isn't she?" Updated from Freweb Novel, Com Chapter 738, Alchemy Class. "She's afraid of us, and to fix that, we need her to understand that we aren't a threat and that other people aren't going to harm her." I don't know where that fear started or how, but it doesn't matter. What matters is finding a way for her to face it, even though I suspect she would have been scared of me the most talking about Doma. She's most afraid of Merida and keeping her distance. I can see that she can't take her eyes away from her. She's actively avoiding even circulating her mana around while we're close. Now that I'm thinking about it, Merida is really unhinged for a human. I've never seen one who can kill like that, with no hesitation, no bloodlust, and no remorse. Even with the deadliest killers or monsters, everyone expects a moment of peace. Merida instantly goes for the kill. She doesn't even think about it. Whenever there is danger, her answer is to eliminate it. She doesn't speak, telegraph, think, or even change her breathing or emit bloodlust. Like a sudden cough, her body moves to snatch a life. "Merida," Arad looked at her. "What is it?" Merida turned toward him. "Don't attack Selina under any circumstances. This time it was a golem, but next it might be a real life." She looked down, a bit sad. "I'll try next time, but what if it was a real threat?" Those with the fastest reaction time are the ones to fall for feints the most. Geralt's words. Roberta's father's words stuck with Arad all this time. A fight isn't just about killing each other. It's about how to achieve that. The first thing anyone would try is abusing the opponent's instincts and movements that they don't control. Temper is one of them. I'll train you. It won't be easy. Arad smiled and Merida nodded. It's bad to point fault at someone without explaining why it's a fault or giving them a clear way to solve it. Killing is a clear wrong, so I don't need to explain that part. And since I can teach her how to control her reactions using what Gerald taught me, it's all good. Thanks, Gerald. Arad's eyes quickly shifted towards Selina and Matilda. How does that golem work? Matilda blinked. Don't know. She turned back and looked at Selina for a moment. She says, you can watch her make another one. Matilda smiled. The process would take about a week if all parts are present. Selina whispers to Matilda, and she speaks off to everyone else. Matilda, since when did you know her? Arad asked. Yesterday at the entrance tests, Matilda replied with a smile. I see if she was able to make a friend this quickly, her fear of people should be fixable by exposing her to more people and showing her they aren't scary. Words alone probably won't work. She needs to make that call herself. Let's work on one together. Arad smiled at her. She asks if you can keep your sister away from her, and also want to ask you to make her send a letter home informing that she's at school. Matilda looked at Arad after listening to Selina. I guess if she was locking herself in her room. They'll get worried if she doesn't come out for food. Of course, Arad replied with a gentle smile. She's scary, but I promise she won't harm you. She brought you here without harming you. She says she's less scary than her over there. Matilda pointed at Merida. Lunchtime quickly passed by, and the afternoon classes started. Arad and his classmate had alchemy, their first lesson. It's alchemy. Why are we in class and not in the lab? Arad sighed, leaning back in his seat. Theory, first practice later, Matilda replied, kicking the back of his chair. Don't lean backward. You're too big. You're pushing my table. Sorry, he fixed his seat. Selina, why are you hiding? The teacher of the class, Lucia, approached her. Selina covered herself with her hand and looked as if sleeping. She's afraid, and just having people look at her was a bit too scary. Teacher, she's listening. Don't mind her, Matilda said. Don't butt in, Lucia glared at her. What do you mean by butt in? Arad turned around, glaring at her with his eyes glowing purple. Lucia's body froze as she remembered what Alcott once said when he first heard her say that. Butt in? Want something in your butt? Or do you want your butt in something? Care to explain? She means don't put your nose in her business, Matilda whispered to him. Her business? What does that have to do with a butt? Arad blinked. I didn't put my nose in her butt. Are you an idiot? She means to not interfere in her talk with Selina. That's a metaphor. You need to attend the language classes. Lucia turned toward Arad, a bit scared to ask, especially after hearing the strange conversation between him and Matilda. Fine, she sighed, walking back toward her desk. But I'll drag her to the office if I notice her slacking off. Lucia kept explaining the basics of alchemy, and it was as boring as anyone expected. Alchemy is divided into two main branches, classic alchemy and magic alchemy. The difference between them is the involvement of magic water or magic ingredients. If the alchemy doesn't need magic water or magic ingredients, it's a classic alchemy, and if it does, it's a magic alchemy. Magic water is simple water that is infused by mana, either by putting magic stones in it or by directly infusing it with mana. Its main function is to sustain the magical effect of the ingredients used in magic alchemy. Lucia set a simple example using a frost lily, a beautiful blue flower that blooms on frozen mountains. She pulled two small pots with the flowers growing in them. Watch closely. Lucia pulled the flower out and put it on a magic orb, 34, 33. After about a minute of waiting, the mana density in the plant dropped. See this? Fresh ingredients are important in alchemy, as their quality decreases over time as they lose mana. She smiled. That's why most alchemists prefer to grow their ingredients instead of harvesting them. That's why we witches live in huts and plant everything we need ourselves, Doma said in Arad's head. Now let's make a potion with it using normal water. Lucia took the flour, crushed it in a mortar and pestle, then poured water over it. Let it rest a bit, then drain it. She poured the solution into a potion bottle. We let it rest for a moment and it's done. This should be a freeze potion. The water inside is supposed to freeze into ice when I shatter it. Lucia approached the crystal ball, but before that, look. She put the potion on the crystal and it displayed 7. We lost a lot of mana while crushing the flour. She then quickly picked up the potion and threw it on the ground. The bottle shattered, leaving a puddle of cold water and a small amount of mushy ice. See? A failed potion. She then pulled a small bowl filled with water. You can either put magic stones in it and wait for about an hour, but that's expensive. I encourage you to use your own mana as it's free. She put her finger in the water and started pouring mana into it. And it's faster. After about 1 minute, she had filled the water with mana. Touching its surface with the crystal, 235 was displayed. See? It's full to the brim. Lucia smiled as she crushed the second flour and mixed it into the water. After creating the second potion, she put it on the crystal and got a read of 201. A large portion of potion quality is that of the magic water used. As you can see, this is almost 30 times as strong. She threw the potion on the ground, and it exploded into tens of ice spikes, chilling the whole class. Cold, Matilda gasped, heating her hands on Arad's neck. Strangely enough, the area around him didn't get cold. Anyone want to try it here before we continue? Lucia asked, and Arad stood. My heater, Matilda cried with a sad face, left in the cold like an abandoned kitten. This is a simple demonstration. I'll write everything for you, then we'll head to the lab. Lucia flicked her finger and melted the ice with a single spell, heating the class back up. She won't let the students stay for long in the cold, especially after Matilda's remark. So you want to try? I'll show you how to do it. Lucia looked at Arad with a smile. Arad lifted his hand. Wait a moment. He walked back to his seat and pretended to reach inside his bag. He pulled a long white lab coat. What's that? No, why did you bring a lab coat here? Lucia stared at him, confused. The school usually provides those in the lab. Equipment is accounted for when the students pay their tuition fees. My wife made it for me and said to wear it. It's nice, isn't it? He even buttoned it up to the neck. Your wife. Lucia stared at him. Merida, that freak. All of his classmates remembered how Merida beheaded Selena's clone in cold blood. You must really love your wives. Matilda stared at him. Don't start with the, I'll kill you if you messed with my wives. That most nobles do. I do love my wives. It isn't a question about how many people I would kill for my wives. It's about who I would allow to live. Arad walked toward the board to try, but then his eyes turned toward the window as he saw a bunch of students walking into the yard, dragging a massive mass of iron and wood. It's Mira's class. He could see Mira riding on their strange creation, trying to fix something. Crack. His ear caught a strange sound inside the creation, and it only took him a fraction of a second to realize it's about to blow up. This content is taken from freewebnovel.com, Chapter 739, Arad is fast. Chapter 739, Arad is fast. Boom. A powerful burst echoed in the school's yard, and all the students flinched, blinking as they ducked down. What was that? Swash. In the blink of an eye, Arad's white lab coat looked a bit scuffed, with small bits of ash and dirt on his shoulders and hair. The students looked at him with confusion. He just wore that swash. In the next blink, he was as clean as before. Gosh! Lucia gasped, sweat dripping across her forehead, and her legs froze in place. It was but a blur, but I caught it with my mage eyes. Mage eye, an observation spell that wizards use to scout their surroundings. It gives them a third-person camera angle and could be used to look around an area like drones. They are invisible and hard to detect. Most wizards can only use 2 at a time, assigning each to an eye. Those eyes detect movement better than the naked eye and are sensitive to magic. Lucia was an exceptional wizard and had 4 mage eyes around her, one above her head to watch her back, one in the hallway, one outside the windows, and one she left in her room. But her skills were nowhere near Merlin, who has over 20 flying around Alina. I barely saw it in that fraction of a second. Arad's mana spiked on her number 1 mage eye, the one above her head, like a flash. His body turned into a blur as he disappeared. Her mage eye number 3, the one outside the window, caught a glimpse of a blurry silhouette rushing out toward the students outside. That silhouette picked Mira and moved her several meters away from the massive device, then went and picked the device and moved it away from the students. But it exploded on the silhouette. That silhouette then returned to where Arad was standing and stopped moving. It was only then that the blur disappeared. Impossible. It can't be. What did Aaron just do? I felt his magic spiking. Was that a spell? What kind? Isn't he a fighter? No, I don't care what spell it is. How the fuck can he move that fast? The students outside are at least 300 meters away. Lucia reached for a paper on her desk, scrambling to crunch some numbers. 300 meters, and that only took about 0.2 seconds. This bastard moved at 1,500 meters per second? That's 5,400 kilometers per hour. How there was no shockwave? No! How could a human move like that? It can't be. She freaked out so much that she didn't notice him cleaning his clothes with the void. Unbeknown to her, Arad wasn't that fast. He achieved such a feat by stacking several tricks. He could have used Void Step, but the cooldown would have caused so much lag that he would need to choose between Mira and the other students. He could have moved the device first, but as he doesn't know when it'll explode, he preferred to cover Mira with his back first, just in case, increasing the risk for other students, but making sure Mira would remain safe. Arad's base moving speed was 10 meters per second. He then used the void to erase the air around his body to reduce drag, and since there was no air, there was no shockwave when breaking the sound barrier. The reduced drag at such speed allowed him to reach 13 meters per second. He then consumed a speed potion that he made while learning from Aisha, and that got him to 15 meters per second. Since that speed was still too slow, he cast Time Slow 99%. That increased his speed by 100-fold, allowing him to reach around 1,500 meters per second. Should I say something? No, with such speed, it'll only take him a second to slit my throat. Even if I was 1.5 kilometers away, Arad was too fast for her to dare say a word. Subconsciously, she tried to erase that memory from her head to avoid trouble. I saw nothing. She stared forward with a blank face. Mira looked around, finding herself several meters away from the explosion. It exploded. Did it throw me away? No, the device itself moved. This is Arad's doing. She sighed as the student surrounded her, thinking the blast flung her away. He's the only one who can move like this. She remembered him blitzing a misfired nail when she was making her hammer. I'm fine, fine. Bring something to douse the fire, she said, and some of the students rushed to bring water buckets. The teacher approached her, told you that thing is a failure. Last year students made it, but it never worked. I'll change the design and make it work. You know how useful such a machine would be if it worked? Mira stared at the destroyed device. That's but a pipe dream. The teacher sighed. But I'll give you a lab and resources. Work on it, but with protective gears. Thank you. Mira smiled. I'll make sure to wear them next time. She looked at Arad's classroom window. Even though I'm in Arad's range, he'll never let a bug get close to me. Back in class, Arad remixed the potion in front of Lucia. When mixing the holy water, he only dripped a little bit of mana into it as he didn't want to freeze the class. His only measured 97 mana. Bay! Wahaha! Matilda burst laughing. You only got 97? I'm sure I can do 150. Is that all you have, Aaron? Lucia started sweating and glared at Matilda. Stop it. You're all here to learn, not boast, she growled at her. Aaron would rip your tail off and shove it down your throat before you could realize he moved. Don't trigger him, you stupid tiger. Arad could sense a deep fear swelling inside Lucia. She's afraid of what? Me. Probably because of what happened yesterday. I should apologize later. I don't want her to remain scared all year. The class then moved to the labs to finish testing the simple potions. They ended up making a fire like the ice one, but used a fire rose mana, which was mostly magic water, and a stamina potion. The latter one interested Arad the most. The ingredients included several things. Fresh mint, rum of any kind, but white is preferable to be able to make the potions green later. Fresh lime. Honey, preferably from bees that feed on windflowers, flowers used to make potions that strengthen wind, magic water. Castor capable of using wind magic water ice. First, use a clean glass and put the fresh mint in it. Then slightly bruise with a muddler. You don't need to crush or pulverize it. Second, squeeze the fresh lemon to make lime juice, then pour it on the mint. Added the rum, honey, and a handful of ice, then mix it well for a minute. Third, strain the mixture into a new glass. Fourth, fill a glass with magic water and channel wind magic into it for a while until it gets infused and turns into wind element infused magic water. You'll know when it turns green. Mix the mixture of step 3 with the wind element infused magic water, then pour it into a potion bottle and lock it tight. How the potion works. The alcohol in the rum helps dull pain and reduce the user's sense of exhaustion. The mint and lime help open the airways and give a fresh feeling, which helps the potion sell. The wind element infused magic water gets absorbed through the digestive system and fills the blood with oxygen, assisting the lungs and muscles. The honey provides sugar that the body uses as fuel, and since it's from bees that feed on windflowers, it'll also add a small boost to oxygen levels in the blood. The magic water ice helps the potion remain cold for a prolonged period of time. So when drunk, it lowers the body's temperature, which most likely is overheating due to exhaustion, which helps lower the amount of sweat and wasted water. And since the potion has a bit of water, it'll help quench thirst a bit, but drinking water is recommended. Arad slowly turned toward Lucia with a passive face. This is just a mojito with magic water. No, it isn't. We don't teach students how to make cocktails here. It's against the rules. She smiled. No, this is just a drink. Stop pretending it isn't. Arad gasped. I mean, look at this. He pointed at Matilda, who was hugging his leg. Aaron, big, strong, hick. Matilda rubbed her face on his thighs with a red face, drunk, after downing 4 failed stamina potions. Let's make a lot of babies. I always wanted a strong one. She's dead drunk. Arad growled. How? This is not a drink. You're not supposed to drink that many stamina potions at once. Lucia lifted a finger. They have a lot of bad side effects if you drink a lot. Drinking a lot of stamina potions can lead to over-oxygenating, high blood sugar, and alcohol levels, which can lead to loss of consciousness, getting drunk mid-fights, liver damage from abusive use for a long time, and even death at some times. Some elves can't digest honey, so they could get a bad stomachache or diarrhea. On many cubs, Matilda mumbled, still stuck to Arad's leg. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com, Chapter 740. The unheroic hero, Arad sighed, mentally exhausted. His wives kept it in moderation, and when Jack got drunk, it wasn't this bad. He looked down, seeing Matilda still latched to his leg. It was almost 3 hours, and she only got drunk. Each time she gets sober a bit, she makes another stamina potion. Gulp it down as a test, and gets even more hammered. Aran, say, Aaron. She rubbed her face on his leg, latching onto his clothes with her claws. Everyone, this is all for today. Please keep the recipes in mind. You'll need to use them as a base to make stronger potions, and might be in your tests. Lucia looked at them with a smile. Teacher, take her away from me. Arad pointed at Matilda. Lucia approached him, extending her hand to Matilda. Matilda hissed at her, swinging her claw, and Lucia barely dodged. Oh my, she's feisty. She looked at Arad. Aaron, can you take her to the girls' dorm? Why me? Arad stared at Lucia. Matilda is the second strongest, and you're the first. She'll hurt other students if they try carrying her. Lucia looked at him with a smile. "Don't give me that. You carry her with magic," he growled. "I have paperwork. Take her to the entrance of the girls' dorm. She should be sober by then." Lucia waved her hand, disappearing in a puff of silver mist. Arid looked at Matilda, then turned toward one of the cabinets. "You as well," he growled. "Come here, or you'll stay alone, all night long in a strange land." The cabinet door slowly opened, and Selina walked out, covering her face with her large wizard hat. Arid walked toward Matilda and Selina's stuff and packed them up. He then lifted Matilda like a bag of rice on his shoulder and extended his hand to Selina. "Let's go." Selina hesitated. "Make a conscious decision. I know you're scared of me, but I'm certain you know I would have already hurt you if I wanted. So trust." He glared at her. "Trust." She took his hand as he walked with her, hiding behind him all the way outside the building. Clack. Clack. Arad slowly turned his head, seeing Jack, Lydia, and the girls walking toward them. Arad. Jack waved his hand and Selina latched to Arad's back. Jack tilts his head. "Ah, she's scared of me." "What's going on?" Ayala asked. "Matilda got drunk on failed stamina potions, and that teacher Lucia asked me to take her to the girls' dorm." Arad replied as he looked at Matilda's giggling face. "Lydia, can you help her?" Ayala asked. Lydia pointed at Eris. "It was today's class. Try it on her." "You mean the detoxification spell? I burned every monster." "Look at her. Do you mind burning her a bit?" Lydia pointed at Matilda. Eris smiled. A charred kitty, she extended her hand forward, detoxification with a bright light. A ray of holy magic hit Matilda, engulfing her in a cleansing brilliance. Damn it, why did it have to work well now? Eris growled, feeling that her spell worked. Probably since Arad is carrying her, and you don't want to burn him. Mira poked her. "I'm not," Eris cried. Mira giggled as she turned toward Arad. "Thank you for saving me earlier, and everyone else. You noticed it was me?" Arad smiled. "Who else could move like that? Gojo won't touch me. I bet he would have handled it differently." She giggled. "You're right, and tempo is too loud." He shook Matilda. "Wake up, drunk tigress." Matilda slowly opened her eyes, rubbing them as she grunted. "Where am I?" Merida approached her. "Somewhere," she replied. "That isn't an answer." Matilda growled as she looked around, realizing she was on Arad's shoulder as he carried her like a bag of rice. "Put me down!" she gasped, and Arad threw her to the ground. "Tap!" She landed on all four. "Be gentle with the ladies." She hissed back at him. Ayala approached her. "You're fine. Cats always fall on their legs. I'm a tigress." Selina rushed to hide behind Matilda. Now she had no use for Arad. "Where is everyone else?" Arad asked. "They still have another hour to go, or left an hour before us," Jack replied. "You know where they are, don't you? I've lost track of Abel when I tried to save Mira." Arad looked at Jack. "Ah, don't worry about that idiot. He went to explore the town of Croc Hut." Jack pointed south. "No wonder I didn't sense him inside the university's land." The moment Arad extended his magic sense to the town, he could sense Abel there. Jack. Lydia looked at them. "We'll go back to the dorm. Sarah should be waiting there with Senna and Celica. We have some homework to do. Take care." As the girls left, Arad and Jack found a bench in the middle of the yard and sat. "Ah! Ah!" A teacher growled on the other side of the yard. "Jack, there you are!" She rushed to them. "And Aaron, good. Can you help me talk with him?" She looked worried. "Count me out." Arad looked away. "Come on." "Jack doesn't listen to anyone. You two look like friends. You can convince him. It's for his own good." She looked at Jack. "Why do you have to bother me?" He sighed. "You're the top student and got full marks in the entrance exam. What do you think you're doing, skipping the first day of school?" She growled. "Jack didn't attend any of the classes. I don't want to, and I probably won't show until after tomorrow." He looked at her with a smile. "That won't do. You have to attend. Getting full marks in the entrance exam doesn't mean you don't need to learn anything. You have to present." Jack sighed. Just sit down, Teacher Alaminia. As the teacher sat beside them, Jack put one leg on the other and whistled to the sky. What are you doing? She glared at him. Aaron, tell him. Don't involve me. Arid looked away. As Jack looked at the sky, a pigeon flew toward him and landed on his hand. She had a letter tied to her leg. That was quick. Jack smiled, taking the letter off and sending the pigeon away. What was that? Alaminia asked. Jack lifted the small folded letter between two fingers and looked at Arad. Fire, please? Arad lifted a finger, creating a candle flame. I still don't know what's written inside. Stop bothering me, and I'll burn it. He smiled. What is written there? She stared at the paper intensely. Information about you, the things you don't want anyone to know. Jack waved the paper. Who will even get you such a thing? Stop fooling around and come to classes. I won't tell you anything about my sources. Jack mumbled with a passive face. It was Abel in the city. Stop messing around. You're here to study, aren't you? She glared at him. Jack opened the paper. Big words from you. Is it a side hustle, working at the brothel in Croc? He said with a passive, and a freaky one at that. Not like your family is poor or anything, and you have a husband and children as well. She froze in place. It's always easy to get dirt on people. He turned toward her, staring at her terrified face. See here, it says 1 out of 5. I wonder what other heinous shit you have done in your life. I thought you were hailed as the hero chosen by the Holy Blade, she growled. And with such talent, why swoop so low? Talent? Hero? What are those? Are they delicious? He threw the paper into Arad's flame. I'm a rogue, don't forget that. Rather than use your mouth to talk about my talent, go use it for your talent down in the brothel. He glared at her. I have work tomorrow, so I'll attend after that. What would you do, knowing that? She asked. Nothing, as long as you steer clear of my way. If you kept pressing me, the whole city would know. I doubt you'll stay in this university to press me any longer. He leaned back. Leave. She stood and rushed away. Don't do it. Arad stared at him. I won't. She can't force me to attend anyway. This is just me showing her that it's bad to try and strong-arm a rogue into owning her favors. It's a long story. So it's more than her trying to drag you to class. Arad smiled. How about you? Won't you tell me to go study? I'll skip tomorrow as well. Jack smiled. Arad looked around, seeing this. How could I tell you to study? As Arad's eyes looked around. Jack giggled. It's nice, isn't it? Half of the university's premise was covered in Jack's deadly traps, bombs beneath the ground, wires between the tiles, poison gas, weapons and material stashes, blackmailed people, and stolen rare and deadly magic items. Like a spider in a day, Jack turned half the university into his domain, a deadly trap. He intends to finish the work tomorrow, making the entire place into one massive trap. Are you going for a war here or something? It's a new environment. I need to be ready. Unlike you, I don't have any talent or powerful magic. My class also doesn't provide anything besides cheap tricks. I need to prepare. Jack extended his hand to Arad. How much did this thing cost? 300 gold coins for today, and I'll need around 400 tomorrow. Arad sighed. My pocket hurts. He gave Jack a bag full of gold. Thank you, boss. Say, Jack, how effective this whole place is. I doubt you can stop me. Jack started thinking, Boss, you and your brother are too heavy and fast. I can't catch you. Like a bird can't get stuck in a spider's web. Ah, also, I doubt I can stop tempo. So everyone else, even Eris? Jack smiled. She'll burn half of my traps down, but honestly, I'm confident that I can kill her, even with her regeneration. I'm glad you're on my side. Arad could remember how Jack fought the incubus before the lich, and more. He's always terrifying when prepared. Well, I wanted to ask you for another favor. Jack turned toward Arad about that girl Selena. New novel chapters are published on freemarknovel.com, chapter 741, The Gang of Croc City. Chapter 741, The Gang of Croc City. Arad looked at Jack. Selina, do you need something from her? Jack smiled. You know how I have very little mana, close to nothing. Jack lifted his hand. Besides zero-tier spells, I can't cast anything else. How about class skills? They are tied to my class. You said it. I want something more reliable, something that no one can expect. Jack pulled a white paper with a magic circle on it. Look, this is how to transfer mana from a mana stone into an object. Jack smiled. I got it from one of the teachers here, and do you remember that barbarian named Gura from the capital? You don't mean Arad stared at him. You want Selina to implant a mana crystal into your body like the one in Gura's chest? Bingo. A mana crystal inside my body to power magic items integrated into my artificial arm and leg. I can also tattoo magic circles and inscriptions on my body to be able to cast spells. Jack smiled. What I want is a spider's web, like the web spell? No. Jack pulled a roll of thin steel wires. This is what he uses to make his traps, and for now he has spread them between the tiles in the ground and in the cracks between the bricks in the walls. He can also use them to cut or create tripwires. Spider's web is an inscription that one of the S ranks created but discarded as a failure as it needs to be, recreated perfectly for each cast. It can be lethal to the user if the cast isn't accurate. Jack showed Arad his artificial hand. He already had tinkered a bit with it, and managed to get wires to pour out of his fingertips, since the spell would be tattooed into my body and inscribed into my artificial arm. I will be recreated perfectly each cast, and with a mana crystal to power it up, I should be fine, Jack smiled. And what would that spell do? It'll allow me to control the wires and expand my senses across the web of my traps. We humans have weak senses. I did learn echolocation from Alcott, but it's not that powerful. Jack leaned back. I'll see what I can do. Getting her to do that would be hard. She can make a flesh golem. I bet she put a stone inside me without much trouble. A little healing magic would close the wound, and it'll all be good. Jack looked at Arad. But I guess skill isn't her problem. Jack then stood. I'll head down to the city to spend what you just gave me. I'm sure the local supplier would be thrilled. So I'm leaving Selina's matter to you. Buying so many trap materials, won't they suspect anything? I know how to hide my tracks. Jack smiled as he walked into the sunset. Celica, where are you going? Senna asked as she brushed her hair sitting on a wooden chair by the window. The sun is setting. We didn't bring that many things with us, Celica replied. And it's empty. She pulled out a bottle of high-grade liquor, the Lemon of Life, an elvish brand that's always compared to the dwarven fire wine. Some even say it's better. Oh my, that's a problem. Be careful out there. Senna looked at the bottle. She really did love that. It's just as strong as the dwarven fire wine, but has a fresh smell and a gentle taste. It doesn't burn the throat. I'll be back in an hour or so. Celica left. Celica approached Croc's City northern gate. The guards stared at her for a second. If you're a student, show us your student card. Celica pulled her card. Here you go. The guard approached and leaned forward to look at the card through the slit in his helmet. She's a student. Let her in. He didn't even touch the card. Thank you. Celica walked toward the gate but stopped midway. Do you know where the silver mug is? One of the guards stared at her. You must be joking. We're not guiding a minor to a bar. You'll only get mugged, and we don't want to deal with that. She's 24. The guard who looked at her card said, It's at the end of the street, but be careful. It might sound disrespectful, but you look like a prime target for thugs. Celica smiled. A lone woman with enough money to buy alcohol. But remember that. Don't judge a book by its cover. I know, but scream. If anything looks suspicious, it's better for us guards to waste our time than have you hurt. He smiled. I'll keep that in mind. Celica walked into the city and the guards approached their friend, trying to hit on her. One looked at him with a grin. I'm not. Our boy Arnold saving the beautiful lady at the last moment. It's nice to be young, isn't it? One smacked him on the back. We'll help you if she calls. Don't worry, we'll hail you as our prodigy. Celica finally reached the silver mug and walked inside. The place looked like any normal tavern, but was strangely filled with more dangerous-looking people and weirdos, thugs, bandits, and half-naked drunkards running around starting fights. Even the Adventurers Guild looked like a nice place in comparison, and that is saying something. Celica approached the counter and looked the bartender. Lemon of life. A bottle, she said. The bartender stopped polishing the glasses and stared at her. A shot? A bottle? Celica repeated. You know how much that would be? The bartender stared at her. It's worth a fortune. I'm not pulling it out to anyone who asks. You could as well nab and run. I'll not deal with that. I know how much it'll cost. 50 to 60 gold coins, am I wrong? She sighed. 57 to be exact. Do you have that kind of money? I just want to take and leave. This place doesn't look inviting, to be honest. She pulled out a bag of gold and took 5 coins out of it. She stared at him. I'll give 55. I'm sure you'll find a mistress to be quite the returning customer. 57. Come on. I know you bought it for around 44 to 46. Elves are trying to compete with the dwarves. I know my alcohol, so stop trying to swindle me. She pushed the coin purse to him. The bartender smiled. I like you, girl. It's rare to see someone here who isn't an idiot that just wants something strong to treat their sick minds. He sighed, taking the gold and pouring it on a scale. He then quickly counted it. Nice doing business with you. He pulled a bottle for Celica. Want to have a taste? No need. She grabbed the bottle and felt it tingle in her hands. Senna had made the faint hair on her palm sensitive for the lemon of life, so she could detect it just like that. I can know it's the real deal with a single touch. And quite an old one at that. 20 years, right? Celica smiled. The bartender's eyes opened wide. Are you a wine expert? It's exactly 20 years old. He made a gentle bow. Sorry, I didn't know I was speaking with such a master. No need for that. Celica stored the bottle in her bag. At the back of the tavern, Jack was sitting there, enjoying a beer when he saw Celica walk in. He sighed, standing up. Keep my spot. I'm going to the bathroom. He waved his hand at the tavern girl rushing around with beer. Got it, she replied, as she rushed around. Jack walked into the bathroom and sighed. Ah, it's going to get ugly. I feel bad for the bartender and that cute girl. But the looks those thugs were giving Celica weren't nice. Gotta do my job once again. He walked into the rightmost toilet and closed the door from his magic bag. He pulled a small knife and started listening to the wall. I've been counting good. He smiled, looking around for the nails holding the wooden wall together. Then, using his knife and a small hammer that he pulled out, he prayed the nails off until he took one of the wooden planks off and could walk directly into one of the women's stalls on the other side. Jack slowly pushed the door open, seeing a woman puking in the sink after drinking too much. Sorry, lady. He closed the door, then pulled a handkerchief and drenched it in a strange liquid, a sleeping potion. With one motion, he walked out of the stall and covered the woman's mouth and nose with the handkerchief, knocking her out before dragging her to the stall. Jack locked the stall's door with his lock-picking tools and looked at the woman. Long black hair, blue eyes, otherwise normal. I should have Abel teach me his disguise spell. It'll be really handy, more than doing things in this old style. Wait, I don't have the luxury of mana, do I? He pulled a short black hair wig and wore it. I'm not going to copy your whole appearance. Don't worry, I only need enough for them not to suspect anything, but not to the point of identifying you. 2 minutes later, Jack walked out of the women's bathroom, wearing the women's clothes, disguised enough to fool everyone. He sneakily walked around the tavern as Celica was still talking with the bartender, and discreetly dropped the strongest laxative pills he had in the thug's drinks, before pretending he was sick and walking back into the women's bathroom. He then gave the woman her clothes back and put a gold coin in her pocket, walked through the hole he made in the wall back into the men's bathroom, fixed the wall, and then returned to his seat as if nothing happened. That all took him 5 minutes. Now, this should take care of the ones in here, but I'm certain they have more people waiting outside. He gulped down his drink and gave the money to the waiter girl as he walked out of the back door. "Hey, what are you doing here?" A large, muscular man approached Jack. Jack slowly turned with a smile, noticing the alligator's tattoo on the man's neck. "I want to join Ali U Krok. You today brats are so brazen," the man smiled. "Follow me." Jack walked behind the man, a steel wire dangling out of his artificial fingers. 1 minute later, Jack walked out of the back alley wearing the man's outfit and with a fake alligator's tattoo drawn on his neck. Jack looked back at the man's corpse he left in the trash. "I was getting annoyed at your gang when you started snooping around when I was searing for info about the city, but now that you laid your eyes on one of my comrades, it's your loss. The best way to deal with a criminal organization like this is to kill their leaders, so the henchmen would follow you." Jack walked away. Celica is one thing, but if any of you happen to lay an eye on one boss's wives, this city won't survive his rampage. So it's time for me to clean before they decide to come here. Celica left the bar, and Jack could hear the gang members inside rushing to the bathroom in panic. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Free Web Nov. L. Chapter 742, Assassinated in the Dead of Night. Chapter 742, Assassinated in the Dead of Night. Celica walked alone in the middle of the night, treading the dangerous alleyways of Krok City. Unknown to her, 5 thugs were already tailing her, staying around 100 meters back and using the houses to hide. "We'll catch her when she goes near John's house. Make sure she doesn't scream," one of them whispered as they stared and observed her with binoculars. "I can tell just by looking at her." "The fighter," called Henry, stated. "A fighter. A melee one. She's probably a pugilist, judging by the way she walks and her arms." They smiled. "Then she's unarmed, but isn't there a possibility of her being a monk?" "I doubt it. You won't find a monk walking around like that, let alone buy alcohol or weak, normal clothes. They are dedicated people, so we'll expect her being a fighter as a primary assumption, but keep the monk in mind, just in case." Another one said, "So the plan is simple. Grab her from the back while closing her mouth, drag her into John's house and tie her down. But make sure the bottle doesn't break. We're selling that for money. A quick gold." One of them giggled. "Those clothes are fancy as well, and a woman like her would fetch a lot in the black market. Don't touch her." The fighter growled. "We'll have Alex inspect her first. If she's a virgin, we're getting a mountain of gold." Another giggled. "Humans are nice. Everything about them is worth money. Their possessions, clothes, and even bodies." "She's getting a bit far. Let's move." The fighter and the rest rushed forward. A silver string dropped from the house's ceiling, wrapping around the neck of the man at the back and lifting him up into the attic's shadows. "So you're like all bandits and thugs you find in the street," Jack whispered as he pulled the steel wire tighter, breaking the thug's neck before he could choke to death. The thugs stopped as they heard a faint gasp behind them. As they looked, they noticed they were missing one. "Hey, William, where are you?" The fighter growled. A wire slowly dangled behind them and snatched the one standing at the back without the other 3 realizing it. The fighter heard a rustle in the back and turned in the blink of an eye. "Someone is here." "We've lost another one," he growled. "Damn it, is it a monster? They are picking us like bugs." Jack stared down from the shadows, trying to assess the remaining 3 thugs. Each of them looked to be far stronger than the 2 he dealt with. That fighter seemed to be the biggest problem, from the way he walked. Jack expected him to be at least around level 18. To someone like Arad, a level 18 fighter is fodder. But to Jack, it was different. He doesn't have regeneration and is alone and physically weak compared to those beefy thugs. Jack smiled. He mains a sword, has a short sword for backup, and hides a throwing dagger on his waist. "I only need to tank an action surge and an adrenaline rush." Jack silently dropped from the ceiling with 2 daggers in hand, stabbing 2 of the thugs in the neck in front of the fighter, as blood gushed out and the 2 fell down. The fighter unsheathed his sword with a growl. "Assassin!" Jack swung his arm horizontally as he threw a dagger at the fighter's face. The fighter easily deflected the dagger with a swipe of his sword. Petty tricks. He rushed forward. Action surge. Jack didn't even bother moving. As the fighter charged forward, his neck hit a thin wire that he set in the same motion he used to throw the dagger. The fighter's head rolled on the ground as Jack took the wire down and cleaned it with one of the thugs' jackets. When you fighters use action surge, you can't stop it mid-move, or at least only the talented ones can stop. Until today, Jack had only seen one fighter able to freely stop his class moves, and that was Alcott. A random thug won't ever match him in skill. Jack then pulled the wire and put it back into his bag. Its mechanism was simple, a 3-meter-long wire with 2 needles at each end. When Jack swung his arm, he threw one end at the start of the motion and the other end at the end of it, effectively setting the wire between 2 walls. Of course, such a weapon would only work if it was the exact same width of the room. Jack had several pre-cut ones, but he usually cut them right before the fight and get prepared. This one he cut when he was in the attic before killing the first thug. Loot, loot. I'm a lot goblin. Look, goblin. Jack hummed as he took all of the thugs' money, weapons, and anything that looked expensive. Well, 4 gold coins between 5 people. Make me think how much money the boss is giving me for all the traps. Gotta help with the costs a bit. Jack stood after he finished looting. He then dragged the corpses into a nearby trash bin and threw them inside. They should be found in the morning, so there is no fear of disease spreading. Now, to finish the rest, he climbed into the attic and rushed above the buildings. Currently, there are 7 groups tailing Celica, averaging around 39 thugs. It made sense as they didn't want such a big fish to escape. He chased them one after another, silently dropping each one of them out of the senses until none were left, and Celica safely walked out of Croc City, unaware of the massacre behind her back. In an abandoned warehouse, the thug's boss growled. "What the fuck do you mean you can't find them?" He kicked the table in front of him. "Our people in the silver mug suffered severe diarrhea, and some of them died of dehydration. The manager tried his best to help, but only a few of them survived." One of the thugs replied to the boss, looking to the side where the surviving men laid. "Do you think the manager is the one who poisoned them?" "I doubt it. This is clearly an outsider's attack." The boss growled. "They were targeting a woman, right?" "Yeah. A woman bought a bottle of expensive wine from the manager, and they wanted to rob her and probably sell her in the black market as a slave." The thug replied. "If she was that rich, the men should have known she might have guards with her. A noble maid, probably. I guess she had several assassins protecting her from the shadows." The boss scratched his head as they growled. A man rushed in through the door. "We found the lost men. They were all killed and thrown in the trash, some with stab wounds and some even lost their heads. Are you fucking serious? That's half of my men dead in one night. Lord Jordan is going to kill me." The boss stood. They were clearly massacred by a group of highly trained assassins. After about half an hour, a woman rushed to the main door and the thugs let her in. "Boss, boss," she called. "You survived. How come? I thought everyone got killed." Seeing that at least one of his thugs survived was a relief. Having everyone killed was too painful to swallow, and now they could get a lead on the assassins. "Who did this? How many of the assassins did you see? What did they wear? How did you survive? Can we use that to beat them?" The boss rushed toward her. "It's a long story, but listen. It's one man," she said, with a worried face. "And I didn't survive." She showed the boss a wound on her neck that was just healing. "He slit my throat, but I remained alive." She smiled. "He looted the 2 men I was with, then looked at me. Said he doesn't feel comfortable searching for a woman with such big tits, even though I'm dead, and left. That's how I managed to drink a healing potion and survive. If he searched you, he would have felt the pulse and finished you off." The boss sighed. "But what kind of idiot wait? One person?" "That's what I saw," she replied. "I guess your group was small and they only sent one." He pointed at the couch. "Take a rest and tell us the details. I'm sure they'll strike again," as they talked. Jack was sitting on the roof listening to them. It was worth it letting her live. She guided me straight to their base, but as that boss said, he isn't on the top. It's Lord Jordan, whoever was that. Jack silently moved around, setting some traps. You tend to be that woman with big tits. I'll get ready to kill you all. This at least would make this city safe for us to wander without much fear. He could imagine what would happen if Celica got attacked. Arad would have swooped down at full force and would have painted the city red with the thugs. What Jack didn't know is that the person coming down would have been Senna instead of Arad, and unlike Arad, she'll be a bit more discreet. But Jack looked through a crack at the boss. He looks strong. He looks like a mix between a fighter, a mage, and a rogue. Please don't tell me he's over level 40. If that was the case, I'm in for an exhausting night. He sighed. New novel hapters are published on Freeweb, anoval.com, Chapter 743, The True Hero. Chapter 743, The True Hero. The gang's boss stood from his chair, walking toward the men standing in front of him. Lay low and bait the assassins. We have more manpower than them. We could win in a direct conflict. Boss, can we prepare an ambush here? A man asked. That's a good idea. Gather all around here and prepare. They'll attack at night. We have to eliminate them if we don't want Lord Jordan to have us all killed. It's either kill or be killed, so be prepared. He smiled, looking at the men. They were all well armed and strong enough that he could rely on them. Bam! As they talked, they could hear two heavy things fall on outside the door. The sound was faint, but audible enough to alert them. The boss immediately signaled for the men to ready their weapons. Click, click. The lock on the massive gate twisted and turned. Someone was trying to silently pick it open. They wouldn't have noticed if they were busy, but since their attention got pulled by the sound, they were all aware and ready to strike. The boss smiled. The fools came to us on their own and through the door nonetheless. I'll slaughter them the moment they walk inside, as the thugs slowly approach the door, ready to strike the moment it opened. The door in the far back behind them was the woman from earlier resting. It silently opened, and Jack started sneaking behind them. You could see the woman dead in the room behind him. A mere spring and a pair of old lockpicks were rattling the front door. Jack looked around, inspecting the thugs. All of them had at least an arming sword and a dagger, but some of them had different weapons. 10 looked to be around level 10 based on their gear and stances, wielding only the arming swords and daggers. Those were probably the new recruits and thieves of the group. A whole 17 thugs looked fairly stronger, probably around level 17-20. Of those 17 thugs, there were 4 who wore robes and held staves and wands, wizards, and probably powerful ones at that. Then the boss looked to be on a whole other level, extremely powerful and holding several magic items which Jack immediately noticed could be worth a lot. The eyes of an experienced thrive, never miss an expensive magic item, just how he can tell fake gold from real one at a glance experience. Swash. Jack threw a small pouch at the wizards. Spellcasters should be taken first, as their magic could change the tide of any battle. The boss immediately noticed the attack and turned around, slashing the pouch in half. As the pouch burst, it released a cloud of pepper dust, causing everyone inside to scream as their eyes burned, turning bright red stab. Jack rushed right through the cloud and stabbed one of the wizards in the throat. The other 2 wizards tried casting spells, but couldn't due to the extensive cough they were having, which made it impossible to chant. The other gang members started blinding, taking guard as they couldn't see through their tears, and the only one who managed to move was the boss. He pulled a crossbow and fired directly at Jack's face. With a quick move, Jack used the wizard he just killed as a shield, then pushed toward the other 2 wizards, cutting them down before the boss could lung at him. Unlike the thugs, Jack is trained to get used to the hot pepper, putting it in his eyes daily to get used to the burning sensation. He could see and move fairly well, as he didn't even get bothered that much by breathing it, although he always wore a mask just in case and not to get identified. The boss wasn't able to see, and he only managed to aim at Jack as he heard the stab and the wizard's growls. "You're a bastard." The boss shouted at the top of his lungs, pointing down with a finger. Wind blast in a single spell, he blasted all the pepper dust away. The boss instantly started wiping the tears from his eyes. "Did you really think this would work on us?" He growled, staring at Jack, only to see a second sack at his face. Smack! The second sack hit him on the nose and burst, filling his eyes and nose with even more hot pepper. Jack wasn't an idiot and knew they would probably deal with the first hot pepper dust bomb, so he brought several more. Jack immediately threw another hot pepper bomb at the rest of the thugs and lunged at them, slashing two with a single swing of his dagger. He then pulled a string from his artificial arm and latched it to the pommel of his blade, throwing it at the further gang members, stabbing them in the neck, then pulling the dagger to throw it again. When the dagger got stuck, he simply ran around and cut them with the wire, then stabbed those who still moved. In a minute, he had wiped them out in the most efficient way possible. Keep them debilitated with a status effect and pick them one after another. Bam! Another wind blast burst from the boss's hand, blasting all the pepper dust away as he once again wiped his eyes. "Fucker," he grunted, seeing Jack had already thrown another sack at him. This time he was expecting it, so he dodged and rushed forward toward him at a blinding speed. Jack immediately noticed how far he was outmatched in terms of raw stats. "He's far too strong. I can't win a direct fight." Jack braced himself, blocking the coming swing with all his might. He could feel the impact shake his bones from head to toe. Jack pulled a second dagger and swung at the boss's neck, an attack that was easily deflected and countered. Jack might not be the boss's match in melee fights, but he's experienced enough to know how the boss would counter certain attacks. He wasn't trying to wound him, but to produce certain counters that would give him the advantage. Surprisingly slow and weak. I guess all rogues are the same, only useful for your sneaking and stealing skills. The boss smiled. "I'm getting in fuckload of trouble for this. I'll make sure you die begging for mercy." Swash, swash. Jack unleashed two stabs aiming at the boss's left chest, urging him to deflect the attacks to the left. The moment the boss deflected the attacks to the left, his right side was open. But to Jack, that wasn't an opportunity to attack, but one to gain even more advantage. Cling the spring in Jack's artificial leg activated, unleashing the stored emerging and launching him at a higher speed. The boss gasped as Jack blitzed past him in the blink of an eye. What was that? He turned around, but Jack had already moved and lunged to the other side of the wall. Bam! Using his artificial arm, he fired a hook at the other wall and used it to swing around, flying all over the room around the boss while firing bolts from the crossbow in his artificial arm, as the boss didn't carry a shield. Dealing with all the bolts was near impossible as he struggled to slash them all. "You're rabid. I've seen mad dogs calmer than you little fucker," he growled. Directly support the authors on web novel. Jack wasn't done yet, as he still had more to put pressure on. He fired a shot at the beam in the middle of the massive warehouse, causing a part of the ceiling to fall down. The supporting beams fell nicely into the shape he expected, spreading his pre-laid net of wires and traps that he set minutes ago, surrounding the boss in a tight space full of razor-sharp wires and dangerous explosive acid and pepper bombs. But even with that net, Jack didn't slow down and kept flying everywhere, firing his bolts. He laid the net and knew how to move in it without triggering anything. The boss started struggling as almost each of his slashes trying to deal with the bolts ended up in his injuries from the wires or being blasted with a bomb of some kind. He couldn't even use a powerful spell to blast everything away, as that would trigger all the bombs at once and possibly kill him. The bolts started hitting the boss left and right, piercing his shoulders as Jack kept firing endlessly. "I would have recruited you to our ranks if you didn't kill so much." The boss smiled. "This much talent, and to think you're this skilled with traps." His muscles expanded as the bolts got ejected from his wounds and his eyes flashed red. Bam! In the blink of an eye, the boss spun around with a flash of fire, cutting all the wires and unleashing a powerful shockwave that triggered all the bombs at once. Jack gasped as he landed on the wall. "This idiot, did he kill himself? No, this is bad." From the smoke, Two red wings emerged, covering the bandit boss as two horns extended from his head with flames gushing from beneath his feet. You seem to have planned to fight me, even if I was at least level 50. But sadly, you're out of luck coming against me. He pointed his sword at Jack. I'm a level 150 half-red dragon. Jack immediately tried to retreat. Suck a monster, he's almost as strong as Eris. Not worth dealing with alone. Where are you going? The boss appeared behind Jack, swinging his sword. Jack tried to block, but he got slashed across the chest and eyes and sent rolling on the ground. Thud, the boss landed, staring at him with a passive face. Nothing can win against raw power and talent. He pointed his sword at Jack. Stand, your death won't be painless. Jack giggled as blood dripped from his slashed eyes. What a pain in the ass, but fine, I'll have a nice night later. He stood, blood gushing from his chest. So you can still move. The boss smiled. Jack reached into his pocket and started pulling a strange weapon, a whole Zweihander in his right arm and a wakizashi in his left arm. A great sword, and that knife won from the east. Know this magic? He gasped. A holy sword? Are you a hero? Clang. Jack rested the Zweihander on his shoulder as he barely stood with black veins spreading across his body. He had drunk the berserker potion he had in his back tooth, the same one he used to fight the incubus's magic in the past. Yeah, I wouldn't want to bring my wife to this wretched place. I'll have to clean you bastards out for our first school date. He growled with blood gushing from his sliced eyes. Updat-Eid from freewebnov.l.com, Chapter 744, Chiropteramen. What could a blind man do? The boss smiled, lifting his sword up with one hand as he got ready to charge. Jack looked up with his blinded eyes, wind gently passing through his face and ears. Bam! The boss charged forward, thrusting his sword toward Jack's neck. Clack! Jack dodged the thrust with a single push of his artificial leg, slipping beside the attack as he swung the wakizashi while leaning on the great sword for support. The boss pulled a dagger and blocked Jack's strike. The two swords sparked as they clashed, a flash of holy magic sparking from Jack's wakizashi. Holy swords have three main properties. Two are identical between all holy swords, and the third is the main ability related to the hero's goal. The first ability is an extra holy damage on top of the physical slashing damage. It's a holy sword, of course. It'll deal holy damage. The second ability is mending, which provides repair and healing for both the sword itself and the hero. This translates into the holy sword not needing any maintenance and being able to keep its edge and repair itself with time. The hero would have a weak regeneration effect that helps reduce the days that he spends healing and prevent lasting damage. But that ability is unreliable until the full might of the blade gets unlocked. The boss growled, trying to kick Jack away. But Jack unleashed the power stored in his artificial leg once again, jumping back fast enough to dampen the kick. The fuck are you? Dodging blinded magic sense? No, my kick was purely physical. The boss stared at Jack, trying to figure out how is this man dodging. Jack stood in place. He could hear the boss's loud half-dragon heart beating and the rattle of his weapons and gears. With each move that the boss make, his wings move the air everywhere, which Jack could feel on the faint hair on his body. He might not be at Alcott's level of mastery, but it's enough to catch an opponent who isn't bothering to hide his tracks. The boss flung a throwing dagger at Jack, and it was easily dodged. How in the nine hells, bam! The boss lunged forward, swinging left and right, but Jack managed to slip through all the attacks even with speed disparity. Strange, the boss started thinking. For all of his experience, a voice in the back of his head was speaking. This feels like when I fought the giant bats. Just what are you? Won't you even use that Zweihander? Or is it only for show? The boss growled as he pointed his hand at Jack's face. Click! Jack's artificial wrist that held the wakizashi twisted as he pointed at the boss's stomach. With a bright flash and a deafening boom, Jack unleashed the cannon in his wrist at point blank, blasting the boss away. If it was just fire and heat, he would have been fine, but the heavy 3 steel beads wrenched his guts, cracking the lower ribs and ripping his abs upon impact. A half-dragon he might be, but without powerful regeneration or healing magic and the iron will of paladins, tanking such a hit was nearly impossible without magic. The boss's body flew backward and smacked at the wall. He fell on his butt, puking and pissing blood. That impact crushed a lot of my organs. I won't last long without healing magic or powerful potions. He immediately realized the grave extent of damage he received from that blast, even though the steel balls didn't pierce his skin. A cannon in your hand, you're a monster. The boss smiled. It felt like getting hit by several sledgehammers at once. Jack took a stance with black smoke gushing out of his wrist, ready to lung again. This fucking bastard, a mere human. Killing me, the one who has red dragon blood. Impossible. It'll never happen. The boss's heart rate started racing to an insane level. I'll rip his head off and heal afterward. His pride didn't allow him to run away. Flap. With a single flap of his wings, the boss flew toward Jack at a blinding speed, thrusting his sword at Jack's face. Jack could sense it, and he took a stance with the Zweihander pointing back in his normal hand. He then grabbed his wrist with his artificial hand and unleashed the latch. Boom. The moment the boss got closer, Jack fired the last round in his hand cannon and used that force to spin and swing the sword at a speed the boss didn't expect. Using the spin, he dodged the boss's thrust as the Zweihander cut him right across the chest. The boss rolled back as he took the hit, and Jack spun in place from the cannon shot before starting to fall. Bleeding and with his guts almost spilling out, the boss knew he lost. Running was the only way. He lifted his head, hoping that this rogue would at least die here. Thud! A thick arm caught Jack before he could hit the ground, and the boss gasped, seeing Arad holding Jack as the fire started consuming the warehouse. "What? Who are you?" he cried. "Jack, to think you would take on such a job without calling me." Arad pulled a potion. "Heal and rest. I'll make sure to finish the job you started, so this city could be safe for everyone." He glared at the boss with glowing purple eyes. "When did you call for help? A cursed hero." The boss grunted, fire gushing out of his claws as he got ready to rage. Jack lifted his hand and stopped Arad from standing. He then pointed a finger at the boss. "You're already dead." The boss started puking yellow blood as his flame faded and his eyes turned bright red. He could feel his heartbeats rapidly go out of sync as his lungs failed to work. "You must be joking." He fell face first, dead. "All of my weapons are drenched in deadly poison." Jack giggled as he pulled a healing potion from his bag and started drinking it. "Are you all right?" Arad stared at him. "Potions won't bring your eyes back." "Don't worry." Jack smiled. "Lydia should be able to, but even if she couldn't, I won't have a problem living blind thanks to Alcott. Don't even joke about that." Arad sighed, looking at the gang boss. "That smell. The poisons that Doll Aisha taught you. I've mixed them all into one solution and drenched all my weapons to make them as lethal as possible." Jack giggled. "As a side effect of that, directly support the authors on web novel. They can be cured with any antidote, and the symptoms are obvious and mild, so to kill anyone with that mixture, I need to make sure they get really active after getting him to hasten the effect and die from it before realizing they were poisoned." Jack's bleeding stopped, but his eyes were still blinded. Arad lifted him up and walked to the middle of the warehouse. "I'll clean up." He quickly sucked all the corpses and what the thugs had before teleporting away. "I hate it here. Those teachers talk as if they owned the world." Eris sighed, sitting on the floor cross-legged. "That's a high priest. I don't know about you, but to me, it's rare to be able to get a proper education here." "I think you should take this chance," Lydia replied as she turned from her seat at her desk. "Get to work." "I doubt he's qualified. I mean, he couldn't even tell I'm a vampire, and even I have far denser holy magic than him." Eris sighed, lying on her back. "Your holy magic is twice as dense as him." Lydia stared at her. "Did you check mine? Holy magic quality changes depending on the person's strength of faith. I'm sure yours is denser than me." Lydia lifted her hand and conjured a small orb of holy magic. Look, how is it? She smiled. Eris stared at the holy with one eye and then started sweating. You serious? It's that different, the faith someone has changed based on their beliefs and mentality. If two people, one has 1,000 gold coins and one has 1 silver coin, were to give money to charity, the rich man gave 500 gold coins and the poor one gave his silver coin whole, who do you think would have a denser holy magic? Lydia looked. The rich one, he gave more money, Lydia sighed. So you weren't listening at all. The poor man who gave all of his money would have denser holy magic. It's not about how much you give, it's about how far you're willing to go and the intentions behind it. The poor man gave all of his money, he didn't care about himself and chose to help someone else. The rich one gave half of his money, but didn't risk himself and wasn't even willing to go all out to help others. It's tiring, Eris sighed. But that explains why you keep charging like a suicidal maniac. You're not afraid of death, risking it all to fight to withhold your oaths. I guess it's what they call blind faith. You're wrong once again. As long as it has tangible effects, it's not a blind faith. Lydia went back to writing. I lost to the Lord of the first layer of hell, while you punched the living hell out of the Lord of the second layer. I would say that's enough of a tangible effect. Eris started tapping her head on the ground. And you're a human? What's my draconic and vampiric blood for? You have your strength. Look at Arad, without holy magic, he still wiped the second layer of hell with its lord's face. Eris looked at the ceiling, but suddenly her vision got blocked by Arad's butt, as he appeared standing right above her head. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.co Chapter 745. In Eris and Lydia's Room, Chapter 745. In Eris and Lydia's room, Eris screamed, swinging a kick straight at Arad's abdomen as she grabbed him by the ankles. Before the kick could hit him, Arad threw Jack at Lydia's bed and lifted his hand, engulfing the room in his elemental expansion to prevent anyone from looking or listening to them. Eris's kick dropped Arad on his back. Take your shoes before coming in, and don't just teleport inside. Lydia is here as well. Arad always tunes his power to the lowest level possible when, with his wives, he doesn't want to hurt them by mistake, and even in that case, they can't hurt him with anything. Jack. Lydia rushed to look at Jack. Who did this? At that moment, Arad could feel a horrifying amount of holy magic surging in Lydia's body, followed by another type of energy, black, burning, and foul. Her golden eyes shifted black for a second, and her sword in the corner of the room rattled, crackling with magic. I just miscalculated a fight I still won, and the city should be relatively safe now, Jack replied, and Lydia stood stomping his stomach. Jack cried, turning aside and puking blood on the floor. You idiot. Get all the blood out of your stomach. She brought a bucket for him. Leave it there and you'll have a nasty infection. Did you use that berserk potion? Yeah, the bastard turned out to be a level 150 half-red dragon, Jack, as he gasped. I'll kick you later. Lydia glared at him. Don't face such a thing alone. Lie down. I'll start the healing. After 5 minutes, Lydia finished doing what she could. How do you feel? Jack stood looking around. I can't see. I'm still blind. Lydia stared at him with a worried face. I did fix the wounds. I probably need a stronger healing spell. Don't worry about it. Thanks to being blind, I managed to get a better feeling from my echolocation. Jack smiled. No, I can't let you stay blind. We need to heal it as soon as possible. Lydia turned around, seeing Eris grabbing Arad in a chokehold while wrapping her legs around his hips, trying to both choke and snap his neck. Arad, do you have any powerful healing potions? I don't, he replied, but someone standing at the door might. He waved his hand, and the room's door opened. Sena and Celica walked in. Arad called me earlier. I've heard of what happened. Sena looked at Arad. How is she killing you? I'm trying to teach him not to jump into a room without saying a word again. Lydia is here as well, Eris growled, doing her best to choke Arad, but failing. The large muscles on his neck made it almost impossible to block his veins or airways with a human level of strength. It felt like she was trying to chokehold a bull first. Senna turned toward Jack. "Thank you for saving Celica. It was my mistake. I should have expected such an attack. Sorry, it's also my fault. I shouldn't have gone out alone." Celica bowed slightly. Strength-wise, Celica is just an athletic woman who knows how to throw a punch and has some powerful explosions. She isn't fast enough to dodge a crossbow bolt or survive a gang of armed thugs, especially if their leader was a level 150 half-red dragon. "Don't worry about it. I'll heal soon enough." Jack waved his hand. Senna approached him, extending her palm and covering his eyes. A moment. She almost immediately removed her hand, and Jack blinked twice. "I can see. He. Lydia gasped, turning toward Senna. There was no holy magic. What did you do? He had nerve damage and several small shards of dust and bones behind his eye sockets. I cleared them to his stomach so they could be ejected later. His brain had also shifted into focusing on his ears more than his eyes after losing them. So even with a full heal, his brain wouldn't recognize the eyes as fixed. All did was adjust that and restart everything." She smiled. "And as a thank for saving Celica, I shifted his eardrums up and down a bit so he can have a better echolocation." "How could you do that?" Jack stared at her with a suspicious glare. "You and your father are a bit strange. I feel you hold more power than you show." "That isn't true. Having a bit of talent or luck doesn't mean we're strong." Senna looked at Jack with a smile. "People hearing you killed a powerful level 150 half-red dragon would think you can punch a hole in a stone wall. But you can't. You're strong. No need to hide that." Arad stared at her. "You blocked a full power punch from me. I doubt anyone here is oblivious to that. But remember that I'm not a fighter. I rather sit down, sell houses for a living, and cook in my spare time." She walked toward the door with Celica behind her. "Thanks again for your help. I'll make sure to repay it later." The two quickly left as fast as they came in. Jack stared up with a confused face. "Now this is confusing." "Leave Senna alone. She'll talk when she feels like it," Arad replied to him, sitting up even though Eris is still trying to choke him. "I'm not talking about her. Everyone has a thing or two they want to hide. I'm talking about her shifting my eardrums." Jack scratched his head. "With echolocation, I can tell if something is behind, in front, to the right or the left while listening normally. But I can't tell if it's up or down since my eardrums are almost at the same level." Jack started explaining. "So I trained to tilt my head a bit to get one ear above the other like Alcott said, and it was working well. But now I feel a bit weird not needing to do that. Habits are annoying and I need to get rid of mine. Is that so?" Arad looked at him and then closed his eyes. "I can do it a bit, but I don't need to tilt my head. Dragons naturally have a powerful hearing." Jack stared at him. "Your ears have 6 eardrums instead of 2, 3 on each side, so your vertical and horizontal hearing is far superior to most living beings. You can even hear sounds that we humans can't." "He's right," Lydia added. "I've heard that all of your senses should be extremely powerful, especially the eyes that could even see what humans can't, like invisible monsters and signals emitted by some creatures." Jack stared at Arad. "With such powerful senses, don't you end up knowing things you shouldn't?" "I do, but Ayla said she'll kill me if I told anyone about them," Arad replied. "Like what?" Jack asked. Eris tightened her grip on Arad's neck. "Don't tell him." "It's widely known," Lydia sighed. "He can tell people by smell better than look, and can tell if a woman is in her period or not. For sight, I bet he can see anyone, even if they were far away. He can stand on top of his house and stare at someone else's window several kilometers away and see them well. For touch, dragons can practically tell if someone is alive or not by feeling the vibration of their heartbeat, breathing, and movements. For hearing, I bet he can hear our heartbeats and guts moving food, probably even blood flowing in our veins." She looked at Arad. "What did I forget? Yeah, and he has a taste for humans. To him I probably smell like a delicious roast." "Ooh," Eris stared at them. She knows, it's basic dragon knowledge. She pulled a book from over her desk and threw it at Eris's head, knocking her down. Read it. We might be clerics and paladins, but our job is that of healers and support. You can't stand there not knowing what you're fighting, their weakness and abilities. It's the healer's job to pack healing potions, items, and antidotes, as well as to decide when to set off on travel when a druid isn't available. Arad can fly, and he can store everything in his stomach and pull it when needed, Eris replied. He won't be with you all the time. Learn to prepare yourself. She stood and turned her face toward Jack as she lifted her foot. What are you doing? Jack gasped, crack. She kicked him in the face hard enough for him to fall back on the bed with a nosebleed. He struggled to stand, but she jumped on the bed and started stomping him. You idiot fool, how many times I need to tell you not to fight alone. Awa, that hurt. Stop it, he growled, trying to escape but couldn't. Arad looked at them. She's imbuing healing magic in each kick, so he heals before the next one. He sighed. Since they were fighting when I first met them, this doesn't seem strange. H! Jack gasped and looked at Arad. By the way, seeing that Jack started talking with Arad, Lydia stopped kicking him and sat down. Can you do me a favor tomorrow? It'll be in your course tomorrow, so it should be simple. What? I'll talk with Selena for you. Do you need something else? Even Arad didn't know what they would study tomorrow. This bastard must have stolen some papers again. Not her. He turned toward Lydia. I'm not cheating. I'll tell you if I wanted to do that. She sighed. What kind of joke is that? Keep on. Would you mind milking a few spiders for me? Jack said with a smile. They have breasts? Arad stared at him with a dumbfounded face. Updated from Free Web Novel, Com Chapter 746, Milking Poison. Chapter 746, Milking Poison. They don't? What are you, an idiot? Jack stared back at Arad with an even more dumbfounded face. People usually think of milking poison. Why would you call it milking then? Shouldn't it be poisoning? No. Wait, that's a different meaning. Arad thought about it for a moment. Well, I don't need the poison anyway. It's readily available. I need something else. Jack smiled. The next day quickly came, and Arad found himself standing back in the lab early in the morning with half the students screaming, all hidden at the end of the room, and Matilda was laughing her guts off in the middle of the class. Arad looked at the table in front of him. In a small jar was a large black and yellow spider. Lucia stared at them. As alchemists, you'll most likely need to harvest some ingredients from monsters and animals, especially when they are rare species hard to come by. You'd better learn to keep them as pets or familiars and harvest what you need occasionally. It's the same as how humanoids learn to keep farm animals. Arad lifted the spider and stared at it for a second, seeing her running around the jar, seemingly in panic. This stupid human, get me out. I'll bite those fat fingers of yours. She didn't know that he could understand her, as he was a druid. He shook the jar like it was a cocktail. What are you doing? Lucia growled. Don't abuse the spider. They are rare and expensive, she shouted at him. What is this human thinking? The spider barely stood back. I'll bite him twice. No, 3 times. Arad shook the jar again, staring at the spider. What did I just tell you? Lucia glared at him. I don't like this spider. Can we throw it out? He said. No, why throw me? Arad turned toward the spider, glaring at her with glowing purple eyes. I only need some of your poison for the class. You're not the one I'm after, as you're too small. So behave, and I won't eat you. Staring at Arad's eyes, the spider realized she was talking to a dragon, not a human. He was listening to her all this time. Sorry, please don't eat me. She stopped running around. Arad put the jar back on the table and sat down. Lucia immediately started explaining what they'd do, from how to harvest poison to how the sting feels like a bee sting and how to avoid it. I thought you'd be happy to be thrown out, freedom and all. He looked at her. Aron, who are you talking with? The spider, focus on the class and stop fooling around. You're the one getting hurt when it bites you. Okay. The spider turned toward Arad. Freedom? I only hear prey birds, hunters, and death. I want to live here. Arad stared at her. The teachers provided us with a terrarium the size of this room, and they even provided us with live bugs to hunt. We've built a spider heaven, and the only thing we need to provide is our poison. The teachers are gentle, so we don't mind them, but we hate the students as they are rough. Lucia finished the course and stared at everyone. Gently pull the spider in your jar out. Don't worry. They are used to people and won't bite as long as you move slowly and don't squeeze them too hard, so handle them gently. Half the class stared at their jar, unwilling to even try. Moo! Matilda roared as jumps up, her finger puffing up as the spider rolled on the table. She got stung right on her fingertip. That sounded like a cow. Arad turned toward her for a second, then noticed Selina putting her head on the table and playing with the spider jumping on her arm. You okay? He looked at her. Spiders better than humans, she replied. Living alone in her closed room for the majority of her life, she had made friends with some spiders who lived in the corner. She wasn't afraid of bugs. In fact, it was as if her feelings were reversed between humans and bugs. Arad opened his jar, and the spider walked out on her own. He extended his hand and lifted her up. The spider immediately freaked out, thinking he was about to crush her, and started biting his finger, but her small fangs easily bounced off his scales. Don't worry, I'm gentle and can control my strength well, to a degree, he said. Put me down. I don't trust the way you said that. I'll do everything on my own. Arad laid the spider down and took the glass tube the teacher Lucia provided them. Do you all know basic barrier magic? If not, I'll cast it for you now, but you should pay attention in magic classes or read on it in the library to learn it. Lucia started walking between the students and watching them either cast the barrier or ask her for help. As she expected, Arad, Matilda, and Selina managed to cover the tube entrance on their own with barrier magic. Put the spider's head near the tube's mouth, and it'll bite. You should get a drop or two of clear potion. Don't wait for more than one drop if that's what you got first. That'll stress the spiders, she explained. Matilda barely managed to milk her spider. Selina did it with ease, as her spider didn't even resist. The students were divided into two halves, one succeeding and one failing, except Arad. Lucia stared at him with a dumbfounded face as he held for the tube for the spider, and she bit the barrier on her own to drizzle the poison in. How is he doing that? She couldn't understand. The spiders tolerate the teachers and allow them to milk poison, but this was the first time she saw one of the spiders milk itself. Today was a sunny spring day, and the heat in the lab quickly rose. One of the students reached toward the window, pushing it open. Don't! Lucia gasped, lunging to close the window as fast as possible. Flap! Flap! From the window, two crows flew in, targeting the spiders. Crows are smart birds. They got used to seeing the spiders brought to the lab and occasionally wait outside on the building roof for it. Lucia had made the mistake of not warning the students to keep the windows closed or those birds would attack. What Lucia forgot is that she has at least one predator in the class. Splash! A drop of blood splashed on the wall as Matilda lunged from her chair. She bit one of the crows mid-air and landed on Lucia's desk. Claws extended, her ears flipped back. She growled, snapping the crow's spin in half in her jaw that already took the shape of that of a tiger. She dropped the body on Lucia's desk and started licking her lips and paws as she looked around, growling. There was a second bird. Where did it go? She quickly saw a feather on Arad's face. Grawa. She growled, lunging and landing on his table but barely missing the poor little spider. My bird? Arad looked away. What bird? You are it? I was going to hunt it. Give it back, she growled. One of the students looked at the crow on Lucia's desk, approaching to get a better look. Matilda immediately turned around, roaring at him. Her voice shook the whole class, causing the windows to vibrate. That's a tiger's prey, and they are really protective of their food. Lucia slowly walked toward the window, her hands shaking as she closed it. I saw it. He wasn't as fast as yesterday. She turned toward Arad with a puzzled face. The crow flew straight toward his spider, but in the blink of an eye he moved his head in the way and swallowed the crow whole like it was a small piece of chicken. As a dragon, just like Matilda being a tiger, they are used to mostly using their heads in hunts as their jaws are the main weapons. Out of instinct, Arad and Matilda retaliated at the crow with bites. I want to go home. Lucia slowly walked to her desk and sat down, seeing Matilda still there eating the crow. We're in school, not in your tribe, so get some manners on. She growled, pulling her hand and erasing both the crow and its blood from the desk with a single wave. Matilda slowly walked toward her seat with a sad face. Since you all finished milking your spiders and nailed the technique a bit, we're going into a joined class in the monster zone to capture demon spiders and milk their poison. Lucia smiled, trying to her mind out of what she just saw. This class is driving her insane, and she would rather not deal with them, especially Arad. Arad looked at her. Demon spiders. The ones Jack wanted me to milk silk from the poison is quite cheap to get, but the silk is rare due to how hard it's to get from the spiders. But since it's extremely hard, durable, and conducts mana extremely well, it'll be a perfect pair for his mana crystal implant plan. This chapter is updated by Freewibnov, L. Com Chapter 747. Pride. Chapter 747, Pride. Arad stood in the forest beside Ayla beneath a tree as the students surrounded Lucia and Ayla's class teacher, a tall half-elf with a long mustache and a long bow on his back. A joined class. I can't believe they brought you here. Ayla smiled as she looked at Arad. We're here to catch demon spiders. Did he say what you were going to do? Said, we'll help your class find and capture the demon spiders by looking for the spider lily, a black flower that the spiders love to eat. I'm worried. I can feel the spiders from here, every one of them, but something is off. They are too strong. I can beat them, and so is Ayla and everyone else, but I don't feel that Mira would be safe here. He looked toward Lucia. Teacher, you sure those spiders aren't too strong for us? Ayla's teacher laughed. Don't tell me you're scared of spiders, big guy. Lucia stared at Arad with a serious face, then looked back at Ayla's teacher. His name was Sylvany. We should check the spiders. I don't feel right if Aran is concerned. She had started to feel that Arad's words weren't something to be ignored. Sylvany shook his head with a smile. I checked them yesterday. They are a bit bigger as they ate a lot in the past week, but that should make them a bit slower in exchange for them having a bit more durability, so... Lucia stared at him. The students can dodge them better, but we'll also need some extra strikes to capture or take them down. Exactly. There is nothing to be afraid of, Aron. Sylvany stared at Arad with a smile. Lucia turned toward the student. Make teams out of 4, 3 from our class and 1 from Teacher Sylvany's class, and get ready. There were more than double the students in Arad's class than in Ayla's class, almost triple, and that is for one reason. Potion making is a lucrative business if you can secure supplies, and it only requires a bit of mana and knowledge, which is accessible to anyone through effort. Ayla grouped with Arad, Matilda, and Selena. The 4 of them started walking through the forest, searching for the demon spiders. Aaron, Ayla looked at Arad with a smile. Did you know demon spiders were normal spiders until they ate the black spider lily and mutated into demonic beings? We saw one of their eggs hatch, and it was a normal black spider. You learned that? We're a herbalist class, she smiled. The flowers have a natural magic in them that slowly decays into demonic magic. It's too weak to affect humanoids, but enough for spiders. A poor choice of diet. Arad looked around. Would the flowers transform a human if ingested in large quantities? No one tried, Ayla replied. People did, Selena said as she poked her head from behind Matilda. But it was toxic. Most subjects died, so the research stopped. Really? Matilda slowly turned her head and looked at Selena. I thought monsters came from animals transformed by the presence of dense mana in the air. No one really knows how monsters came to exist. Ayla looked at her. We know of some species, but not their origin. Their origin doesn't matter. Arad stopped walking. lifting his hand to stop the rest. A spider. Get ready, spider. Matilda turned around. Where? I can't. As those words escaped her mouth, the scent of poison and damp webbing entered her nose. Her claws immediately extended out as her ears bent backward. Aran is right. Ayla pulled her bow out. Can you at least let me find the black spider lily? We're getting scored based on that. With a deep breath, she pulled the string back, conjuring a thin and invisible arrow of wind. Her eyes glow with a faint green light as she focuses on the forest. Her ears wiggled a bit. She could hear the faint tip-tap of the spider running around them. 2 large ones, one to the northeast and one to the southwest. They are trying to flank us. Ayla warned them. Monsters aren't that smart. Matilda added, her eyes looking everywhere. The moment she spots one, she's pouncing like her life depends on it. Selina took a few cautionary steps back away from Selina, ground her teeth, and took a long, deep breath. She pulled a small wand from her wrist and waved it around. I'll support, Aran. Don't fight. Leave it to us. Ayla stared back at him. She knew well that if he joined, the spiders wouldn't stand a chance. He might even pin them down with gravity magic without taking as much as a step. Got it. Arad sat down, and Matilda stared at him. Get up. You're letting us fight alone, she cried. But Arad pulled Aisha out and started talking with it. This is not the time to play with dolls. Matilda, scare them out. Ayla turned around in a flash, and Matilda immediately rushed into the forest, running on all 4 pew. Pew. Pooh. Ayla fired 3 arrows at a treetop, and one of the spiders dropped down. It squeaked at them, rushing straight toward Arad. Selina pointed her wand into an empty spot in the forest. Mold earth strands of magic flew from her wand, hitting the dirt. In the blink of an eye, a hole 1 meter wide and 2 meters deep formed. Matilda rushed out of the bushes, scaring the spider toward the hole. And when it fell, Ayla fired several arrows at the trees, cutting branches to seal off the hole. Got it, Matilda smiled, turning around. Where's the second one? Thud. The second spider fell from a tree, latching onto Matilda's back. The tigress started sweating as the spider was about to bite her neck. Ayla pulled her bowstring, about to blast the spider away, and Selina did the same, about to cast a spell, but they were too late. Zuot. The spider fell off Matilda's back, bleeding from its neck as its head had disappeared. A few meters away, Arad stood with the spider's head in his palm. He threw the head on the ground. Sorry, thought you all needed help. Matilda was panting with sweat dripping from her forehead. That was close. Thanks, Aaron. She gave him a thumbs up. Arad turned toward Ayla. You could have sniped it off. She stared at him. What are you talking about? I can't fire that fast. It was then that Arad finally realized Ayla didn't intend to save Matilda. She had the speed but was playing into her role. Well, we've decided not to use our powers here for a reason. He was the only one still using bits of his power when he needed it. The teachers should have an antidote for the spider's poison. She wouldn't die. It's not about dying. Arad turned around and walked toward Matilda. Make sure to watch your back. I'll remember that. Matilda replied, and Ayla stared at her with a suspicious glare. Tiger beastmen are supposed to be solitary hunters. Watching their back should be natural, but from what she saw from Matilda now, she's pretty bad. Matilda, can you really hunt? Ayla approached her. I can, don't mock me. Matilda growled. Hearing those words triggered her badly. It was clear to Ayla in a second. Matilda can't hunt, and that's probably the reason she left her tribe and came to an alchemist class of all things. Selina stared between the two of them, sensing the tension as it rose. Ayla didn't want someone to pretend to be strong around Arad while not being able to fight. False claims can lead to a nasty death. I'm not mocking you. Ayla puts her bow away, signaling to Matilda that she doesn't want to start a fight. Seeing that, Matilda pulled her claws back into her hand, took a deep breath, and glared at Ayla. What do you mean, then? We're hunting as a team. If I don't know what you're capable of, I can't support you. If I knew you can't watch your own back, I would have watched it for you. Ayla turned toward Selina, and the girl rushed to hide behind Matilda. Matilda, you are our tank and damage dealer. I'm the rear support and the sniper. Selena, here is our spell support and blaster. We are a team. Keep that in mind. She crossed her arms. And what is he? Matilda turned toward Arad. He can play any role, Aela replied. I'm his wife, and I can tell you one thing I'm confident in. He's our safe net, and you saw it. She pointed at the dead spider. Matilda's eyes sparkled. I see, he's the lion. The what? Aela stared at her, confused. I'm a tiger, so I don't know much. But I heard that the male lion beastmen are far stronger than females, and they usually form a large pride. The females hunt while he sleeps all day, but he'll always take down the biggest prey that they can't face. She turned toward Arad. That's why he has a lot of wives. He's a lion. You're a part of his pride. How did you come to that conclusion? Aela sighed deeply. Matilda stared at Selena. Now we're a part of his pride, so listen to him. Hee! Selena cried. Updat from freewarpnovel.co, M. Chapter 748. Buried alive. Chapter 748, Buried alive. A pride? Do what you like. Arad walked toward the hole where the spider was and extended his hand between the bushes, and the spider latched onto his forearm, trying to bite him. Its fangs deflected off his skin as if they were nothing. The poor thing looked visibly confused. As Arad lifted it up, it tried to bite him again and again, but failed each time. Selena stared at Arad from behind Matilda. He's hard. She could feel a powerful surge of magic crackling beneath Arad's skin. Matilda remembered how even her claws cracked on his face. He isn't just big. He's as tough as stone. Stop ogling my husband. Aela walked between him and them. Focus on what we came here for. Selena waved her wand and a large bucket appeared out of her storage magic. I'll collect it. She immediately cast a thin barrier over the bucket's mouth and reached toward the spider's fangs as Arad held it still. It only took a few seconds for Selena to fill half the bucket with the spider's toxin. Got it. She smiled, walking back as Matilda approached with a tube of paint to mark the spider. That paint was specially made by the teachers to fade after half a day, the time demon spiders need to regenerate their poison. Are you done? Aela stared at the bucket of poison. Selena nodded. We'll use this to make antidotes, she smiled. It makes the stings hurt less. Wait, I still have something to do. Arad waved his left hand, and a large wooden wheel appeared out of nowhere. What is this? Matilda gasped, seeing the strange contraption. It looked like a strangely made water wheel with several wooden frames around the edge of the wheel. Silk wheel. A friend said it's used to extract silk from spiders. Arad flipped the spider on its back and pinned it down with several branches from the legs. He then pulled a bit of silk from it, stretching it to the wheel, and started turning it. After collecting the silk from the spider, he released it into the forest, and the group kept moving. They caught several more spiders as time passed by, but suddenly they saw a red flare explode in the sky. What's that? Matilda and Selena stared at the sky, confused. We need to run back to the teachers. Something happened. Aela looked at them. That was a signal sent by her teacher. Herbalists aren't fighters, so they usually carry a flare signal to call for help. There are multiple colors, but red means the current area is too dangerous to stay in. Did something happen? That means we can't stay in the forest. Aela looked at Arad. Let's head back. The moment they turned, the ground beneath them cracked, and a massive ravine appeared out of nowhere, and they started falling. Aela and Arad started flying with wind and gravity magic, but the other two fell straight down. Matilda couldn't fly, and Selena was panicking, so she couldn't construct a spell. Arad extended his hands as he was about to catch them with gravity magic, but the scenery immediately changed into a stone cave, and he stood there alone.
What's happening?
Spiders lived here for a long time, and the area was being constantly fed by the mana of countless teachers and students. Add the fact it's on a black dragon territory, and it's becoming quite unstable. Doma started explaining, and Aisha finished it as she stood on Arad's shoulder. Add your existence as a powerful void dragon, and a dungeon is born. That is what I would love to say, but there has to be a catalyst. Someone or something must have triggered this. Aisha looked around. Someone created the dungeon? Planting a massive mana crystal is the best they could do. It's like plants, but different. Aisha briefly explained how dungeons are born. Usually when a powerful mana crystal forms in the ground, it takes years to soak in the natural mana emitted by the earth and the monsters living there. This is why dungeons can have certain types of monsters, since the core feeds from their mana to grow. If the mana crystal is a seek, mana is its water. But unlike plants, they don't sprout slowly. They gather energy to suddenly burst into existence. This is why humans can't destroy a dungeon before it's formed. They don't know when or where it'll show up. There's a whole field of study that studies and experiments on them. They are like natural disasters that need to be accounted for. Arad started walking, pulling the adamantine sword from his stomach. Wheel, this is annoying. The dungeon's dense mana prevented him from using most of his senses when activating his void eyes. Everything seemed to be covered in thick fog. Aaron? Is that you? A voice boomed behind him as Lucia rushed in with Sylvanie. It's you two. Arad turned back. So this place gathered us three here. Sylvanie stared around, approaching the wall and touching it. The mana here is too dense. This dungeon must have been incubating for decades. He turned toward Lucia. You're better than me with earth magic? How deep are we? He asked. Lucia put her hands together, pulling a thick wooden staff as she parted them. Thud. Tapping the staff on the ground, she closed her eyes, focusing on her magic. Arad could sense a wave of mana rushing out of her body into the ground and spreading everywhere. She started looking worried. I can't believe it. We're outside my range, she gasped. Outside it? That means we're at least 10 kilometers underground. Probably even more, Sylvanie growled. This is bad. Can't you send a message to the headmaster? Lucia looked at Sylvanie. I would have already done it if I could. He pulled a wand and started conjuring a spell. Arad stood there. Doma, what do you think? This dungeon is using you three as a power source. You must be locked far deeper than everyone else, and it'll try to keep you here. If you want to know why, it's because you three are the strongest around. What about Aela? Both Sylvanie and Lucia are stronger than her, or should I say have more mana to be more exact. If Zephyr was still around, she would have been here with you. Arad looked up and started thinking. I could dig my way out if I transformed. It'll be easy to save everyone, but that would expose me. He looked back at the two teachers. I can kill them and save Aela. The two flinched, sensing a faint bloodlust in the air, but they thought it was coming from the dungeon itself. No, they won't like it. I need to find a way to get up without transforming, at least. They better not realize I'm Arad Orion. He started taking his shirt off and stored it in his stomach. It was time to work. What are you doing? Lucia gasped. Stop fooling around. It's cold down here. Wear your clothes or you'll get sick. Sylvanie approached Arad. Move away, Arad said as he took a stance beside the wall. I'll try to dig out. Dig? Arad suddenly started swinging his fists at the wall like a monster, each punch digging a massive hole the size of a sheep. A blast of dust and debris started rushing out, forcing Sylvanie to back away, covering his face. The hell is this guy? He cried, suddenly feeling that Arad stopped punching. Sylvanie gasped. The wall was unscathed. It regenerates. Lucia said as she walked toward Arad. It's useless to dig with your bare hands. Arad turned toward her. Is that so? He started taking his shoes off. The most up-to-date novels are published on free. Wibnov, El-Khor, Chapter 749. The Girls in the Dungeon. Chapter 749, The Girls in the Dungeon. Chapter 749, The Girls in the Dungeon. Standing barefoot on the ground, Arad could better sense the magic surging across the dungeon and the faint vibrations emitted by its faint moves. Arad touched the wall with his fingertips, closing his eyes as he took a deep breath, remembering the spell Selena cast to trap the spider. Send your mana to a single point, bind it to the stone and dirt, and then part it out. Lucia blinked, feeling something strange. Arad wasn't traditionally casting magic. Something seemed far too wrong for him to be a wizard. He wasn't conversing with mana, but ordering it around, a fundamental difference, as the strands of mana refused to take direct orders from humanoid and must be led around to create spells. Mold earth, crack. A hole appeared in the wall where Arad was touching, but it slowly started filling back. A basic spell like this won't work here. Arad sighed, looking at the ceiling. I need something stronger, bigger, and faster. His eyes quickly shifted toward Lucia. You know earth magic, don't you? I do, but I don't have the capacity to dig us out of a 10-kilometer depth. I'll run out of mana halfway and we'll get buried alive, she replied, taking a step back. Who said you're casting it? Teach me the magic, and I'll dig us out. Arad lifted a finger and pointed at the ceiling. I can do it. Ayla opened her eyes, finding herself standing alone in a room full to the brim with cow-sized demon spiders. The monsters had already surrounded her and were ready to attack. She slowly looked around with a passive face. I see. Where is Arad? Where is my husband? She asked, glaring at the spiders with glowing green eyes. The moment one of the spiders was about to move, its head got blown off with an arrow. Ayla had already pulled her bow and fired in the blink of an eye. Answer my question. If you can't, then die. The tone of her magic shifted rapidly, from the usual gentle and fresh breeze into a cold and painful sharp gust of wind. The spiders started running around Ayla, getting ready to lung thud. One of the spiders leapt toward Ayla, opening its fangs for a bite. Tap, Ayla caught the spider by the head with one hand, her nails digging into the monster's eyes. You're quite big. Where did all your strength go? She clenched her fist, crushing the spider's head. I might not be able to erase air like Arad, but I can prevent it from moving. If you get too close, you'll suffocate, she said, pulling her bowstring as she started firing left and right. Spiders breathe with both lungs and tracheae. Those two can't function if the air itself refuses to move. The spiders started running around her and spitting poison and webs, trying to take her down without getting close. Even so, their attempts easily failed, as Ayla kept sniping them one after another. But the spiders were awaiting something. Soon, a massive demon spider emerged from the ground, and what they waited for was a large one of their kind that won't die with a single arrow. I see an A-rank monster. Demon Black Widow Spider, Ayla said, pulling something out of her pocket. Crackle. The spiders saw Ayla standing in her place, pulling the string of her bow with a blue arrow of fire crackling in it. A piece of paper burned in her fingertips. Torch. She released the fire arrow, and the large spider almost gasped, seeing the arrow flying toward it. The arrow exploded into a storm of flames, fueled by the air she controlled that rapidly engulfed the whole room, cooking all the spiders alive. All that Ayla needed was a simple spark for her oxygen-rich wind to fuel a massive explosion, and she wasn't going to miss the chance to use such a technique. Even Zephyr was known to create tornadoes of fire by sucking the fire out of the forest and damaging houses. Wind buffs fire, that's common knowledge, but I doubt you spiders ever thought of that. Ayla walked among the charred ground, heading deeper into the dungeon in search of Arad. Rapid fire. The ability to control air and buff fire spells to a massive degree. But even with that, Ayla still wasn't even going at half of her full power. Where am I? Celica gasped, barely managing to stand on her own. She gently patted her robe, dusting it off, and then looked around. This magic? A dungeon. She immediately realized. She put her hands together and took a deep breath, parting them to reveal a massive wand made of wood and rings of steel that she had stored in her storage magic. Without wasting any time, spiders started showing up left and right. Bad spiders, she said with a passive, emotionless face, as her eyes faintly gleamed blue and mana circulated through her body. Thud. A spider rushed toward her, jumping toward her at an insane speed. Kaboom. Just as fast, Selina blasted the spider into bits with a firebolt. The flames at the tip of Selina's staff quickly changed color from deep red to blue, then to white, third-tier refinement. The flames were so hot they looked white. A spider ran toward her back, but she blocked it with a barrier made of several small triangles, then blasted it with a red lightning bolt. More spiders started showing up, and Selina looked at them. "You're like cockroaches. I kill 10 and 100 shows up." She lifted her staff up and closed her eyes, conjuring a massive magic circle above her head. Marionette dance. Countless strings of magic burst from the circle and flew toward the weak spiders and the still intact corpses, causing them to start moving again. "This isn't necromancy. I'm using magic to directly control them instead of binding a soul to the body," she said with a passive face. "That also allows me to do this." The magic circle above her head shifted into a red color, and her spiders started spitting firebolts. "I can cast magic through them as well." A massive spider war started as Selina stood in the back, issuing orders to her spiders and fighting like she was playing a board game. Thud. A spider managed to bust through her defenses, rushing to her back with a bite stab. Selina pulled a dagger from her pocket and stabbed the spider in the face. "I left the opening. But it's true that I can only fight through the spiders while Marionette Dance is active. I can't move from beneath the magic circle." She looked at the spiders fighting. "At this rate, she'll run out of mana before killing all of them." Selina looked around, trying to find a way to end the fight before she ran out. Her eyes stopped at the ceiling. She could drop that on the spiders and then flee to recover her mana. She slowly pointed her staff at the ceiling. To cast a spell, she'll need to cancel Marionette Dance. As Marionette Dance stops before she casts a spell, that's like giving a signal to the spiders to attack her. Let's see who's the fastest. She canceled Marionette Dance Rad. Latest chapters at Freewiv Novel. Only chapter 750. The Tigress and Gorilla. Chapter 750, The Tigress and Gorilla. Marionette Dance stopped working, and the spiders that Selina controlled fell down. The dead remained down, the living struggled to move, their bodies far too damaged to survive. Selina's hand moved with the staff as she pointed at the ceiling. Magic missile, give arrows of compressed mana flew out of the tip of her toward the ceiling, exploding upon contact. The spiders started running toward her as the ceiling fell. She was faster than them in firing her spell, but they were able to outrun the ceiling falling. Selina lifted her staff, about to conjure a barrier to protect herself from the lunging spiders, but it was too late. She can't construct a strong enough barrier to block the spiders, and she doesn't even have time to waste. The ceiling would crush them all. Matilda lunged out of the shadows, snatching Selina away at the last moment before the collapse. "Are you okay?" Matilda yelled as she laid Selina down, turning toward the collapsed room. "I don't smell their innards. They didn't get crushed. Powerful magic is surging in the room. Be careful." Selina gasped and immediately saw the stones on the ceiling slowly lifting back up while covered with a strange white sticky substance. "Spider webbing?" Matilda growled. "So it's that big one." A black spider far larger than the rest emerged from the ground. As Selina was fighting the small spiders, the big one was crawling behind the walls, reinforcing them with its webbing. "Be careful, it's far stronger than the other ones," Selina warned her. The small spiders ranged from the size of a dog to that of a sheep, but this new one had a torso the size of a bull, and its legs stretched way further. "It's big," Matilda gasped. "Can I bite its legs off?" "I doubt you can crush them. Try slashing the joins, or target the main body." Selina stood, pointing her staff at the spider's torso. "Got it." Matilda ran forward as fast as she could, going on all four as she extended her claws out for more traction. The spider stood on her hind four legs and used the front four to make a net of sticky webbing that she pulled out of her butt, and with a sudden jerk, she flung it forward. Crack! Matilda shifted her direction, running toward the wall and then on it using her claws. While still having the same power as a tiger, beast people, and especially women, were far lighter, making such complicated movements possible. As the net missed Matilda, it flew straight toward Selina. "Wait, I'm behind you," she gasped, pointing at the net instead of the spider. Flame-thrower, she unleashed a torrent of flame to burn the net before getting caught. A rush of normal demon spiders charged at Selena as Matilda started fighting the giant spider in the back. Those monsters had one goal: eliminate the intruders. Each dungeon has its own hierarchy, and this is a newly born dungeon, which means it's still under construction. When the dungeon core matures, the first thing that emerges is a large room and the boss monster, the strongest creature in the dungeon. Soon after, it'll be followed by countless weaker monsters of the same type as the boss. They are the ones that will inhabit the lowest layer of the dungeon later. The creation of that chamber is what caused the ground beneath the forest to rupture. The dungeon then will take over an area by spreading its magic and pulling all sources of powerful magic into a secure place. That is how it picked Arad and the teachers, as they had vastly more mana than anyone else. At this stage, the monsters that the dungeon core created will start digging tunnels for themselves to live and hunt for food. Rapidly, they would infest an underground area, and the core would start spawning more monsters until the dungeon reached a stable ecosystem that could support its own monsters. Dungeons are usually classified as mega-class oozes like the genius loci, but are far less intelligent. Comparing a dungeon to someone like Loci is like comparing an ape to a humanoid. They aren't the same, even though they might look similar. Matilda jumped over the spider's legs and latched to its back. She opened her jaw wide, and her cheeks stretched back, revealing a terrifying maw of large gangs and teeth akin to that of a tiger. Matilda opening her jaw looked like a gorilla opening its mouth. With their lips closed, they look fairly normal, until they open their mouth. Matilda bites the spider in the head, piercing deep into its skull and dropping it to the ground. A tiger's bite force was around 75 kilograms per square centimeter, a rich 100-pound square inch, one of the strongest in the wild. As the normal demon spiders rushed around Selena, she lifted her staff, about to blow them away. Matilda, help! She was slowly running out of mana. Pooh, pooh, pew! It was then that several arrows flew out of the darkness behind her, killing tens of the normal spiders in the blink of an eye. "Are you okay?" Ayla rushed in to check on her. "I'm fine." Selena replied that she was only running low on mana. Drinking a potion should help. Ayla shifted her gaze toward Matilda. "Ganta, help her deal with the big ones," she said. "Big ones?" Matilda gasped. "Who's Ganta?" Selena looked into the darkness, seeing a tall woman standing almost 9 meters in height, with 2 massive golden horns extending from her temples and walking toward them. She was thick and muscular, but not too much, and her eyes were blood red and her skin resembled oak in color. Her long, thick, and spiky blonde hair seemed to emit a faint light, exposing her even in the darkest of places. Ganta scratched her head, staring at Matilda with a disappointed look. "Why do I need to work with tigers?" She grunted, a deep sight escaping her mouth and revealing a pair of massive fangs behind her lips. "Ganta, this is not the time to play around," Alla growled at her. It was then that Matilda could hear more massive spiders running around them. This whole cave was surrounded by them, as they were the ones responsible for reinforcing the tunnels with their webs. "More are coming, and a lot," Matilda growled. Ganta took a step forward. "If only your husband was close, I would have loved to see him up close. I've only followed here to see him." She ripped her shirt off, staying only in what looked like a tight bra made of hardened leather. "He's my husband? Stay away from him," Ayla growled at her. "That's what you think," Ganta replied with a smile, licking her lips. "For me, he smelled sweet." She bent down and picked one of the dead spiders, biting it from the torso. Ganta's blonde hair changed to black, and her eyes flashed green as a strange magic started swelling inside her body. She roared at the top of her lungs, loudly pounding her chest. A bunch of massive spiders burst through the ceiling and walls, rushing toward Matilda. Ganta extended her hand forward, and a thread of sticky webbing flew forward, sticking to the ceiling. With that thread, she pulled herself toward the spiders, swinging across the tunnel like a gorilla swinging from one branch to another. Matilda dodged one of the spiders, spun around, and jumped up with a fist, shattering the spider's head in a single blow. I don't need help from a gorilla. Ganta landed on one of the spiders, ripped two of its legs off, and stabbed it with them, killing the poor monster on the spot. Out of the way, tigress. You're slowing me down. She lunged toward another giant spider. You're the one slowing me down. Matilda started swinging left and right, and the two of them began massacring the spiders one after another. Who is she? Selina asked with a worried face. My classmate. Her name is Ganta, Aela replied. I know that. I meant, what is she? She ate that spider and absorbed her magic. No, Ganta's magic shifted to resemble that of the spider. I've never heard of a race that can do that, Selina shook her head. All I know is that she's a gorilla beast woman, Aela replied with a passive face as she started thinking. Those horns are similar to those of Sebas. She might be one of his kind. No, the fact she can't hide the horns means she might be a half instead. Matilda and Ganta never tried to work together, and instead each of them started fighting alone, going out of their way to make it harder for each other. Ganta would try to swing around, only for Matilda to kick one of the spiders her way. When Matilda was about to bite a spider's head, Ganta tripped the spider, causing Matilda to miss. Aela stood with Selina in front of her and pulled her bow. You focus on protecting us with barriers. I'll support them with arrows. Got it. Celica waved her staff, crystal dome. She created a large transparent dome around them that allows things to move out, and not in a common type of barrier magic used for protection against heavy attacks, as its curved shape helps divert the blows. As Ella started sniping the spiders, she lamented the fact she couldn't fully control her flames. A single fire arrow would have burned all the spiders, but would also kill Matilda and Ganta, which isn't an option. She could try protecting them with her wind, but that failed 9 times out of 10. She had trained before with Arad, Eris, and Amber, the 3 that she knew were extremely resistant to heat, and she ended up blasting Eris twice, Amber once, and Arad 8 times. As he always tries to release his mana and reabsorb it to train, it's extremely hard to maintain a spell around him. His aura is too much to handle. Deep underground, Lucia was trying her best to explain the basics of earth magic to Arad as Sylvanie nagged on their heads, trying to explain how it's stupid to expect Arad to learn earth magic and use it better than Lucia, who mastered it for decades.